All right, the House Committee on Elections will now come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Laubenberg.
Here.
Vice Chair Goldman. Representative Reynolds.
Here.
Representative Fallon.
Here.
Representative Israel.
Here.
Representative Dave Phelan.
Here.
Representative Schofield.
Okay, a quorum is present, and I know as other members get their business taken care of, and they'll be coming in. We have a fairly aggressive agenda today. I've tried to place as many bills as I could without us being here, hopefully, until midnight. So, and what I'm going to do, and I also asked the audience to leave the first couple of rows vacant so that committee members, as they come in, I can see them when they come in. And, basically what I'd like to do is offer the courtesy to the chairman, senior members, those who are here first. So, Ms. Marquez, you will be second.
Yes.
But we are going to hear Chairman Gehrman's bill first.
He's on calendars. He's on calendars. Go
It is what it is. And on witnesses, remember, we have a lot of bills, and I want everyone to be able to have their opportunity to testify. So just please be considerate of your testimony, that there are others also waiting that may have planes to catch or children to tuck into bed. So if it has been said and you can add to it, absolutely. If you want to concur with it, that's all right also. So having said that, then we will begin. And let's see. Okay, the chair lays out House Bill 3684 and recognizes Chairman Guerin to...
Thank you, Madam Chair.
bill.
There is a committee substitute.
Okay. Then Representative Fallon lays out the committee substitute to House Bill 3684. And y'all have any questions for that? And I recognize Chairman Guerin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. The committee substitutes the exact same language as the file version, but it's alleged council draft. House Bill 3684 addresses the election code as it needs updating to incorporate some of the more modern practices in political advertising, including the use of radio, television, the internet, and social media websites to ensure that the advertising through these outlets is ethical and transparent. And basically this bill says it exempts text messages, but it picks up social media and the internet on websites and says whoever pays for the ad has to disclose it, who they are. If it's the candidate or if the candidate approves it, it needs to say that. If the candidate doesn't approve it, it needs to say that and who sponsored it. And with that, I stand for question, preserve the right to close, and encourage anybody that might be here to testify for or against this to be brief.
Thank you. He's got it. Any questions? All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Chair calls up Trey Trainer with Empower Texas, Texas Homeschool Coalition, Texas Right to Life, Texas Eagle Forum against the bill. And you need to state all that again, please.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Trey Trainer. I represent Empower Texans, Texas Homeschool Coalition, Texas Eagle Forum, and Texas Right to Life. And I'm here testifying against House Bill 3684. That being said, I do want to thank Chairman Guerin for actually broaching this subject for the legislature to consider. And I have two primary concerns with the bill. The most problematic one is not really what Chairman Guerin has done, but it actually has to do with 255-001 itself. 255-001, in that it regulates political advertising, has the effect of regulating issue speech in the state of Texas, because political advertising includes any advertising that is done on measures. So, for example, in November, constitutional amendments go up on the ballot. An express advocacy for or against a particular amendment would be regulated both by Chairman Guerin's bill and under current law. The problem with that is that it's unconstitutional to regulate issue speech. If somebody wants to be in favor of something going into the Constitution or opposed to something going into the Constitution, they should be allowed to do that free from the regulation of disclosing who's paying for the ad and talking about it. The United States Supreme Court has specifically addressed this issue in McIntyre versus Ohio. And in McIntyre versus Ohio, the Supreme Court gave 3 reasons why issue advocacy should be protected. One is that it enhances the authority. And I will quote from the case. It says, "Anonymity thereby provides a way for a writer who may be personally unpopular to ensure that readers will not prejudge her message simply because they do not like the proponent." And so it allows for an enhanced authority when speaking on measures and issues. Number 2, it encourages an open discourse. The Supreme Court said, "The interest in having anonymous works enter the marketplace of ideas unquestionably outweighs any public interest in requiring disclosure as a condition of entry." And then thirdly, the Supreme Court cited safety from retaliation. And the court said, "The decision in favor of anonymity may be motivated by fear of economic or official retaliation, by concern about social ostracism, or merely by a desire to preserve as much of one's privacy as possible." We've seen this in the Mozilla case, where individuals who've made contributions later on, their employer decides to terminate them based upon that. And so when you look at 255-001 and the subject that Chairman Guerin has given you to address, you actually have the ability to correct what is a major problem and one that is glaring in the election code, and that is the regulation of issue speech. Second problem that I have with the bill, if you think about what this bill proposes in the context of social media, this bill is the exact same language that you can find in BICRA, the McCain-Feingold bill of 2002. But it's a little bit more expansive in that BICRA only dealt with radio and television advertising. Here we've expanded beyond that to social media advertising. And it's really unclear as to how we make those things fit. And you're going to generate for the Ethics Commission a slew of filings for people to come in and say, well, they posted something on Facebook, but there wasn't a link back to a website that showed who had paid for the link. And you're going to have a back and forth of sworn complaints at the Ethics Commission. And then finally, I would just ask you to consider what you would be doing with this bill. The provisions of the bill as it's currently written say that there have to be 4 seconds in a radio or television ad that say who paid for the ad. Now remember, we already have to say who paid for the ad. This bill does nothing to take away the requirements to disclose who had paid for the political advertising. But it now will include additional language that's required. 4 seconds of a 30-second ad is 13.33% of the total time that ad runs. And so the government will now tell every political speaker for more than 10% of their ad time what they have to say in their political ads. So while the stand by your ad regulations are something that are very common at the federal level, I do not think that the state should be in the business of regulating speech just because we do not like the level of political discourse that we have now. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions you have.
Representative Schofield.
Can you tell me how this bill is similar and dissimilar to the current federal requirements that we're supposed to?
Sure.
What's the same and what's not?
Sure. So under BICRA, you have the same type of disclosure that 3684 requires, which is commonly called the stand by your ad requirements. It's what we hear at the end of these political campaigns of, "I'm Trey Traynor and I approve this message." The intent in 2002, when Senator McCain and Senator Feingold put the legislation together, was to curtail negative advertising, forcing people to stand by what they had to say in their ads. And so they did that for radio and television advertising. At the federal level, they can regulate that because there's also the punishment at the federal level for failing to do that is...
I'm sorry, Trey. I'm not a lawyer. Can you simplify it for me, please?
Yes. At the federal level, when a candidate runs an ad, at the end of their ad, they have to say that they approve the message of the ad. Mm-hmm. It has to be 4 seconds long, and it takes of however long their ad is. If they fail to include that language in any advertisement, they lose the ability to get the preferred rate for candidates from the radio and television stations that they're buying their ads from. This bill is similar to that in that it requires that I stand by this message language at the end of every political advertisement. Where this bill differs greatly is it creates a new subsection A1 and subsection A-2 that regulates social media advertising. That is something that is not found in the McCain-Feingold regulations, and that's where the most significant difference happens in these two bills. Now,
So the parts that deal with media advertising are the same?
they are the same, correct.
Okay, Rep. Schofield is present. Sorry about that.
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Representative Fallon.
So, Mr. Traynor, are you saying like if at the federal level, if a candidate doesn't want to say, I'm Trey Traynor, I approve this message, they can, it's just that they don't get the preferred rate?
Well, two things. The penalty can be a couple of different things. One, they're required to do it, so they would face a complaint at the Federal Elections Commission for failing to properly disclose, and they would go through the normal civil process where they could be fined for failing to do that. The immediate penalty is that they lose the preferred rate of their advertising. So there's actually two
Kind of a
different
double
things.
whammy then?
Yeah, they get a double whammy in that particular circumstance. Here, there is no enforcement mechanism other than the sworn complaint process at the Ethics Commission. I'd be happy to regale everybody with stories of that if you'd like, but it's a lengthy process and not one that can be resolved quickly if someone fails to include this language. But again, what Chairman Guerin has given this committee is the opportunity to address the biggest issue, I think, that there is in our state's political speech laws, and that is that we are regulating issue speech the same way that we are regulating candidate speech.
Oh, Rep. Fallon?
Another question. I'd love to ask Chairman Guerin when he closes to the same question. In your view, with this bill, let's just say you have a neighbor that strongly believes in something, whether it's a candidate or an issue.
Sure.
And, the good old-fashioned grassroots stuff where they just go, I'm going to make 50 flyers up and just pass them around. Would they have to write down, or do they even have that ability? Would that be illegal to do?
Sure.
Disclose.
In your opinion, and then
Sure.
I'd love to ask Chairman.
Well, I'll give you two examples, or I'll give you, using your example, the answer is yes, they would have to comply if they go and make their expenditures. Now, there are provisions that exclude the production of flyers under $500. There are current provisions that excludes that.
In your view, would this bill change that in any way, or could that true neighbor type person that just fed up with something just make 10 or 20 or 50 flyers, as long as it's under the $500 threshold? Are they still okay to do that under this bill if this passed?
Yes, if this bill were to pass, if they were under the $500 threshold, they would still be excluded from this language. In my reading, and I have not seen the committee substitute, but if it's exactly the same.
He said the committee substitute is exactly the same. So they wouldn't be affected.
That being said, the fact that an individual even has to consider doing that is abhorrent to the First Amendment. The fact that your neighbor who says, well, I have a cutoff point of $500. I think that Representative Fallon is the greatest state rep ever, and I want to spend $1,000.
That's a very smart neighbor you have.
But it's at that point where we are forcing the speaker, the individual next door neighbor, to make that decision and saying $500 is a threshold.
But Trey, that's already in the law now.
It is.
So
it is.
that's not
That's why my
changing.
underlying premise.
Okay, I'm trying to stick to the bill.
And so that's why, with regard to what he's amending, with regard to 255-001 in the bill, the ability for this committee to look at the fact that those things are there. This touches on that exception.
So you would like to change that?
Yes, 255-001 is where that exception is found, and it would actually allow you to change that. It would allow Representative Guerin to address that issue.
That's something I would encourage you to talk to Mr. Guerin about.
Chairman Guerin and I have had the conversation about our ability to discuss things.
Okay, I'm just saying. Okay. Rep. Schofield, did you have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Troy. All right. Chair calls Emily Kibido. Hello, Emily. and you are with Texas Right to Life, and you are against the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please state all that again, please.
Yes, ma'am, I will. Emily Thibodeau, I am here against House Bill 3684 and on behalf of Texas Right to Life. Madam Chair, committee members, my remarks will be limited to Section A2 of the bill regarding the section discussing social media profiles and how this section would seem to affect the supporters of Texas Right to Life. We have a rather large social media audience on several different platforms. Often, members of that audience take the information that we garner and disseminate and place on their own personal pages. They take snippets, or they'll hit the like button or the share button, or will regurgitate in their own words. As you are all aware, Texas Right to Life Committee is a public policy advocacy organization, and the Texas Right to Life Political Action Committee is active in elections for campaigns. Both information on these respective entities are shared on several platforms. What this section A2 looks like is that it affects how folks can reuse the information on elections and issues. The current definition of political advertising that is found in Title 15 of the Election Code relates to two things: information supporting or opposing a candidate, and on measures such as legislation. What the current definition of political advertising does not contemplate is social media, especially someone's personal page or personal accounts. The current definition of political advertising has a requirement of consideration, money in exchange for service or goods, in relation to traditional forms of advertising like print, radio, television ads. That is predicated on money exchanging hands underneath the definition of political advertising. This in return for consideration does not apply to, under the current definition, to information shared via an internet website. We can talk about social media in that way. So this bill takes the current definition of political advertising and discusses social media along with it. The disclosures that are required in House Bill 3684, having a text box, certain contrasting colors, a font size with certain pixels, would seemingly now be required when someone looks at a Texas Right to Life voter guide and they decide to urge their friends to vote for or against a candidate based on those candidates' views on abortion or denial of treatment issues. Because the current definition of political advertising does not require consideration to be exchanged when we're discussing an internet website, it would seem that these same disclosures are required regardless of if this is a mom posting a pro-life message to her own Facebook, or which no one is paying for, or an organization like Texas Right to Life who is buying Facebook ads. Those two things would be treated equally on a disclosure, from a disclosure standpoint, with this text box, contrasting colors sort of theme. So while social media brings a new world of communication that sometimes our laws are not addressing, we've got to be careful on how we try to regulate social media and grassroots activism. If we start subjecting citizens to regulations about what they can write and post. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Sure.
Because, as a candidate, if I do any social media advertising, I have to have my disclaimer.
Right.
And so, but as a organization, they don't.
No, as an organization, we would be subject under this as well as an organization.
Okay.
Because
so
we
wouldn't that, is that what this is addressing?
Well, as an organization, we can, you can purchase ads or promote, your post.
Right.
A personal Facebook page doesn't have that ability. And so my point here is that under the current definition of political advertising, this in exchange for consideration, money in exchange for goods and services, does not address internet websites. So under this bill, we would be treating those two as the same.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because obviously, last session, I had groups that had organized campaigns against House Bill 2. I had to actually shut down my Facebook because of the organized, horrible, horrible things they were saying. I mean, I looked at it and I didn't like me either. But there's got to be a balance. do you see a balance? And
Not under this, the current language under the bill. What we're concerned about is infringing on our supporters' ability to take the information that they
As-
receive from us and being
as
able to
individuals,
discuss.
as individuals.
Correct, as individuals, correct. Yes, when we
Okay.
send an email or something from the Texas Right to Life PAC, we always have a disclosure on, paid for by Texas Right to Life Political Action Committee. What we're concerned about is requiring every person who decides to talk about something that they read about, saying, "Oh, well, you can't do that until you put a disclosure that no one's paying for this, or you are paying for this. What are you doing?" That's our concern.
any questions, members? All right.
Thank you, and happy birthday, by the way.
That just, anyway, okay. So that is all we have who wish to testify in person. So we have, what I'm going to do is we have folks who have signed up for and folks who have signed up against. I'm not going to read the whole list. If you want to make sure your name is on it, you can certainly check with the clerk. But we've got a lot of bills. We're trying to save time, and I talk slow. So,
Madam Chair, one quick question.
Yes, Representative Schofield.
The bill seems to end abruptly on page 3. I mean, it's not required to have this takes effect date. Is page 3 the last page of the bill?
No, page 4 is the last page.
Okay, I did not get a page 4. Okay, I'll figure it out. I'll find it.
Well, who put that in your...
Thanks.
It takes effect September 1st, 2015. And it does not include text messaging. Okay, so, all right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, against House Bill, I better get it right, 3684? Hearing none, then Chair recognizes Chair Guerin to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Schofield, page 4 just adds text messaging to the things that it does not apply to. And I wish that either one of the groups had come and talked to me about their concerns. I share the concerns that Texas Right to Life have about this affecting individuals, retweeting and things like that. And had they come and talked to us about it, we might have already had this addressed. Mr. Traynor doesn't think he can come talk, even though he represents these people as their attorney, because he thinks it's going to make him a lobbyist. But as he said, he wants to address the current law as it is. And that's not what this is about. This is amends current law to add social media, radio, television, and websites. And I'd stand for any questions that you might have, and if not, I'd close.
Okay, let me ask you one
Yes, ma'am.
quick question. If the organization has their disclaimer and they send it out, with their disclaimer on it, and someone forwards it on, then maybe they forward part of it or a little line of it, then this bill would not apply to that individual.
I wouldn't mean for it to,
Right.
and if it does, that's why I wish Texas Right to Life had come by and said something. This bill's been out there for quite some time, and this is the first anytime anyone's spoken to us about being against it.
All right. Well, any other
And I
questions?
understand, I went through some of that same stuff that you did, and you weren't nearly as horrible as the stuff I read about you.
I don't know, just don't talk to my kids. Okay. Well, in that case, the chair withdraws to substitute to House
Thank
Bill 3684 and leaves the bill pending at this time. Okay. Now, Ms. Marquez, hang on. Chair lays out House Bill. House Bill 2315 and recognizes Representative Marquez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Birthday Lady. Happy birthday.
Okay, we have established that. I'm no longer counting.
Thank
That
you.
does not help the bill.
Well,
But thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. School board members are elected officials and hold a great amount of responsibility in our communities. Many of our school districts hold their elections in May. Generally, voter turnout in May elections is lower than the voter turnout in November elections. I plan on offering a committee substitute that's not here today to amend HB 2315 to give school districts the option of selecting which uniform election date they would like. I know this is a work in progress, and I thank the chair for allowing me to lay out this bill and have an open conversation about this issue. I would say to to the people that are registered for and against the bill that they be considerate of the other members that are here waiting to lay out their bills.
Okay.
And with that, I reserve the right to close.
Any questions? All right. Chair calls up Vernagine Mott from the Pflugerville ISD Board of Trustees, Vice President, and Texas Association of School Boards against the bill. And please state all that again, if you would.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lautenberg, members of the committee. I am Verna Jean Mott. I'm Vice President of the Board of Trustees in the Pflugerville Independent School District, and I am also a member of the Texas Association of School Boards representing Region 13, and I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 2315. House Bill 2315 would make it mandatory for school boards that conduct their trustee elections in May to move to the December general election, and for that reason I am opposed to this bill.
Actually, it's November.
Ma'am?
November election. It would be the November election.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Voter turnout is an issue, and generally speaking, November elections in even-numbered years are going to yield the highest voter turnouts of any other elections in the year, including the primary. While it's hard to argue against larger voter turnouts, it's an assumption that those voters would continue to scroll down through the multiple pages, screens, to finally reach the bottom of the ballot to cast the vote for the school board elections. It is possible for a voter to not vote for a race and an entire governmental entity election altogether and still hit that cast my vote button at the end. The voting machines do not make voters fill in all the blanks before finally casting their votes. Cost efficiency is another issue. This will cost more money. Currently, school districts that partner with counties for joint elections on the November election days are required to have a polling place in all county precincts, including those within the school district boundaries and those outside the boundaries. The more polling places, the greater the expense. Mandating school districts to moving to November removes the school district's ability to host early voting on their own. School districts would need to lease a set of voting machines to host early voting on their own and at their school district facilities. Counties do not have enough machines to dedicate to the schools, so the reality is schools usually agree in the MOU to conduct their early voting within all county precincts. Again, an increase in locations where schools will be present. The big thing here is really local control also. I firmly believe that this issue is a conversation best had between a school district and their community. May elections focus on local matters. Voters are more informed about school district issues. May elections have a more compact ballot, which lowers the cost to run the election. These are nonpartisan elections, no party affiliation, which allow voters to focus on the issues and the candidates and not on ideology or predetermined party platforms. And they can stay focused on what's best for the students rather than arguing political party issues that provide a distraction. Newly elected school board members begin their service when elected in May at the start of the district's fiscal year, ready to focus on the following year budget. The summertime allows them for orientation and also their additional professional training in board governance. In closing, there are presently 755 school districts, approximately 75% in the state of Texas, that have their elections in May. And those are likely some in your legislative districts. I would encourage you to take the opportunity to visit with your school board members about moving their elections to November. And I think, and it would nearly guarantee, that most of them will reiterate what I have just stated. So I urge the committee to vote no for House Bill 2315. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
All right. Any questions, members? Representative Fallon.
Thank you for your testimony. What do you say to the people that roughly, this is cocktail napkin math, but in May, the May participation levels are very low, most of the time in the single digits, not always, but I've seen local elections as low as 4 to 6%. And in November, it's clearly, obviously, much higher consistently across the board, and particularly in presidential cycles, we're talking, upwards of 60%. So more people vote. I think we can establish that fact that more people vote in November. What do you say to people that say, why not have these elections in November when so many more people participate? Wouldn't that be kind of a feather in the cap of a feather in democracy's cap, if you will?
My conversation with other trustees in districts that did move to November is that the school board ballot was at the bottom, and so people were tired by the time they got down there. Now, you're talking about voter participation. I'm looking at really the issue with the individuals. The other thing is some of the trustees said the cost of running an election certainly magnified in the November election cycle, and that it became more political in talking about all other issues other than what was best for kids. So that's my thing. And I think we're looking at, again, what the local districts want. The ones who want to vote and can vote, I think, will always turn out to vote.
Okay, Ms. Mott, sorry to interrupt you, but I want to say my own personal experience in voting in school board elections in May. There are some years I cannot even find the polling place. It wasn't listed anywhere. I went to 3 different places that I thought, the city, the school district, my precinct, and there's a real problem. You want folks to turn out to vote, but something has to be done, because I wasn't even able to vote, and I was driving all over town looking for the place to vote.
I think by law it's required that the district does have to post where the voting places are, so somebody maybe didn't do due diligence.
So I would have to sue them, and one more thing.
But to your point,
Rep. Fallon.
Thank you. School districts are doing it for the kids. Isn't it better for the kids to have more people voting and participating? That would seem to me, any election that I'm in, I'd love to get as many people participating as possible. And the problem I had when I came off of city council, a locally elected board, was we were trying to work with the school district, because we had joint elections, to move our elections to main arteries. This is just an anecdotal situation, but so more people could participate, because we couldn't find, to Chairman Blavenberg's point, a lot of people couldn't find where these elections were. And we got a lot of pushback, unfortunately, from the district, because more people that vote, better election. I think that's success. Okay. American way. Hoo-ah.
Rep. Israel.
So.
Well, I just don't hear it coming from the school boards. When 755 out of the 1,000 districts in the state have retained the May election cycle, I think that's a local decision that was made, again, by the people in that community, as opposed to being something mandated.
Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just wanted to thank Ms. Mott for being here. She's a very well-regarded member of the Pflugerville community, and that's in my district. So thank you, Bernadine, for being here.
You're welcome.
All right.
We thank you. You're very brave. Thank you. Any other questions, members? Okay. Also, I want y'all to know that we have Secretary of State here if y'all have any questions on this. So we have Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State on the bill, so if you have anything you want to ask, now's the time, or later. Chair calls up Bill Sargent with the Galveston County Clerk's Office, Chief Deputy Clerk, on House Bill 2315.
Hi, how are you?
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk of Elections for Galveston County, testifying on HB 2315. I've handed out this information, this data dump, to all of your staff. I sent it to them by email, but this is a copy for you, a hard copy. November elections are more expensive, and this data shows you that. The Santa Fe ISD election we had jumped a large dollar amount. Let me tell you why the November elections are more expensive. First of all, you have in early voting, if you're doing it in November, you're doing it for 12 days. If you're doing it in a May election, you're doing it only for 7 days. We deploy more equipment for November. We also have more workers for November. In addition to that, we have more polling places in November than we would in a May election. So that's the reason for the increased cost. As you can see from what I've handed out to you, the voter participation jumps exponentially if you have a November election. The concern that some people have had is that people won't get to the end of the ballot and vote won't vote because they get tired. That's not been our experience. Now, there's two examples. One's a city and one's for an ISD. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I just offer this up as helpful information if it is helpful.
Okay, great. Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for making your points, but my question is, I was thinking in terms of economies of scale, if you're in a November election with the school district and the county and the city and other folks, don't you share the costs of the election?
We do. We share it 50-50 if it's one entity. We share it, thirds if it's three. Mm-hmm. In May elections, you typically you'll have a city and a school district go together, so they're splitting it 50-50. Mm-hmm. The figure you have here for Santa Fe, for example, is Santa Fe ISD. That's their cost, but you'd have to double that because the city of Santa Fe also held an election and they were jointly doing it. So the cost is actually double that figure, but that was how much the actual individual entity paid. So we join them together wherever we can to try to keep costs down.
So if you're in a more urban county, for example, where you've got 3 or 4 entities that are putting in to conduct a November election, shouldn't the cost go down?
If you have the more entities you have, yes, the cost will go down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions, members? Thanks, Bill. Okay. Chair calls Ted Molina Robb, Texas American Federation of Teachers, against the bill. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position.
I'm Ted Molina Robb, representing Texas AFT, American Federation of Teachers, and we're registering our position against the filed version of the bill. We've had some good conversation with
House Bill 2315.
Yes, House Bill 2315, as introduced. Mm-hmm. We've had some great conversations with Representative Marquez and her staff, and we're trying to work together to get through what is actually a fairly complicated set of interacting statutes between the election code and the education code to see if there's, we can assist in some way. But the bottom line for us is we would prefer this decision be made locally than mandated by the state. And we've got members in districts that vote in November and in May. Experience and desires among our members is mixed, which is why we prefer to see it
Representative Israel.
Be optional. And of course, as the statutes currently stand today, local boards do not have that option to move to November if they so chose.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Ed Johnson, the Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of House Bill 2315.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying in favor of House Bill 2315. I will tell you, largest school district in the state, Houston Independent School District, is in Harris County, and they do their elections in November with no problems and have for years. Split the cost with the city and the college district. And also with the county when we have the constitutional amendments on it. So it actually reduces their cost tremendously. What Mr. Sargent was saying is the problem is typically school districts where you have a problem use feeder patterns for their schooling districts. They'll hold it in junior highs, and it's the people that go to those junior highs is where you go vote. That doesn't match precinct boundaries where you normally vote, so it makes it very confusing finding polling locations. Going into a joint November election with the county, puts a polling location usually in every precinct, which increases about triples the number of polling locations the voter has available to vote. And then also, normally a school district will only have one early voting location at their main office. In a countywide election in Harris County, we're up to 40 early voting locations. So it gives voters a greater opportunity to do it. If all districts were into one election, they would all share the cost and it would drop tremendously.
Okay. Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right. Let's see. That's all he wants to testify. So we have folks who have registered for and against the bill but choose not to testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak publicly for, against, or on House Bill 2315? Seeing none, Chair calls Representative Marquez to close.
Are you on this committee?
No.
No, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members for indulging, for allowing me to lay this out. But I do want to address a couple of things that I heard in testimony. Many assumptions that were made up here that were very exaggerated. People are tired at the polls. Unless you're standing there with the person, I don't think we can necessarily say that someone's too tired while they're voting to vote for a school board trustee. Working with your legislators, I heard that in the woman from Pflugerville. That's part of the job. You have to work with your legislators. None of those in opposition visited with our office, with the exception of Ted Robb. And I appreciate that for coming by and letting us know what your concerns were. Cost, many districts actually would save money to split the cost with the county with these types of elections. Somebody testified that it would cost more. Elected officials must deal in politics. I'm sorry, but trustees are not immune from dealing with politics. If you're an elected official, that's part of the job. And we do it here, and trustees make very important financial and policy decisions for our children's education. And so there needs to be a high level of transparency when we're dealing at the local level. So what I do want to say here is that school board trustees have an immense amount of responsibility. I respect that they're volunteers. We are all volunteers, and we're still held to a particular standard, and that should be the same for school board trustees. You know, we can't just keep saying, well, I'm a volunteer, I should be exempt from the process. You can't, you know what I mean? They do have an association that we've worked with before. Ruben has been great with our office. They have an association. So obviously they're organized well enough to be here in the Capitol lobbying for their issues. So I would appreciate for those that oppose the bill to visit with our office so that we can work on a resolution, but we're not going to stop. So keep believing, right?
Just have one
Representative Fallon.
You worked really hard on this bill.
And Chair recognizes.
Thank you.
Oh, no, Phelan was here earlier. Never mind.
My cousin.
My cousin.
After all the work you've done on this bill, would you say, in your expert opinion, that this bill is for the kids?
Really? Are you hazing me?
No.
No, I think it's important. You and I have worked on some legislation last session,
Absolutely.
just requiring a little bit more transparency in the decisions that are made. They deal with tons of money. I mean, we as appropriators, many people come to us as legislators and say, can you please fix this? Can you please allocate that? Phelan and I sit on appropriations for education subcommittee. How many times do they come to us and tell us, can you please allocate more money to this particular program? I can't make those decisions. All we can do is fight for there to be an equitable amount that goes to our school districts, and then the trustees have to make those decisions on behalf of the school districts. We can't earmark money. I wish we could, but we can't. Those decisions are made at the local level, and so that's why I think that there should be another degree of transparency.
And that's why this bill, I think, is, in my humble opinion, so good, is because more people, if more Texans weigh in on who their school board members are, I think that improves the school districts, and their boards. So I think it's a great bill, and thanks for bringing it up.
Thank you, Representative Fallon. Thank you, and with that, I close.
Okay, thank you, Rep. Marquez. And with that, House Bill 2315 will be left pending at this time. So now I'm going to just tell you all the order so you will know. Representative Larson's going to be next. Representative Rodriguez, you have two bills, so we'll let you go after that. And then Representative Howard was next, and then Casal. Oh, wait, Rick, where were you? Okay. So it'll be Howard, Rick, Casal, okay? That's as I see y'all coming in, so. Thank you. I'm glad you're sitting on the front row.
I was laying out another bill. Sorry.
It's okay. That's the lineup. So you know,
Yeah.
if you need to go.
It's just nice to know.
All right, chair lays out. Okay, chair lays out House Bill 1214 and recognizes Representative Larson to explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You and I have had a discussion about this.
You don't have a substitute.
We don't.
Okay.
This simply moves the presidential primary from the first Tuesday in March to the last Tuesday in January. And the reason I want to have this discussion is we continue not to be relevant. Where were all the presidential candidates this weekend? They're in New Hampshire, America's first. And so they go to clam bakes and they go all over New Hampshire talking about issues that really don't make any difference to people in mainland America. I mean, the issues that we've got in Texas are the issues we should be addressing in the primaries. In Iowa, they're talking about ethanol subsidies. They're not talking about how they've instituted a program to try to go out and preempt hydraulic fracking to keep us, or the Keystone Pipeline, about how they're going to block the Keystone Pipeline. I mean, the issues of securing the border. The largest span between Mexico and the United States is on the Texas border. They're not talking about that either. They're not talking about the 23 coal-fired generators or electric generation plants that they're looking at closing through the carbon mandates that we've got in Texas. So the main issues that are relevant to Texas, we won't hear a lot of that. We're going to hear for the next 8 months, they're going to be talking about issues that are important in Iowa and in New Hampshire. Then they'll move down to South Carolina. Then they'll move over to Nevada. And then they'll come to Texas. We have positioned ourselves, but for 8 months they're talking about issues in those states and not in Texas. And looking at the delegate count that we have, we're second only to California. I don't understand why we don't pursue positioning ourselves as the #1 primary for both the Republican and the Democratic side. I mean, I think it helps us develop a dialogue with the folks in the executive branch, whoever wins, on whichever side wins. At least they understand the issues. Right now, all they do is drag the bag in Texas. They come in here and they fundraise. They talk to us in a cursory way, and then they're out. And they've got other states on Super Tuesday that they've got to reconcile as well. But you look at what happened after 2012. Florida jumped out, and they had 150 delegates. I think they were cut to 50 delegates, something like that, or cut to 100 delegates. And then, but who in the committee in 2014 put the poison pill in to make sure Texas, Arizona, and a number of other states that have indicated they wanted to position? It was a delegate from South Carolina and a delegate from New Hampshire that said that if you do this, the punitive process will drop your delegate count from 155 to 9. And we sit here and we take it. I don't think that Texas is ever in a good position if we're fifth in anything. We ought to push, and I understand 2016, it's a foregone conclusion unless y'all want to step up and send a message and a shot over their bow, like they're doing in Arizona and a number of other states that have legislation, that they're willing to forego delegates, forego the passes, the delegate passes, and those kind of things, guest passes that are given out, parking spaces. You know, I just don't understand that when we're in Cornville, Iowa, talking in Corn Hall, Iowa, talking about how you can develop products that should be subsidized by the federal government with corn, that really makes a lot of sense to talk about in the national dialogue for 8 months. All we have to do is show courage. All we have to do is step up and say, we're not going to take this any longer. We've got 155 delegates. If you look at the way the country is turning right now, Texas is leading. But you're not going to hear from Texas until probably the middle of February. They'll start flowing in after they've gone to a state of 1.3 million people, or 3.1 million people, then go to New Hampshire, 1.3 million people, and then go to South Carolina, 3.9 million people, and then go to Nevada with a population of 2.8 million people, we got 27 million people. And our issues are directly impacted by the federal government. Our military bases and what they're going to do in the BRAC process. They should be talking to people in Texas. There's none of these impacts are felt at the same on a proportional basis as they're felt in Texas of those smaller states. And so I understand our party leadership has consented to what they agreed upon in 2014. I hope that we don't accept the deal going into the next primary season, because when we're all sitting in our homes in the fall, and we watch the countless news accounts of what's going on in Iowa and what's going on in New Hampshire, and then it pitches to South Carolina, and then momentarily it'll pitch over to Nevada, and then it comes Texas and it's a blur. It's our fault. We accepted it. We made a decision that we're going to go along with party officials that cut deals in Washington, and they're afraid of a punitive process that it's already been laid out, that was led by 2 of the 4 states that have the key position. I think that we need to step up and show some Texas bravado and tell them we don't like it, we're not going to stand for it anymore. And that's what the premise of this bill was. And when it was laid out was understanding that when Rubio announces he's going to run for president, he doesn't fly to Iowa, he flies to Texas. When Rand Paul made a decision, he doesn't fly to New Hampshire and then Iowa, he flies to Texas. And when the folks from Texas are having to fly out to make announcements, they fly to Dallas and Houston. They don't fly to Des Moines or Ames or any of the areas in Iowa or fly into New Hampshire. They're here. So it's a great launching pad as well for folks that make a decision to run for the presidency. So with that, I'll answer any questions. It's a pretty straightforward bill.
You should have given that speech at the RNC.
Yeah.
Good comments.
Yeah.
Members, Rep. Schofield.
Mr. Larson,
Sure.
I missed the first couple of minutes of your layout. Did you quote the Texas Tribune article this morning? Did you see it?
I did not.
Let me quote you what the Texas Tribune said this morning in context of some other bill. They said they were talking about the presidential sweepstakes and what's about to happen, and the quote is, "The parties tend to settle their primary nomination battles in places like New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Iowa. By the time they get to Texas, they've already all but chosen their nominees." And they go on to point out about how in the 2004 Democratic primary, only 6.8% of registered voters voted in the Democratic primary. When they had a contest between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama that actually was ongoing and exciting and got people to come out, they increased it from 6.8% the time before to 22.5% in that cycle. And of course, some people are Republicans, so now everybody's going to vote in the Democratic primary. And then last time, when they had no race because Obama was going to get renominated, it fell back down to basically the same level as before. And it's clear that participation by voters is a lot higher when the nomination isn't decided before they get to vote.
You're right. The last time a presidential nomination on the Republican side was relevant was 1976.
Now let me ask you this:
Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan. That was the last time.
The penalty that they're going to take delegates away. Do you recall when was the last time the delegates actually voted and had a close vote at one of the 2 nominating conventions?
And that's one of the points I think it's more important for them to have the national discussion in Texas. You know, the delegates, that's inside baseball in the party. I mean, from the grand scheme of things, the imprimatur of who our next nominee will be made with those 4 battleground states, or those 4 primary dates when we start, because you're going to see who's able to raise the resources, who's on point and message, and who's resonating with folks. And then when it comes to Texas, they're dragging the bag, they're raising money, and they'll come in and they're not going to spend a lot of time here. Even though we have improved our position than what we've had in the past, we're still an afterthought. And that's why I think that if we have the courage to stand up, I think you look at, in both parties, you look at the number of delegates on the Republican and the Democratic side, we could change this, but it's going to take fierce leadership at the party level and state that we're not going to take anything less than being the first state. And that's when you see the change take place. And a lot of folks say, well, we need to be conciliatory to Iowa and to the folks in New Hampshire, the people in South Carolina, the people in Nevada, or they'll punish us. They're making all the decisions without Texas stepping up. We're falling behind. And when have we ever relegated ourselves second to any of those states in any fashion other than on the political side? We're making decisions. I think that it's time that we step up and change the process. And we can do it. It's in our hands to make those decisions and understand that some of the party officials might come unglued because we've cut deals, we've made decisions, we don't want to be punished. Well, I'm willing to take some chances to position future generations in Texas to have a discussion in Texas and have it relevant in the presidential nomination.
Thank you. You want to reserve the right
Yes,
to close?
please. Thanks.
Chair calls up Bill Fairbrother, the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, against House Bill 1214.
Good evening. Yeah, Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, against 1214. As was already mentioned, the delegate penalties. As a Republican, I believe in following the law and following the rules. The rules are what they are, and we should set a good example and follow the rules. And the rules say if we move up this date, our penalty is we go from 155 delegates to 9. And the rules also allow the 4 set-aside states to move up their primaries, leapfrog ahead of us, again with no penalty. We may not like that, but that is reality. The charge that people aren't paying attention to Texas.
Oh, Rep. Schofield.
Why should we care how many delegates we have if by the time they vote on the nominee it's decided? Why wouldn't we rather have our voters get to participate by having the nominees have come here and campaign in our states on our issues? Who cares if they give us an extra 1,000 delegates if by the time they get to vote all they're doing is ratifying what other states have done?
Well, with only 4 states, quite frankly, 5th out of 59 or 60 entities that send delegates to the National Convention is still top 10% and pretty good by most reasonable measures.
But how many candidates will have already had to drop out because when the first caucus comes up, they didn't get enough, so their money dries up. They're out by the time we get here. 2 more guys drop out after New Hampshire because they can't get any money after they do poorly there. By the time they come to us, we might have lost people that our Texans want to vote for, who are gone now, in both Democrat and the Republican primaries.
As happened 4 years ago when Florida was penalized so severely, several candidates skipped them entirely, didn't campaign there at all. There'd be pressure for those national candidates to do that. And quite frankly, I've seen Scott Walker in Texas in the last several weeks. I've seen Rand Paul in Texas in the last several weeks. They are not ignoring Texas. They are coming here. I'm not even counting our Texan candidates, Senator Cruz and former Governor Perry. Bobby Jindal has spoken in Texas in the last month. And these candidates are paying attention to Texas.
And I don't know the DNC rules. I only know the RNC rules. But why didn't our representatives fight for us and say we are not going to accept a rule that says we get penalized if we want our voters to have a say? Why didn't they stand up and start calling donors and say don't donate to this organization if they're going to rip off the people of the state of Texas?
It's really self-defeating to call our donors and tell them not to donate to the Republican Party.
Tell them to give to the state party. Tell them to give to local candidates. Tell them to give to the governors.
Second of all, where was I going? Fortunately or unfortunately, again, the rules are the RNC is governed proportionally.
The rules are not Texas law. We make Texas law right here. We're not subject to RNC
Texas
rules.
To be irrelevant, you'll move the primary up. We'll have 9 delegates, be near dead last, have 0 influence on the nominating process.
How much do we have now? By the time all these wonderful delegates get to vote, it's decided.
That depends on the nature of the races. Again, 4 states will be before us. 5th out of 59 or 60 entities conducting primaries, caucuses, and stuff is pretty good. And flaunting our nose at the rules that have been agreed to and breaking the rules is
We're
not a
breaking
good precedent.
rules. Those aren't rules that
We are
bind
breaking
us.
RNC rules.
No, we are not subject to RNC rules. We set the law in Texas for when our delegates are going to be chosen, for when our votes are going to be cast. We aren't subject to their rules. Their rules govern them, not us.
The rules apply to the selection of the nominee of our party. If we wish to not be part of that process, or we wish to be penalized to the point that that process is irrelevant so we can hold an election, in that sense you are correct, sir.
And again, why didn't our people stand up on their hind legs and say, you will not, at least not until we fought every fight we can fight, pass a process that penalizes us if we want our voters to have a say in this process?
Texas has 3 votes out of 165.
And how hard did they fight? I don't remember reading a single story about them standing up and fighting for us.
Well, as a friend of mine would like to say, I'm not advised on that. However, this bill is bad for Texas Republicans, and I urge a no vote.
Okay. Any other questions, members?
Thank you.
All right. And also I want to point out that we have Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State and Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill. If y'all have any questions, just y'all can wave. Chair calls up John Oldham with the Texas Association of Election Administrators against House Bill 1214.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John Oldham, President, Texas Association of Election Administrators, on speaking against House Bill 1214. I personally don't disagree with anything Representative Larson said today, but from an administrative standpoint, and maybe I need clarity here, we're assuming that this changes all primaries, not just the treasurer. Right. From an administrative standpoint, we don't like this for a variety of reasons. First of all, it damages the dynamic of what goes on with our office, with our poll workers, with our candidates. A January 26th primary this year would put us on a early voting beginning January 11th. It would have us mailing ballots on December 11th. It would, in practicality, we would be trying to train our poll workers over the Christmas holidays. It's challenging enough to get them into classes, even though we pay them to attend, but to do so over the Christmas holiday would be, we think, impossible. There's some other issues out there that aren't addressed in this bill, including the resign to run rule. That would certainly have to be changed, otherwise it becomes an incumbent protection bill. When we go to a January election, for me in the Houston metro area, it's probably going to be a balmy day. But January 26th in the Panhandle, there was a snowstorm. So we put our voters, in certain disadvantages because of this.
Madam Chair?
Representative Schofield.
Doesn't it often snow in New Hampshire during their primary?
It does, but they're used to it.
And they seem to care enough to, if you get a chance to vote for president compared to not really getting a chance to having a meaningful vote for president, isn't a little inconvenience worth it?
It may be, but recognize New Hampshire is a very different place than Texas. New Hampshire is what's called home rule, as are most New England states, as is Michigan. In which each unit of government runs their own election. So you go to a little town in New Hampshire, they run their own election. The county may run the election for those persons in the unincorporated area, but people aren't traveling. Logistically, it's a very different thing. Even Portland, Maine only has like 12 voting precincts. It's not, staging this is not the same as Lubbock staging an election or Amarillo in bad weather. Plus, if you go to Vermont, everybody drives a Subarus, so they get around in the snow pretty well. But anyway, this is largely a political decision, and we don't want to be making a political decision. But from a logistics standpoint, we have real concerns about this and feel incumbent upon us to express those concerns.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, members? Okay. Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party against House Bill 1214.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party. We're against House Bill 1214 for the reasons that have been stated. Just for the record, what happens under the national party rules for the Democrats is that our delegation gets only cut in half, and members of the Democratic National Committee don't get to attend, so Ms. Thompson and I would not be able to be delegates to our national convention. I just emphasize that this does have, as Mr. Odom just explained, a lot of other pieces to it. We wish that Texas could be early. We agree with all of Mr. Larson's arguments on that, but the devil's in the details and the way the cards are dealt. It's very difficult for us to move this away without some repercussions.
Okay, any questions, members? Thank you. All right, Chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office on House Bill 1214.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, here on House Bill 1214. Harris County is kind of particular right now with a November odd-year election with the city of Houston, fourth largest city in the nation, and they have a runoff election most of the times, and that runoff election is usually mid-December, so that would put this primary overlapping the city of Houston runoff election. Other bills that y'all have heard today, we're encouraging school districts and everybody to move to the November elections, so the runoff elections from the November election would fall mid-December and would be a conflict here. So we're all for Texas being number one and getting the best choice, but we got to look at how we interweave the runoff elections with the primary to make it work. It's the same problem we have in May right now, where we have the primary and then we have a May election, then we have a primary runoff after it. We'd be getting into the same routine here with the November election.
Okay, any questions? Thanks, Ed. All right, we have a lot of folks that signed up against the bill that do not wish to testify, and we didn't have anyone sign up in favor of the bill that did not wish to testify. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak on? We do have an on. You have signed, Eric, not to testify, so can we change that?
Yes. And I
With your permission.
Yes, please
Okay.
change me to testify, because I did want to address some of the issues that were brought up by
Okay.
Representative Schofield.
All right, so the
as
chair
well.
calls Eric Opelia. Eric, I get that wrong every time.
Everyone mispronounces it, misspells it. Don't worry.
It's like a law
You're in
verb,
the
so-
court of everybody.
You
Eric
state-
Opiella.
yeah.
I'm the Associate General Counsel for the Republican Party of Texas. I did want to.
And can you say
When we're
your position?
testifying, we're against the bill.
Okay.
And while we agree wholeheartedly with the intent behind Representative Larson's bill to increase the influence of Texas in the presidential election, getting the same number of votes as American Samoa is not the way to get more presidential candidates to come to Texas. The reality of the party rules is that we go down to 9 votes, which is the same number as American Samoa, as Guam, as the smallest delegations that come to the National Convention get. And to address the questions of Representative Schofield, we have been working for years to try and get this changed. I served on the Credentials Committee at our last National Convention. I can guarantee you that other states who violated the rules had their delegations chopped. I, along with the other states, voted to chop their delegations in order to ensure that the rules were followed. At the same time, we had 2 votes from Texas on the Rules Committee. Our state vice chairman at the time...
Madam Chairman?
Representative Schofield.
So 4 states are protected at the expense of 46.
Absolutely.
So that's 46 states worth of representatives who could band together and say, we're outvoting those folks 46-4. Our guys obviously didn't lead the charge on this.
Oh, absolutely.
Nobody else seems... I mean, y'all maybe did a wonderful job of being nice and fighting quietly. That doesn't seem to have worked. Is there any chance of fighting a little less quietly and going around to those states, delegates, and kind of getting some groundswell for this?
Respectfully, Representative Schofield.
You don't have to do all that respectfully. You can go. We've known each other a long time. You can go right at me.
Both of our delegates from Texas spoke very strongly against it, tried to round up delegates from other states. You also have to understand how the logistics of the National Convention rulemaking process works. The chair of the Rules Committee was John Sununu, former White House Chief of Staff for President Bush and former governor of New Hampshire. Okay? You also have to realize that the Midwest states all band together with Iowa so that they can get the influence in the Midwest. The Northeast states band together with New Hampshire and the other states. It is not as easy as you think to round up a coalition of conservatives, much less a coalition of states willing to make sure that we all have an equal share in who our nominee will be. But our former general counsel for the RNC...
So what you're telling me is that working within the RNC and their rulemaking, we're going to get nowhere. So why don't, at that point, the idea of, well, we have to go within their rules seems to be out the window. It seems to me what you're saying is if we play by their rules, we're going to get run over. And I've seen lots of time where the big kid on the playground runs over the little kid. I've seen very few where the little kid runs over the big kid, and yet we're getting run over.
We are getting run over, but at the same time, we are one of 50 states and additional territories who have votes.
But we were also
the reality is
27 million people who are getting no say in who the President of the United States is. And we had a fortunate accident in 2008 where the Democrat primary lasted long enough that we had a real say here. And for my Democrat friends, I hope you all enjoyed that because we may never see it again. Why would we, who represent 27 million people, stand here and let them have no say in who's going to be the most powerful person on the planet when we have the option of fighting?
And we are not. First of all, by passing this bill, we are standing down and letting them run over us. Let me tell you why. It's because no one will come to Texas to campaign when we only have 9 votes. We're just as important to have someone go.
But we have no votes now. We have 0 because by the time the vote is cast, it's long since been decided who the nominee is going to be.
And in this 2016 cycle, that is woefully incorrect. We are the 5th state, and we are the largest state. We contain more votes than the rest of the states that go before us in the presidential primary. The presidential primary is not over until the Texas primary on March 1st, which is the earliest absolute date that we can hold a primary and still maintain our entire 155-seat delegation.
Eric, are we the only state on that day, on that primary day, or are there other states?
We are not. We are not.
How many other states are there?
And it changes because everyone is jockeying for positions, but this is the absolute, no one can go in front of us.
What will it be in 2016, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head right now.
10 maybe?
A handful of states are on this Super Tuesday, which we've had for a number of years.
Eric, can I ask you something about the schedule? It's been said that we go 5th, and it's been said a lot. But my understanding is you have Iowa caucuses are first, right? New Hampshire is January 26th. Tuesday, February 22nd is the Colorado caucuses, the Minnesota caucuses, New York and Utah. February 13th is South Carolina. February 16th is North Carolina. February 23rd is Nevada. March 1st are the Colorado caucuses, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, and then I'm counting more than 5. And my public school education may not have left me all that great at math, but I can count past 5. So what am I getting wrong here?
Well, I'm going to read to you from the rules of the Republican Party, which set forth what states can go before Texas. And if you'll give me a second, because I didn't have the dates that you have in front of me, and part of those are also caucuses. Those are not necessarily binding the delegates. In our state, we bind those delegates by primary. In the party rules, the primary binds the delegates. Okay. In caucuses, in some of these states, it's just a beauty contest. While they might have a caucus, it is not something that actually binds those delegates. And Colorado is not one of those states that is allowed to go before Texas. And if you give me just one moment, I will find those states.
This will be the first election that Texas has been bumped up to a higher position, correct?
Because of the logistics of how the calendar works this year, we have the opportunity to be the first state, and we chose to be the first state by our primary schedule. We didn't make any changes to either party rules or the state law in order to be it, but in the 2016 cycle, we are the earliest possible day because the first Tuesday happens to be the first day of the month. I'll get you that information.
Yeah, I was going to say, you want to go ahead and get
Thanks.
him that. All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members?
But the point I did want to make is we have been fighting for years on this issue. All three of our national committee, our committee man, committee woman, and our state chairman, our former state chairman, our current state chairman, we have all been working to try to increase our say in this process. In fact, at the last State Republican Executive Committee meeting, we passed a rule change to ensure that in the event something like this happened, we would not have to lose those delegates through a rule change that we made.
It just seems to me that,
Rep. Schofield.
particularly in our party, the Republican Party needs Texas a lot more than Texas needs the Republican Party. And if they're going to freeze us out, they're going to lose the state that keeps them with any shot at all of getting the White House. We ought to be using that leverage. When Texans fight, they fight a lot noisier than what I'm hearing.
Well, I've been in the trenches. I've been on the committees at the National Convention. We've been fighting. We've been loud. The problem is we get outvoted. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, Representative Schofield. I wholeheartedly, and I know that the
Eric,
State
I know full well
Republican
you know how to
Executive
get grassroots up, you know how to get media up. There's a lot of ways we can make noise and put pressure on, rather than going into their room on their terms and whispering quietly into their microphone. We can put up a fight when we want to. We know how.
And that decision was made at our last national convention. I mean, the bottom line here is I want to work with you, and I know that our state chairman wants to work with you and Representative Larson to gin that up at our next national convention, so that we can work to get this rule changed.
Okay.
The answer is not, unfortunately, to go down to 9 delegates and have absolutely no say in our presidential race, and that's what unfortunately is going.
I think we already have no say.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1214? And hearing none, then the chair recognizes Representative Larson to close.
Yeah, to answer some of the questions, Georgia, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Vermont, and Virginia will be held on the same date as the Texas primary this year. So the candidates will be spread all over the country. They're not going to be focused on Texas like they are in Iowa right now and New Hampshire right now. The issue is you have an 8-month dialogue with the candidates if you're first or you're second. They move into South Carolina. You watch it in the fall. It's happened since 1976. It's consistent. So moving our position slightly forward with 7 other states does not put ourselves in a position of relevancy. We're still not going to be relevant. The decision will be made before they leave Nevada. The number of candidates will pare down. The viable candidates be one probably from each party, the way it's been since I started voting. And so idealism knows no barriers. And if we want to fix this, we make some decisions that'll be bold to move our state into a position where the RNC can't make a decision because somebody from New Hampshire and South Carolina in a meeting in a remote location up in the D.C. area with the RNC folks, and our delegates are there. They make this decision. We're getting homered, and we continue to accept it. We can say, okay, why don't we alternate the position? Texas comes forward in 2020 or 2024. Why do we always have those 4 states in front of the largest red state in the country? I don't accept it. And I think that we can, as a legislative body, make a decision. What happened to Florida? They became relevant because people started going down there and having a discussion. They were not preoccupied with delegates. The discussion about everything that was going on in the Cuban issue and a number of other issues that were percolating to the surface, they were being discussed. none of our issues will be discussed. And I think shame on all of us for accepting what the party has given us. And with that, I'll close.
Thank you, Representative Larson, very much. And with that, Chair leaves House Bill 1214 pending. And so now the Chair lays out House Bill 1540 and recognizes Chairman Thompson to explain the bill. And I believe there is a committee substitute. Is that correct, Ms. Thompson? Okay, so Representative Phelan lays out the committee substitute, and then the chair calls on Representative Thompson to explain.
Madam Chairperson and members, I want to thank you for
And you're
letting me...
explaining the substitute to the bill.
I will.
Okay.
Madam Chairperson and members, thank you for letting me present House Bill 1540 and the substitute. Last November, there were about 30,000 Texans who voted by mail, and the vast majority of those was our seniors and disabled voters. And our state policy has been to make mail balloting as convenient as possible. And the move to annual mail ballots applications last session has been largely successful. This bill allows every voter who has an annual ballot to simply send a renewal form developed by the early voting clerk or the Secretary of State. The bill assures that the voter is reapplying every cycle with an original signature. The ballot materials are sent with the final ballot during the November general election every 2 years. If the voter wishes to receive ballots for the next cycle, they simply sign the application and put it in the carrier of the ballot envelope with that final ballot. The ballot board will simply turn these renewals over to the early voting clerk for processing for the next cycle. This bill streamlined the process for the voters, since it's not a separate renewal process but a part of the balloting process. The only cost would be a small postcard enclosure, since the postage, which is the biggest cost for the renewal, is already covered by the balloting material process. The difference between the bill as filed and the committee substitute is that the renewal of the ballot is for the next election cycle, which would be a 2-year period.
So the renewal would be for a 2-year period?
Yes, instead of a 1-year period.
Inside the ballot?
Yes, it is dropping inside the ballot, and it has the original signature of the person who's applying. So we know that's the person who's actually asking for the ballot to be mailed back to them,
Okay.
to be on the mail ballot list.
Okay, members, are there any questions?
Yes.
Oh, Representative Fallon.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Thompson, so just to clarify, the people that are qualified for voter by mail are persons 65 and over and disabled. Is that correct, or is there more?
It is.
Is that the only two categories?
Yes, sir. And if they and according to this bill, the committee substitute, if they want to be able to be sent another mail ballot, when they get that little application in to mail it for the next cycle, they have to give an original signature on that to let the Secretary of State or the voting clerk know that they are wanting to be on for the next election cycle, which is a 2-year cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, and you can close.
Thank you,
Reserve the
Madam
right to close.
Chairperson. May I reserve the right to close,
Yes,
please?
you may.
Thank you.
Chair calls Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee on the bill, on House Bill 1540.
Madam Chairman, Alan Vera, Chairman of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, signed up to testify on the bill. I reserve the right to change my opinion because of the committee substitute just made. I will not embarrass you, Madam Chairwoman, by mentioning your birthday, except to tell you that we share the same birthday, so congratulations. My committee agrees with the spirit of the bill. We were concerned that by making the mail ballot renewal application for the following year part of the already confusing mail ballot submission, we might create more confusion among elderly voters and among the early election ballot boards. We've already got problems there. Having heard the committee substitute of a 2-year renewal period, I have to change on behalf of my committee our position to being against the bill.
Okay, so Alan, you are ready.
We are now against the bill. Yes, ma'am. The reason is that we believe that the mail ballot process and all of our voting rolls should be vetted regularly. The annual vetting and the annual renewal is fine for us because we get to vet the voters and signatures every year. Doubling it up concerns us. We would defer to the experts in the county clerk's office and elections administrative office on how to best avoid the confusion of the packages, but we would recommend that you go back to the one-year renewal, in which case we could support the bill. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, members? Representative Schofield.
And I apologize. I only have the-
I'm sorry, Representative Schofield. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Golden as president.
I only have the first page of the committee sub, so I'm kind of at a disadvantage. But my understanding is that the way the bill works is with the general election, the one people are most likely to vote in, they get their renewal for whatever the period is. Now, the committee sub is 2 years. You're saying, and I think that's how the bill works, if you're saying if they do that, they send with the general election, you go to vote, the main election you're likely to vote in, you're saying if the renewal's for 1 year, you'd be okay.
We'd be okay, our concern being to make sure that we avoid confusion with so many pieces of paper.
So all the rest of the way it works, you're good?
We'd be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair calls up John Oldman with the Texas Association of Election Administrators in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John Oldham, President, TAEA, speaking in favor of House Bill 1540. Representative Thompson, we want to thank you for what we think is a generally good bill. We have one concern, though, in one area that we would like to see some tweaking of this. It's our understanding that under this bill, that if an early voting ballot board rejects a ballot, they do so normally without opening it, and that's the way it works nearly everywhere. The idea is if the prima facie evidence for accepting it isn't there, it should be rejected without anybody looking at it, so that ballot board won't be influenced by how the person voted. This bill would provide for those envelopes to be opened to ensure that there's no application inside, and that's where our concern lies. That if, let's say we have an election in the city of Fulshire in Fort Bend County, and it's a one-vote election, but the early voting ballot board rejected 2 ballots from Fulshire, and they would have changed the outcome of that election. And now everybody will know that because people are being people. That will open the door to litigation that will cost a lot of people a lot of money and a lot of energy. We would like to see that we're okay with opening this, but we would like to see it after the fact, that after maybe 30 days, maybe 15 days after canvassing, after that election is completed, before those ballots are open, so we don't open the door to a plethora of lawyers coming in trying to say, well, you should have counted this, let's overrule the early vote, let's get a court to overrule the vote on the action of the early voting ballot board.
Okay, any questions, members? Representative Fowle, did you have a question? No.
I did not.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. All right, Chair calls Glenn Maxey, Texas Democrat Party, in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in favor of House Bill 1540. In the 2014 cycle, the Democratic Party of Texas sent out over 700,000 vote-by-mail applications to seniors. I was told by the Republican Party that they sent over 1.2 million applications. This bill, by taking all of the 300,000 people who are already voting by mail and simply giving them a way to renew in a very efficient way, will save the two parties somewhere around $750,000 of getting, well, not that much. I did my math wrong. Of the 300,000,
I'm glad I don't have your consultant.
Yes, exactly. We believe this is very efficient. It helps seniors actually process that. The Democratic and Republican parties will figure out who, in the next election cycle, who voted by mail, and we will not continue to bombard them with more applications. So we think this is a great bill that Ms. Thompson's brought forward.
Any questions, members? All right, thank you. Chair calls Robin Chandler with Disability Rights of Texas on House Bill 1540.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Robin Chandler. I'm a policy specialist for Disability Rights Texas, here to testify on House Bill 1540. Disability Rights Texas is the federally mandated statewide protection advocacy system for people with disabilities. As the state P&A, it is our duty to ensure that the rights of Texans with disabilities are upheld and protected. We feel that the annual ballot by mail program was a helpful change for people with disabilities, not having to remember to apply to vote for mail for every election held in the course of a year took several steps out of the vote by mail process. For people who have cognitive disabilities and have trouble remembering dates and high timelines, this was of particular value. Also, people that need to find someone to assist them in filling out forms. The proposal to include the application to vote by mail with the November ballot is, we believe, to be a simple yet effective bridge between the calendar years. It would help make ABVM an even more seamless process and increase the likelihood of ongoing participation, is the most important to us, in the electoral process by individuals with disabilities or who are over 65 that vote by mail. And that's all I got. Any questions?
Okay. Any members? Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Dana DeBeauvoir, I'm going to get it by the end of this session, Legislative Committee of County and District Clerks on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Dana DeBeauvoir, Travis County Clerk, speaking on the substitute for House Bill 1540, Sinfronia Thompson. Let me just add a couple of quick things. County clerks are comfortable with the 2-year time frame. We think we can make that work just fine. Where we ran into an issue with the bill was, as John Oldham had mentioned earlier, including an application for somebody who is participating in the November election, so you get a little bit of a head start on the following year. Asking for a ballot by mail is all fine. That will all work just fine. The problem that we ran into is, what if they've submitted back their ballot by mail and it gets rejected? It's rejected typically because they probably didn't sign across the flap. That's probably the most common reason. Now, if a person makes a mistake on the outside of the envelope, it's also likely that they've made mistakes on the inside of the envelope as well. And that would include not putting their ballot inside the pink privacy envelope. And as John described to you, once you open that envelope and look at it, you've got a live ballot right there. And if you're opening up every single one of your rejected envelopes, we've created a whole new world, because in the past we've never ever opened rejected envelopes. So county clerks have been working with.
What do they do with the rejected?
Nothing.
Do they destroy them?
After 22 months.
22 months.
Yeah, then can. So what we had offered Representative Thompson's office, we've been working with her to try to fix this part of it, because this really does change the world. We've always had privacy for those ballots that are in there. What we would suggest is one of two things. John's idea about let's open it later after the protest period has elapsed, that will work well. The other thing is to include a notice after the fact for if their ballot has been rejected, send out a notice to those folks saying your ballot has been rejected. If you were asking for a ballot by mail, or if you included a ballot by mail application, please resubmit. I mean, I think there are a couple of different ways to go so that we do not get into this new world of opening up and revealing how people voted.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Representative Schofield.
Would it be prohibitively expensive to include like a small envelope or something where they can send back, you send it to them with their ballot, but they send it back separately so you don't have the problem of it being inside the, could it be a postcard? Is there a way to do it I won't say inexpensively, but not, I mean, you're already spending some money if you're going to mail them back a thing saying.
A notice, right.
Is there some kind of way that you could send them back, that they can send it back in a way that isn't too burdensome on the county, but allows them to not have to put it in their regular ballot envelope?
Yes, But if you've got a voter who's making a mistake on the ballot, they're likely to make a mistake with that too. The by mail is really archaic and it's really difficult. It's not a friendly way to vote. And by the way, Representative Fallon, you had asked how many categories of people can vote by mail. There are 4 categories: over 65, incarcerated but not yet convicted, disabled, and outside the county for the entire early voting and election day voting period.
I did notice that you were shaking your head back then, so thank you for the clarification.
Okay. I think anything can be done like that, but it's not going to be foolproof. And if you're already dealing with somebody who's going to make a mistake, splitting it out like that probably isn't going to help.
In answer to the question you just answered, only the 2 categories, the disabled folks and folks over 65, can re-up annually, right? If you're voting because you're going to be out of...
That's true.
You can't check the box and get the... So really, the bill really is talking about just those 2 categories of folks.
I guess you wouldn't include incarcerated in that category either, so you really have broken it down to just those 2 of the 4 categories. But there are 4. I'm available for questions. And thank you again to Representative Thompson's office for working with us to try to figure out how can we not reveal how people voted and still get them that application and the 2-year time period.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. We also have Secretary of State here, Ashley Fisher and Keith Ingram, on if y'all have any questions for them. And we have several people who have registered not to testify, both for and against House Bill 1540. So, is there anyone who wishes to testify publicly for or against or on House Bill 1540? And seeing none, Chair recognizes Chair Thompson to close.
Madam Chairperson and members, thank you so much for letting me bring this excellent bill before this committee. I am working with this group to see how we can best address the issue so that we make sure that after the election is completely over with, the canvassing has taken place, and then the envelopes can, in fact, be open at that time, so it will not make a difference in the outcome of the election. The only thing that we'd be interested in is whether or not that they have placed that little form in that ballot envelope to be registered for the 2-year cycle. With that, I close, and I thank you so kindly. If you want to vote it out tonight, I'd appreciate it.
I was going to suggest we do that.
Pardon me?
I was going to suggest we do that.
Okay, you want to put gambling casino on here too?
I'll talk to the chair.
Okay. The chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 1540, and we will leave it pending at this time. So the chair lays out House Bill 3110 and recognizes Representative Rodriguez to explain your bill. Do you have a substitute? 3110?
I don't believe I have a substitute.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
No.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have these 2 bills back to back, and in honor of your special day, they're short and sweet and ready to go to local and consent calendar today, if you all want to do that. Members, this bill, I call it the Candidate Contact Information Bill, seeks to improve the transparency and efficiency of certain ballot information submitted to the Secretary of State. Currently, county chairs are required to list all candidates for office on the Secretary of State website. Because the filing form for candidates only contains space for personal mailing address, the posting ends up making public a candidate's home address in lieu of their campaign address. Beyond the privacy and safety concerns for certain candidates, a home address isn't the ideal way for citizens to reach candidates when there is a campaign address more readily available. Interested parties also assert that some county chairs submit their certified list of candidates by using written submissions on paper. This is costly, cumbersome, and inefficient. If the chair makes an error in spelling a name or omits a candidate entirely, then the ballot may be incorrect. So what does this bill do? This bill 3110 seeks to allow a candidate to give their campaign address, email, and website on their application, and would make the public contact information posted by the county chairs on the Secretary of State website. This bill would also allow the Secretary of State to develop an online process to have the county chairs use the Secretary of State website to post the results of the election, and it further allows the authority pertaining to runoff and general election ballots to use the website as the reliable source of the certified candidates. Because this information is now publicly viewable, an error or omission may be more evident and can be corrected before the ballots are printed. In closing, this bill presents us with an opportunity to pass a good cleanup bill that will reduce ballot errors, improve transparency, and greatly reduce the cost. And with that, I reserve my right to close, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions? All right. Now, this adds to what they can already do. It's not replacing.
That's correct.
Okay.
But yeah, that's correct. But one of the main features is having their campaign, the campaign address versus the home address be the one of record.
Right. Okay. No questions, so I'll let you close when we're ready.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Glenn Maxey of the Texas Democrat Party in favor of House Bill 3110.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, registered in favor of 3110, and Mr. Rodriguez explain this totally, so I'll sit down unless there's a question.
All right. Thank you. And we have Secretary of State here, Ashley Fisher and Keith Ingram. If y'all have any questions, they are on the bill. Okay, so we have as many against it as we have for it. So is there anyone else who wishes to testify publicly for, against, or on House Bill 3110? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez to close. Very succinct.
I close.
Okay, thank you. And the chair. The chair the chair will lay House Bill 3110 pending at this time, and the chair lays out House Bill 3117 for consideration and recognizes Representative Rodriguez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 3117 is my local party chair removal bill. Seeks to establish a sound process to replace county and precinct chair vacancies. Currently, precinct and county chairs are either elected by the voters in the primary or are appointed to fill a vacancy by the county executive committee or are appointed by the state party chair when there is no local party in place. My bill does not seek to change this process. However, there is nothing in statute that allows for a replacement of a local chair who becomes incapacitated or who simply disappears and has not submitted a letter of resignation. For example, in 2014, a chair became permanently incapacitated, medically. Because the chair was the sole name on the party's primary fund, bills could not be paid. The chair could neither continue the job nor resign from his position. The county party's legally required actions for conduct of the primary were impossible to do. Take the candidate filings, for example, taking candidate filings, contract for running primaries, and etc. This bill would remove such a nightmare scenario, which are more common than we'd like to think. This bill would allow state and county chairs the authority to declare county and precinct chair offices respectively vacant so that a new chair may operate the primary. This bill establishes a clear process for removal of local chairs by the relevant executive committee. First, a vote of the state or county executive committee would be required. Then, a certified letter must be sent to the absent chair. If there is no response, the chair may declare a vacancy and proceed to fill it under the process outlined in statute. As a former executive director of a major party in Texas, I certainly preach the frustration of attempting to fill precinct chair vacancies when folks disappear or are no longer able to serve their duties. In closing, this bill presents us with an opportunity to deal with stressful situations in a process that is fair, legal, and transparent. I don't believe, Madam Chair, that this happens very, very often, but in the event that it does, it's important that we have a cleaner process to replace a chair that's absent or incapacitated.
How does it work now? How does it work now?
That's a really good question. That's someone from one of the parties. I bet you can answer that.
Okay.
Right now.
All right.
Because I think you have to go through a process, but it's when you're going through a primary. I did this as the executive director of the Travis County Democratic Party. You you have money coming in from the Secretary of State, and you're taking filing fees and all those things happening, and it's a very narrow window of time that this is happening. So if you have the party chair or precinct chair is incapacitated, of the county, it could really throw things for a loop. So this is just a way to do it more quickly, and try to solve it in a more quick and efficient manner.
All right. And are there any questions, members? And you reserve the right to close.
Reserve the right to close.
Okay. Chair calls Bill Fairbrother of the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association in favor of House Bill 3117. And if you can tell me what the process is now, is there any process?
Okay, Bill Fairbrother in favor, Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association in favor of House Bill 3117. As an aside, I've decided not to testify on a lot of other bills, but I do love his other bill as well. The current known process would be a judicial removal. You'd have to get a district judge to remove a party chair for cause.
Say that again?
Kind of the way you could remove a normal elected official. You'd have to get a district judge to remove a party chair for cause, is our understanding of the only other way. The main thing I want to add to what's already been discussed is this doesn't get into various factions within either political party. I don't like you, and EC wants to remove a chair, or EC wants to remove precinct chairs they may not agree with. This is only removing folks who've basically stopped showing up. And you stop the removal action by replying to the certified letter. That's all we're doing. On my executive committee, there's about 15% of the folks who filed to be precinct chair and never showed up since. Their candidate for governor or whatever race they cared about lost, and they lost interest in being involved, and or maybe their career interest changed or something. They're no longer there. They're a drag on quorum. This allows us to clean up those folks, and as mentioned, if someone becomes incapacitated at the party chair level where key things have to occur, this allows us to, again, the state parties to go ahead and replace them. But it's not forcing anyone out. It's not passing judgment. It's if you abandon and fail to respond to a certified letter, you can be removed and then replaced. And we strongly support this bill.
Okay, any questions, members? Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, Chair calls Glenn Maxey of the Texas Democrat Party in favor of 3117.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in favor of House Bill 3117. We have dealt with this situation often. We're currently dealing with this situation. Our county chair in Frio County, Texas, disappeared right after the primary. She had opened an account. The Secretary of State put $16,000 into that bank account. She's a single signatory on that account. She did not pay any bills. She has moved from the county. Nobody knows where she is. At this point, we have no way to remove her from this position under current law. We could go to court, I suppose, but we don't know right now whether there's still $16,000 in that bank account because she's the sole signatory and the bank can't tell us. Can't tell the local election administrator, can't tell the Secretary of State. This would give us a position. Keep in mind, this person serves until June of 2016. So we'd have no way of removing her in a courthouse where every elected official is a Democrat, and all those people need a person to file with in November. We will not have anybody for them to file with. And it's just a situation that needs a solution.
Okay, any questions, members?
Question?
No. Okay. Yeah, let's see. We have Ashley Fisher and Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State here on the bill. If anybody has any questions. Okay. We have a few folks that have signed up for and against the bill. So, that do not wish to testify. Is there anyone here who wishes to testify publicly for, against, or on House Bill 3117? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez to close.
I close.
Oh, I love it. Okay. And at this time, House Bill 3117 will be left pending. Okay, let me just tell y'all the order so you'll know. Representative Howard, you're going to be next, then Representative Miller, and then Representative Navarra and Keogh. Whoops, I'm sorry, we got a senior member. Sanford, thank you. Faircloth, pardon me, Faircloth. Gosh, okay. I'm just telling y'all the order, so if you want to go back and get something to eat, you can do that. So at this time, yeah, I hate sitting and you don't know when you're going to come up and what's going on, so I'm just trying to let y'all know. Okay, so the chair lays out House Bill 428 and recognizes Representative Howard to explain her bill. Oh, yes.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's see, we got time to eat.
Oh.
I'm joking.
Ouch.
I'm
Okay.
joking.
I appreciate the opportunity to lay out, and I'd actually like to lay out both HB 428 and the HJR 50 at the same time, if I might, please.
The chair lays out House Bill 428 and HJR 50 at this time, and will recognize Representative Howard to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This really is an important measure for me, and I believe it is for many in our state. Actually, the same bill was filed by my colleague, Representative Miller, and he is a joint author, along with Representatives Phelan, Israel, and Stickland, which I appreciate very much. This bill basically allows 17-year-olds to choose who they will vote for when they turn 18 in November, when they are able to vote in November after turning 18, which is really just that simple. Our primary elections determine who will be on the ballot in November's general election. However, not all general election voters are currently able to participate in the candidate selection, as they turn 18 between the date of the primary and the date of the general election. When these new voters cast a ballot in the general election, they must choose between candidates that have been selected by other voters. I actually want to mention Representative Fallon a while ago talked about the American way. It's good to do anything we can to get more people voting. Representative Schofield, you talked about participation is a lot higher when the outcome is not determined before you get a chance to vote. And I think that's really what this is all about. To correct this, House Bill 428 and HJR 50 would allow 17-year-old citizens to vote in a primary, provided that they will be 18 and eligible to vote by the date of the general election. This bill recognizes the primary as an integral part of the general election and ensures that all citizens may fully exercise their right to vote. Under the terms of the bill, only party primaries will be impacted. Voter eligibility for nonpartisan races such as municipal and school bond elections would not be affected. There are, in fact, 13 other states that have successfully implemented a similar measure. And if anyone has a concern about allowing 17-year-olds to vote in any capacity, I urge you to consider the following. 17-year-olds already take on many responsibilities of adulthood, including driving, working, and furthering their future careers by completing their education. Further, the required civics course that all of our high school students must take instructs that students must understand the voter registration process and the criteria for voting in elections. I believe we have another number of youth advocacy groups and constituents here to show their support for the bill, as well as others who were not able to be here in person but have already sent letters of support to your offices. In addition to supporters, we have representatives from the Secretary of State's office here to answer any questions you may have about implementation of the bill. I believe my joint authors and I believe that this is a very important bill to improve the democratic process and engage the next generation of Texans in their government. This gives those who will be newly eligible to vote in November the same opportunity to determine who is on the ballot as every other voter has. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the bill and reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Lillian Adams, representing herself, for the bill. Yes. Okay, for House Bill 428 and HJR 50. So can you please restate on it? For what?
She's on for 428.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yes.
All right, so you're just here to speak on 428. Can you
Yes.
state your name?
Oh, I'm
Who you
Lillian
represent?
Adams. I'm a senior at Westlake High School in Austin, Texas.
And you're representing yourself?
Yes, I'm representing myself in favor of House Bill 428. Starting off, as Howard stated, all seniors or all students do have to complete a government course before they're able to graduate. A lot of students opt to take an AP level course of this, where it's basically a college level course, much as I have done. I talked to my government teacher earlier this morning, and she stated, they do tell you about how to vote and the importance of voting. So this bill is really important because around this time that students are going to be 17 and 18 years old, where this bill could potentially affect them, they're learning about how important it is to vote. This is unique in Texas. Not every single state makes students have to learn about their government and why voting is important. So I think this is a unique bill in Texas because of that. I run my school's Democrats Club, and this is where we see a lot of energized students interested in voting, interested in getting involved in voting, and so there are young people that are interested in having more say in their future. When I brought up this bill, I saw a lot of people interested, wanting to get involved, talking about their parents to it, trying to figure out how they can get involved in this bill. So there is interest. In my club, we have both Republicans and Democrats, so we've seen both of those sides been interested. I've talked to other high school political clubs. They've said that they were interested as well, even going as far to say that they would write testimony in favor of the bill. My friend, though, earlier this year, in November, she turned 18 a couple days before the general elections. Therefore, she was not able to be included in the nomination process. She expressed frustration about this and said that she felt unincluded in the
general election or in the primary election.
Oh, so, yeah, she wasn't able to vote in the primary elections.
Okay.
Yes, but she felt kind of discouraged in voting because she didn't have any say in who she was actually getting to vote for. And that was frustrating to her. She ended up voting, but I feel that other people feel this same frustration and maybe possibly don't want to vote because they don't get this same opportunity to be included. I'm turning 18 in a couple of weeks, so this bill will not be able to affect me in my later life. But my young sister, she's in middle school, and she runs in the same age group that this bill would eventually be able to help her, as well as many other young Texans. And so I am very in favor of this bill because I think that young Texans want to have more say in their future, and that's exactly what this bill will do. Thank you.
Great. Did you get extra credit for this?
No.
You should.
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office against House Bill 428.
I tell you, I'm in a tough position here. I mean, what a whack to follow, I tell you. Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, against House Bill 428. Thank you. We in the Harris County Clerk's Office see technical problems with this. We're going to have to make a new class of voter here to be able to administrate the election. Let's just say you have a July birth date. Which would enable you to vote in November, but you wouldn't be able to vote for the March primaries or the May runoff election. The problem will be is that you will be eligible, of course, if the bill passes, to vote in the March primary. And we will get, hopefully some 17-year-olds fired up to go vote. And then they're going to turn around and have your May city elections and everything, and you've got this person all fired up, and they're going to go to the poll for the May city election and be told, well, no, you can't vote now. And there will have to be a lot of explaining and education that goes on there, but then you tell them, but you can come back a week later to vote in the primary runoff there, and then after another 2 weeks after that, they will come back for their city or school runoff and be told, well, no, I'm sorry, you can't vote again. So it'll be very confusing to the voter, we feel, to do this. Plus, the May elections and the May primary elections, technically how this will hurt the clerk's office, ballot by mail program overlap. So we would be sending someone a ballot for one election, but they're not entitled to vote in the other election that's going on at the same time period. So we'll have to make a new classification of voter in order to implement this, which will be reprogramming of all of our software to do this. I have a younger daughter who her birthday was in May, wasn't able to vote in the March primary election, she was looking forward to going to vote. But there are other ways that you can encourage young people to participate. She actually became a poll worker at the age of 16 in your high schools. You can go and work in a poll. She had great, great advantage seeing this, seeing people participate in the program, learning what you had to do to go and vote, and learned a lot from it. There are all kind of political organizations in schools and things like that you can encourage people when they do turn 18 that they can participate and how to participate.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Harrison Jones, representing himself, for House Bill 428.
Hello, I'm Harrison Jones, representing myself on here to testify on House Bill 428.
You're in favor. You're in favor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm a 16-year-old sophomore at St. Stephen's Episcopal School with a birthday in May, so this would affect me. And I have been voted on as a member of our student government this year as well as my freshman year. I am a member of the Young Republicans Club and participate as the head delegate of the United States at our Model UN. I believe those who are 17 yet will turn 18 before the general elections should be included, as they are among the most politically excited members of our community. And actively learning about the political process in my classes, student government, and Model UN has given me the ability to become informed, an informed voter, and House Bill 428 would give me the ability to exercise my knowledge. I've recently gotten a job over the summer, and I believe I shall learn a lot about personal responsibility, and then would like the opportunity to extend this responsibility into the voting process. I am here not only to speak for myself, but to speak for the entire St. Stephen's community and urge you to vote yes for House Bill 428. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions, members? No. That's okay. Thank you. Okay. Chair calls John Oldham with the Texas Association of Election Administrators on House Bill 428.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John Oldham, President TAEA, speaking on House Bill 428. There's a variety of opinions among those of us who administer elections, whether this is good, bad, or makes no difference. Certainly we're in favor of inclusion of as many people in the process. I remember my own frustration when I was this age, and actually I didn't get to vote until I was 21. Because the voting age hadn't been lowered to 18. There are a number of states who already allow this, and I'm familiar with several of them. None of them have the unique situation that Texas does, having a primary, then having a nonpartisan election, then having a primary runoff, then perhaps having a September 12th election, and then having a general election. Our concern that I have to share isn't so much technological, but it is, let's say, more, I'm trying to find the right word, psychological, that having people turn up at the polling place and being told you can't vote will be discouraging. And again, this isn't a huge deal to us, but again, as president of our association, I felt obligated and am obligated to express the concerns of about half our membership over this provision in the bill. I think some of our folks would just as soon see lower they at 17 if we're going to do this, but I know that would fly in the face of many city charters.
All right, questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Mike Sullivan with the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector's Office, who's against the bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm Mike Sullivan, Harris County Tax Assessor Collector and Voter Registrar, representing myself and testifying against 428. As the Voter Registrar, I maintain a voter roll in excess of 2 million. For the 2 years that I've been in office, I have set new records for voter registration, clearly evidence that I am an active and engaged registrar. My office works closely with high school principals to educate them about registration of students. We are persistent in increasing awareness that eligible candidates who are 17 years and 10 months of age are eligible to vote and to vote in elections on or after their 18th birthday. This is what students are used to and what they expect. I also point out that I'm a former school board member of Humboldt ISD and have worked closely with students for a number of years. In addition to setting records for a number of registered voters, I've greatly expanded our Deputy Voter Registrar training program. As of December 31st, we had approximately 3,000 VDVRs. Each of these VDVRs goes through mandatory training in person in a session led by my employees. All of these BDVRs are also trained in the 17 years and 10-month requirement. I mention it because if this bill passes, there are unintended consequences that reach far beyond allowing someone to vote in a primary election. Currently, if someone sends me a registration application and they're 17 years and 10 months, we process and then mail out a voter certificate. The logistics of the proposed system become problematic in that a voter could be eligible to vote in a primary but not in a May uniform election or those runoffs. Lastly, to devise a system to register 17-year-olds, which essentially this would do, for primary elections only who would be 18 years of age on election day would be inconceivable. Would all 17-year-olds then be eligible to register? Clearly they would not, so how do we go back into these high schools and try to explain this? How would counties of differing sizes deal with this new procedure? How practical is it? It should also be noted that anyone over the age of 18 who registers between the dates of the primary and the general election also is required to wait until the November general elections. Based on testimony already given this evening, this voter would not be allowed to vote in the primary, nor should they. The current system works and works well. I strongly oppose HB 428. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. The chair now calls Jason Vaughn with Pro-Life Texas for the bill. For House Bill 428 and HJR 50.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jason Vaughn with Pro-Life Texas. I am testifying on behalf of myself and for Pro-Life Texas in favor of HB 468 and 428 and HJR 50. It is quite a pleasure. I have been involved in politics for many years now. Got involved at 16 because I was doing some fundraising for the American Cancer Society, selling some stuff, and a candidate came up to me and said, "You're a great salesman. You want to come work for my campaign?" I had no idea what a Republican or a Democrat was. I realized that I was working for a Democrat on the night of the election because I realized I was the only one there supporting President Bush. I went on to start College Republicans. I've now become a precinct chair, part of Young Republicans, and now run Pro-Life Texas as well. I am here to speak in favor. I've been working here for 12 weeks on this bill. I'm pleased to have met with most of you here, or at least with your staff. Unfortunately, I've not gotten to meet with the chairwoman yet, and I'm disappointed that she's not in here. Hopefully, she'll get to hear this testimony on the recording. What you're receiving are 6 different testimonies. I had several different testimonies. I apologize. I had several people come that were going to come and testify. I asked them not to, and instead to send written testimony, so it would save all of us time. I know one of the biggest concerns is taxes, and I spoke with the chairwoman who said that she personally thinks that you should be paying taxes before you get a chance to vote. I understand that you want some skin in the game. That completely makes sense. But we are at 17-year-olds already have skin in the game, as they have the debt that every time somebody votes, every time something here gets voted on, every time somebody in the White House votes on something, and every time we pass a local bond, those debts are going to be passed on to the next generation. Representative Fallon is from Frisco. They've just passed a $1.2 billion bond last year after interest rates. His great-grandchildren will be paying for that bond. In Louisville, where I live, we passed a bond to pay for 25 years to pay for iPads. Those iPads will last 5 years. So, yes, taxes are important. You should have skin in the game. We do have skin in the game. Young voters have skin in the game, and the next generation from generations on already have skin in the game based on what our policies are and what our debt is across the state. Not only that, they truly have skin in the game because they are laying their lives on the line. 17-year-olds are able to join the military. They are able to fight for our country, but right now they are not able to have a voice in who will send them to war. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really encourage you to support these bills, to give us a true vote. Not only that, those are the general reasons. I'm going to give you some reasons for Republicans here.
All right, quickly, please, Mr.
I
Brown. We have
understand.
10 other people to testify, and
I understand completely, and that's why I had everybody else write the testimony.
Thank you.
You'll have before you past college Republican president, Students for Life representative, Texas Federation of Republican Outreach, Texas Homeschool Coalition, and Young Republicans. Next year, the RPT theme is for the next generation. If we want to fight for the next generation, 13 other states have figured out how to do this, and I believe there's actually more than that if we consider all of them that encourage it in the primaries, because some only Democrats allow it. If they can figure it out, I believe that the state of Texas, that our assessors, our voter registrars are smart enough and wise enough to figure it out. These students also happen to be more pro-life. We lose 12% of students. When the time they enter college, you'll see on the first page, we lose 11.9% that consider themselves pro-life starting college to the end of college. This is a pro-life generation, ladies and gentlemen. Let's involve them. Let's allow our college Republicans and young Republicans to reach out to them. Let's engage them, and let's give them the right to vote in the primary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much, Mr. Vaughn, for your testimony. The chair now calls Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security, who's against the bills HB 428 and HJR 50.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against both HB 428 and HJR 50. This bill effectively creates retroactive voter registration. We refer to this as the Back to the Future bill for voting eligibility. A person who will likely be eligible to vote in the next general election gets to go back in time and vote in another election that occurs before he or she is eligible. It's interesting. It's fun to think about, but it's chaos. We know that a lot can happen between the time a person becomes eligible to register to vote and the date when they can first vote legally. They could be finally convicted of a previously committed felony and become incarcerated and ineligible to vote. This bill lets them vote before they become ineligible to vote. The extra work that you've heard about on our voter registrars and our county clerks is significant and could become highly productive. At the end, this bill carries with it the incredible potential for chaos and needless litigation over elections that are needlessly more complicated because of the change in the rules. Please don't advance HB 428 or HJR 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much, Mr. Vera. The chair now calls Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State's office on the bills, House Bill 428 and HJR 50.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Office, Elections Division, here to testify on House Bill 428 and HJR 50. If y'all have any questions,
I have a quick question. Do you keep data such as how many registered 18-year-olds actually vote? How many registered 19-year-olds actually vote?
We don't. We have a report that we run breaking down voter by age category, and 18 is separated out as a separate category, but we don't know how many of those, how many are registered in that age category. We just know how many voted. I mean, I guess we could do the...
Representative Israel?
So, I was going to ask you, so you know how old they are, right?
Right.
Could we find out, maybe if you could run that 18-year-old report, I think it'd be helpful, if not for this bill, for other things as well.
Sure. I believe we could put those two numbers together. We just, that's not a ready-made report. We'd have to crunch it separately. But
and I would go on up, like I would capture 19 and 19-year-olds as well. I mean, just to know.
Yeah, I think the next category on the report we have is 19 to 29 for turnout, and so we could match that with the number of registered voters to get the percentage of turnout.
That'd be real interesting to know.
Thank you.
And most of the data I'll say is correct. I have a constituent back at home who's on his voter card. His birth date is 1900, his year of birth. So
exactly.
Most of the data
probably about January
is
1st, 1900. Huh?
1900, he came to vote. Is that it? Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, or against, or on House Bill, where are we? 428 and HJR 50. The chair recognizes Representative Howard to close on House Bill 428 and HJR 50.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We did get some information from the Secretary of State's office. Thank you very much for being here as well, to indicate that 0.3% of the 18-year-olds vote, and they represent 1.5% of the population, although that doesn't mean how many are registered to vote. But that's the information that I have. I'd also like to indicate that in terms of the other states, I can't tell you what all the states do. I do know that my office spoke with Indiana's Secretary of State's office, and that though they don't have necessarily municipal elections in between the primary and the general, they do have special elections, and that they have been doing this since 1995, and that they feel like it's been an extremely easy process for them to have implemented. They don't have any problems with it. They highly recommend it. So I understand that there are issues that we've heard about today. I don't particularly believe that these are issues that are insurmountable. It may be difficult to do some things, but obviously they're doing it in other states. There's no reason why Texas shouldn't be able to do this. This is really about whether or not we want to address the technical and logistical difficulties to allow these 17-year-olds who will be eligible to vote in November to have some say in the candidates that they will be casting their vote for, just like every other person that comes in to vote in November has had the opportunity to do. So that's really, it's just as simple as that. I appreciate your consideration of this, and if there's no other questions, I would close.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Any other questions, members? Great. Thank you very much, Representative Howard. House Bill 428 and HJR 50 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 2028 for consideration and recognizes Representative Miller to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. It is this evening, right?
It is this evening still, and I know Chairwoman Luttenberg would love to get out and go celebrate her birthday as soon as possible.
Well, that's right. So we'll keep this really quick. This is easy. Last session, I passed a bill. I won't give you the number because it caused me a lot of grief, but which allowed voters 65 and older and those who are disabled to make one application to vote by mail each year and have that application apply to all elections conducted in that calendar year. It's a great bill, but we had a drafting error that would cause some difficulties. The intent of legislation was to help seniors and disabled so they would not have to apply for ballots multiple times a year to vote by mail. The drafting error, if a person has applied for ballots by mail, shows up to vote in person, they will automatically cancel any future ballots by mail. So that's the part that we're fixing with this. HB 2028 will clarify the election code and allow that a voter with an annual ballot by mail application on file with the early voting clerk can cancel a mail-in ballot for a single election without canceling the application for subsequent elections. So there's no fiscal note, obviously. I believe there are a few witnesses who may want to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Great. Any questions, members? All right. Thank you very much. We'll reserve the right to close. The chair calls John Oldham with the Texas Association of Election Administrators for House Bill 2028.
Thank you, sir. John Oldham, President TAEA, speaking in support of House Bill 2028. I remember speaking to Rick Miller about this problem, and I remember his words. He said, "That wasn't my intent." So he stepped up. He provides a fix. We support it. Any questions?
Great. Any questions, members? Nope. Thank you very much. The chair calls Bill Sargent with the Galveston County Clerk, who's for House Bill 2028.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections from Galveston County, speaking in favor of HB 2028. This legislation is a great companion to the one we've heard testimony on earlier by Greg Bonin, which is House Bill 1927. One of the problems we have here is if a person has an annual ballot by mail, and for some reason the post office doesn't deliver that ballot to them, it gets lost in the mail. You've heard that before, right? Well, what do? The person comes to the polling location and gets and basically gets their ballot canceled, their application canceled, when just because it wasn't delivered this time. So what we want to do is what Mr. Miller is suggesting, which is to give them the option of saying, no, I want to cancel it for this election because I didn't get my ballot this time, but I want to continue to get the rest of them. Yeah, it would require a change to a number of forms, but the Secretary of State is up to that and can handle that, I'm sure. and we are very much in favor of the bill.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office for House Bill 2028.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying for House Bill 2028. The problem that we saw with this is someone can apply for the March primary with an application, annual ballot application. Then you have the May election immediately after the March primary. That, is their local school board election or something like that. Not sure where to send in the application for a ballot by mail or how to do that. So they go in person to their school board election and vote. And then by going in person, that cancels their ballot for the upcoming primary runoff and the November election, which that was not their intent. So this hopefully fixes that problem.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. The chair calls Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office on House Bill 2028.
Hi, Ashley Fisher, Secretary of State's office, here to testify on House Bill 2028.
Any questions,
Anybody
members?
has questions?
No questions. Thank you very much for being
guys.
here. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2028? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Miller to close on House Bill 2028.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unless there are questions, I will close and ask you to vote positively for this and send it to local and consent.
Thank you very much. House Bill 2028 will be left pending at this time. The chair now lays out House Bill 2163 for consideration. Recognize Representative Miller to explain the bill.
All right. I believe we provided a substitute, but not all the members of the committee have received it, and so we won't really talk too much about that. I believe the clerk. Okay. So anyway, the substitute just simply adds the language contained in the original bill and as filed to a second section election code, combining both those sections of the code, making it the same. Excuse me. Interested parties believe that state law should allow the comparison of multiple signatures of a voter who completes an early ballot by mail application, including certain previous records of signatures, to confirm the voter's identity as an extra measure of security to prevent voter fraud. 2163 seeks to provide for this security measure. This bill will allow a board to compare signatures on a voting ballot with those on file with the general custodian of election records to determine if the signatures are of the same person. The signatures to be used must be of the voter within the preceding 6 years. If for some reason other signatures are needed, signatures made before the preceding 6 years can be used, but only to confirm the signature, but they may not be used to determine that the signatures are not of the same person. And that's the part we're clearing up here. Part of that's already in statute, and part of it we're adding. There's no fiscal note. I believe there's some witnesses on this, and reserve the right to close.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Oh, thank you. The chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office, speaking for House Bill 2163.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, speaking for House Bill 2163. I have a couple of handouts here, examples of what we're talking about. So what we're doing here is the ballot board is the party that compares the signatures, and the current process is they get an application from the candidate for a ballot by mail, and then a ballot is sent in that the voter also signs. The ballot board compares the signature on the application to the signature on the ballot. Then in current law also they can take and look at the voter registration card if there's some question between those two to determine if this is the same voter and accept it. If the determination is made by looking at the voter registration card that it is not the same person, they cannot throw the ballot out. Right here we have some examples. This first one right here, this is the signature that was on the ballot over here, and you can see on the other side is the signature on the voter registration card. This ballot was counted, although it's clearly not the same signature because it matched the application. And this can happen by people that are, I guess, taking abuse of the system. You can have someone apply to vote for somebody, mail the ballot to another location and actually vote the ballot to where the application and the ballot have the same signatures on it, but neither one of them are the voters. And when we find stuff like this, the ballot board cannot throw the ballots out because of being fraud, because the application and the ballot matched, but neither one of them matched the voter registration card or any other signatures that we have on file. So this gives us the ability, if the signatures don't match, to have the ballot removed.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The chair calls Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office on the bill.
Hello, Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office, here to testify on House Bill 2163.
Great. Any questions, members? Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify for or against or on House Bill 2163? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Miller to close on House Bill 2163.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a 6-year period here going back to verify. If you go beyond that, then that signature may not be used to determine that's not the same person. So anyway, with that, I'll answer any questions or
Right.
I'll close.
Thank you very much. House Bill 2163 will be left pending at this time.
And
Thank
I
you
would
very
request
much.
local consent as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The chair lays out House Bill 535 for consideration, recognizes Representative Navarez to explain the bill. If you can, with a straight
Chairman Goldman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us a hearing on this. I've got a committee substitute for House Bill 535. And what the bill does is seeks to allow federally recognized tribes, and just so you know, the only difference between...
Hold on, Representative Navarez. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a substitute. Let me lay that out.
Yes.
Representative Israel offers a committee substitute to House Bill 535, and the chair calls Representative Navarez to explain the committee substitute for House Bill 535.
The only difference between the committee substitute and the bill initially filed is that this bill only allows for voter ID cards or tribal ID cards from federally recognized tribes. And in Texas, we only have 3. The Alabama Coushatta, which are based in Polk County, the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas in Maverick County, and the Isleta del Sur Pueblo of Texas, also known as the Tiguas, in El Paso County. And what this bill seeks to allow to happen is for these tribes that issue their own federally recognized ID to be allowed for voting. Currently in the state of Texas, we allow a driver's license and also a concealed handgun license to be used in voting. The U.S. Transportation Security Administration allows the use of tribal photo IDs to board airplanes. What the U.S. Transportation Security Administration does not allow is for a concealed handgun permit to board an airplane. So we're using an ID, or we're asking for an ID to be used that the federal government allows folks to board airplanes. And it seems inconsistent with the purpose of voter ID to not allow a federally recognized tribe to use their ID. The tribes have extensive application processes, and we have a witness to testify about that. Verification of identity. And the reason for that is becoming a member of the tribe is a very significant event. And being allowed to avail yourself of tribal resources is very significant. So in order for you to obtain this ID, you have to pass through a lot more scrutiny than you and I would pass through to get a Texas ID, a driver's license. And currently there's 11 other states, and I won't go through the laundry list of them, that allow tribal ID for voting. And what we're asking for is for Texas to join those states. Just recently we passed a bill out, in fact today on the House floor, regarding the open carry of weapons. And one of the things that we're allowing in the bill is for reciprocity with other states. In other words, the permitting process. And so I don't see this process as any different in terms of what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to allow some comity between the states and allow folks that are residents of the state to use their IDs. And with that, I'll yield to any questions.
All right, any questions, members? All right.
I reserve the right to close.
Very good. Thank you very much. The chair calls Alan Barrett with the Harris County Republican Party, ballot security, against House Bill 535.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 535. Set your clocks back 4 years ago, this month, 2011, I was here in front of this committee testifying in favor of the photo voter ID bill. A key part of the support for that bill were the assurances that the systems and infrastructure in place to help ensure that photo IDs issued would be issued to the actual person presenting himself. Your predecessors in this committee made sure the issuing authorities did a reasonably good job of verifying identity before giving a card. More importantly, they assured themselves of consistency. DPS follows the same procedures in every office before issuing a driver's license or a voting ID card. The federal government follows the same process every time when issuing a passport. What's not been done here, and I have to say with Mescalero blood in me, I mean no disrespect for the tribal authorities mentioned in this bill. To the best of my knowledge, this committee has not vetted the processes and procedures by which these authorities verify identity before giving cards, nor has this committee had time to ensure the consistency across the 3 tribes involved in following the same procedures. Photo voter ID is one of the most serious changes to election laws in recent years. The value of the process depends on the reliability of the issuing authority. Unless this committee has had the time for thorough due diligence of the tribal ID processes, it may be premature to advance this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. The chair calls Christopher Gomez with the Yselta del Sur Pueblo. Sorry if I butchered that. For House Bill 535. I'm sure you'll correct me.
Good evening, honorable members. My name is Christopher Gomez. I serve as the Lieutenant Governor for the Isla del Sur Pueblo, and I am here today to testify in favor of House Bill 535, which would allow members of my tribe as well as the other federally recognized tribes in the state of Texas the ability to use our enrollment card as a valid form of identification at the election, at election polls. Our tribe does have very stringent requirements for enrolling and becoming a citizen. I know the word member gets thrown around here loosely. It's not a club. It's actually the oldest settlement in the state of Texas. And as such, our enrollment criteria goes much further beyond getting a driver's license or any other form of identification. Not only do you have to provide your birth certificate, your social security card, but you also have to provide proof of your ancestry that you come from. Our tribe is based on lineal descent, so we have to show that we are lineal descendants from somebody that is on our base roll. Our identifications, all federally recognized Indian tribes have to have the same stringent identifications. It was passed a while back. That's why we are allowed to get on an airplane using this identification card. We do issue them. There is a five-year term on ours where we have to go and get it updated every 5 years in order for it to remain valid. We use them at our elections, for our community meetings. There are members of our tribe that they are very traditional in their way of life and in their beliefs, and it is the only form of identification that they have. So it allows them to take part in the political process. Also, I'd like to point out that right now we are going through negotiations to get our cards recognized by U.S. Customs and Border Patrols, where we'd be able to use those in lieu of a passport to leave and enter the United States of America. So with that being said, I'd like to open it up to any questions regarding our ID process.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Yes, Representative Israel.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Gomez. How would you describe the age composition of the tribe? And I don't want to make any assumptions, but I'm assuming you have a mix of age within the tribe?
Yes, so we do have about, right now, in my tribe, I can't speak for the other 2 tribes in the state of Texas, there are about 3,100 enrolled citizens for our tribe, and the ages, it's like any other age pyramid that you would see in any other community. You have a majority of the concentration in the middle age categories, with the youth coming up and elders dying off and everything like that. So
when someone gets a card, they have to present themselves to you personally. You know who they are.
Personally have to go into the enrollment office and as a matter of fact, we have a committee that handles enrollment disputes, because I mean there are enrollment disputes, but the burden of proof lies on that individual to prove that they do have the required enrollment criteria to become an enrolled citizen of our tribe.
So you mentioned they give you not only ancestry, which I would imagine is the most important reason for having a tribal card, social security number, date of birth.
Date of birth is correct, and also in certain cases there is a DNA test required. If certain ancestry isn't available on birth certificates.
And their address.
Their address is part of the enrollment criteria. As a matter of fact, we collect a lot of data, and it's for our tribal government's use to monitor how all our programs are doing, our education. So there is like a 6-page survey that goes along with it, and it's mainly to collect socioeconomic data as well. So we have whole families come that enroll at one time.
How about, is there a document that they sign, or do they sign the ID itself?
Yes, there is a document that they sign, and the signature is available on the identification card as well.
How else you mentioned travel. How else do members of the tribe use the ID card?
Mainly to gain access to our clinic that we have on the reservation would be the primary use that we use for that card. Also for tribal elections, that card is used with the enrollment number to get in and to track who's coming into tribal elections. It's utilized for as part of education for our scholarship program, like that is verified that they have an active card and everything. So, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is under the United States Department of the Interior, also utilizes federally recognized enrollment cards for criteria for programs that they have, such as the Section 184 Home Loan Program.
Oh, and also one last question. I'm very familiar with your area. I went to school there, and I know that mass transit is heavily utilized there on that corridor. So I would imagine some of your members don't have a driver's license. They rely on transit to get around.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Representative Phelan, did you have questions? No. Any other questions, members? No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming all this way to testify. The chair now calls Bill Sargent on behalf of himself, who's testifying against House Bill 535.
You going to say no to the Indians?
Not yet.
They're not Indians, they're Native Americans. I'm Bill Sargent, testifying on behalf of myself in opposition to HB 535. Responding to your comment, ma'am, we've treated American Indians atrociously our predecessors have, and I am deeply sorry about that. But I'm looking at it more from a standpoint of how do we administer this and how do we make sure we keep voter integrity. Right now we have two kinds of we put the category of IDs in the two categories. One, state issued, two, federally issued. I would like to stay with that. I know in our county, Keith, we've had a number of times when the DPS and the Secretary of State's office has come into our county and brought the mobile van in and set up for us to have the free election ID, rather than breaking the pattern of either a state issued ID or a federal issued ID. I would encourage Secretary of State's office and the DPS to get into those reservations and to set up that same kind of a mobile voting situation, where not a mobile voting, but a mobile ID situation, where I want every one of those people to vote, and I want every one of those votes to count. It's important that happen. But rather than breaking that mold of state or federal issued IDs, bring the DPS into those locations and set up times when they can actually get their ID and get an ID that's issued by the state.
Any questions, members? Ms. Israel?
12 other states have managed to do this.
I'm only dealing with Texas, ma'am. And the bottom line is, in Texas we have two issuing authorities: the state or the federal government.
But my frustration is that Texas all too often waits until other people are doing it. I would like to see us be progressive from time to time.
Well, ma'am, I'm originally from California. I don't tell people that very much, but I am glad I'm in Texas because I would hate to be in California.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Thank you very much. The chair now calls Gloria Hernandez with the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas for House Bill 535.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for having us here. I come on behalf
Please
of the
state your
Kickapoo.
name and- yeah.
My name is Gloria Hernandez. I come on behalf of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. I have been working with them for over 12 years.
Please state your position on the bill.
I am their legal counsel.
And please state your position on the bill. For or against?
Oh, for.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought my position.
You're for?
We're for the bill.
House
Yes,
Bill
sir.
530. You need to say for House Bill 535.
I'm here to state our position in favor of House Bill 535.
Perfect.
On behalf of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe
Thank you
of
very
Texas.
much. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to be very brief. I think everybody has been through everything very thoroughly. The tribe has had, it is a federally recognized tribe. And I want to impress upon this committee the importance that they are a government, federally recognized, which conducts government-to-government relations with the federal government. When we say that we want to have federal IDs, the federal government recognizes the tribal IDs as federal IDs. All we're asking is for the state of Texas to recognize the inherent sovereignty of the tribe and not put some of our tribal members in a bind where they cannot vote. And that's all I have, unless you have any.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you very much for coming all this way to testify. I appreciate it. The chair now calls Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State's office on the bill.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Office, Elections Division, here to testify on House Bill 535.
Any questions, members? Representative Israel?
Do you see any problems with us incorporating these changes into what Texas does?
No. No, it'd be easy to implement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 535? Chair recognizes Representative Navarez to close on House Bill 535.
Mr. Chairman, normally this is a part of the evening where I'd say I close and move on, but I need to address something that Mr. Veta said. He called for his committee to vet what's going on, and you listen to the Lieutenant Governor of the Antigua Tribe. If that's not vetting, I don't know what is. I looked it up right now in the dictionary as he was testifying, and that's vetting. I mean, I would challenge any member or any person in this room to try and get a Antigua ID. You can get a Texas ID. I mean, listen to what he said, is the person actually has to come before the committee that's giving the ID. I mean, we don't even do that for us. And so what did he say they needed? Birth certificates, social security cards? That's what we use to get a driver's license. We're not asking for these people to be treated any different than we are already. The fact remains, I think, and I didn't catch his name, but the last gentleman that testified, he said, we use a state ID and a federal ID. Well, this is a federal ID. And if it's good enough to get on an airplane, it should be good enough to vote. So I close.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you
Madam
very
Chair,
much.
for giving us a hearing.
The chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 535, and House Bill 535 will be left pending at this time. You sure? Okay. All right. The chair lays out House Bill 2962 for consideration and recognizes Representative Sanford to explain the bill. Oh. Let me lay him by. All right. Let me withdraw it. I just withdraw it. Sorry.
It's okay.
No, it's not you.
I'll just withdraw it and leave it pending. I'll leave it pending and bring it out. Yeah. The chair withdraws and leaves House Bill 2962 pending at this time, and the chair will lay out House Bill 2961 for consideration and recognize Representative Sanford to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Goldman and members of the committee. It's good to see all of you this evening. I'm going to presume upon some testimony that you've heard over the course of the session related to local debt, its problems, and the issues that face us because of that, the economic impact of that, and the challenges in educating voters and activating voters to take the responsibility for that in their local communities. HB 2961 helps in that way with the voter education at the ballot box. And it is just a piece of educating voters about the state and the financial status of that bond issuance. HB 2961 does this by requiring the posting of the current bond rating, if any, given by S&P or another industry-recognized bond rating service to bonds issued by the city on the ballot. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have and reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members? Okay. The chair calls, thank you. The chair calls Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office on House Bill 2961. Sorry, we changed things up a little bit.
Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office, here to testify on House Bill 2961.
Any questions, members? Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The chair calls Bill Longley with the Texas Municipal League against House Bill 2961.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Longley, here on behalf of the Texas Municipal League to voice our opposition to House Bill 2961. I think this information is generally pretty beneficial for cities because most city bond ratings are strong, are fairly strong. But kind of related to some of the bills you've heard earlier this session, we still believe that the ballot itself isn't the best place to educate voters. We'd be more than happy to work with Representative Sanford on making sure this information is readily available, including even requiring it on the election order, which has to be posted in the newspaper, on the city's website, and in every single polling place. We just have issues with actually including that language on the ballot proposition itself.
Any questions, members? Representative Schofield?
Why?
Yeah. Dave.
Well, it's a good question, and it's something we've thought about a lot and discussed a lot with regard to any number of proposals. And I think that the big question is where do you stop?
Well, this bill is only on this. It doesn't have any more than this.
Correct.
I mean, y'all, every time anybody wants to put anything on to give the voters more information about how much debt they're taking on, y'all always come in and oppose it. Right. But isn't this one you can just say, you know what, this is good information. They ought to have it. We're not opposed.
I agree that it's good information.
But you still oppose the bill.
We do oppose the bill primarily just because putting that on the ballot proposition itself, we think just kind of paints an incomplete picture. If your goal is to educate voters in the polling booth, then we think that this doesn't give the voters everything they need to know. Now,
what else do you think they ought to have?
Well, there have been a number of other bills filed that would put any number of different data pieces of information on the ballot. But
could you guys come to us with the list of things that are in those bills that you would be acceptable? We can amend them into one of the bills.
Absolutely. I think there's in a perfect world we would have a huge book of information for the voters to look at that would include things like the city's ability to pay, the services that the city is providing, or the infrastructure the city's providing, the tax rate if the city wanted to issue that debt, or didn't want to issue that debt but just wanted to do a pay-as-you-go sort of system. So I think there is a ton of information, and again, we wouldn't be opposed at all to including this in the election order, which is in every single polling place. We just don't think it should be on the ballot.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2961? The chair recognizes Representative Sanford to close on House Bill 2961.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just reiterate one of the things that the gentleman before me mentioned. He said this is helpful information. And this is a place where it's informative, it is timely, And it is a piece, just a piece, of the complete educational puzzle that we need to begin to put together for our voters to understand what they're voting on as it relates to municipal debt. Not close.
And thank you very much.
One question.
Representative Sanford. Oh,
yep. Sorry.
Representative Fielder.
Thank you. Where do you physically see it on the ballot?
We would have to have a little help with the Secretary of State's office. In my mind, it's in the top right.
Okay. Because Representative Simpson had a bill we just voted out that has the overall debt and the rates, or an estimated interest rate. I thought maybe this might be a good place to put that as well, if that bill makes it through. So.
Yeah, I could see the correlation between those.
Right. Thank you. And you close?
I close.
Thank you very much. House Bill 2961 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 2962 for consideration and recognizes Representative Sanford to explain the bill. As pending business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is the same bill except that it applies to county bond initiatives.
All right. Any questions, members? Representative Fallon.
That was two good bills. You're great Americans. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Great Americans all around. All right.
Reserve the right to close.
Reserve the right to close. Thank you very much. The chair calls Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office on the bill.
Ashley Fisher here to testify on House Bill 2962.
Even you're confusing your name.
Missing my name.
Any questions, members? No? All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for or against House Bill 2962? The chair recognizes Representative Sanford to close on House Bill 2962.
Thank you for your time. I close.
Thank you very much. The House Bill 2962 will be left pending at this time. The chair now lays out House Bill, if I can find it, 3779 for consideration and recognizes Representative Cassell to explain his bill.
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3779, which relates to providing certain persons with a form notifying the voter registrar of a death. Under current statute found in the election code, there are a number of ways a voter registrar can remove a deceased voter from the voter rolls. These include being provided with an abstract of a death certificate, having personal knowledge that an individual is deceased, being notified by the Secretary of State, or receiving a sworn statement from a family member indicating the death of the individual. While there are multiple checks on the voter roll system to ensure its integrity, there are instances where deceased voters stay on the roll for years. This occurs for multiple reasons, including bad or outdated information, limited information provided on a death certificate, or spelling differences. If the families were more aware of their ability to send in a sworn statement to the local voter registrar notifying that the office of the death, it may expedite the appropriate removal of the deceased from the voter roll. HB 3779 seeks to have the Secretary of State create a standard form for the sworn statement currently allowed under statute. While the filed version of the bill would have required funeral directors to hand out the form, we heard from funeral directors about possible complications from that requirement. Therefore, in working with the stakeholders in the funeral commission, the substitute will require the funeral commission include information about the form in their consumer brochure, which is required to be handed out. In this way, it is our hope that families can at least be made aware of their options to notify the voter registrar of the death and have their loved ones removed from the voter roll. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and would like to reserve the right to close.
Representative Cassell, just want to make sure you mentioned the substitute. We don't have the substitute yet, do we?
Yes, you do.
We do. All right.
I'm sorry. You want to lay that out?
I'm going to lay that out. And the chair lays out, and make sure I do this properly. Okay. Representative Schofield offers a substitute to House Bill 3779, and the chair calls Representative Cassell to explain the committee substitute for House Bill 3779.
Would you like me to do it again?
How about one sentence worth? What does the substitute do?
While the filed version of the bill would have required funeral directors to hand out the form, we heard from funeral directors about possible complications from that requirement. Therefore, in working with the stakeholders and funeral commission, the substitute will require that the funeral commission include information about the form in their consumer brochure, which is required to be handed out.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Representative Schofield.
Mr. Cassell, earlier this session we heard a bill in this committee to make it so that there is not a requirement that this letter be sworn. How important is it to you in the process that it be a sworn declaration as opposed to a letter from or
Well,
a non-sworn declaration?
You know, there's many ways that we can assure who needs to be taken off the rolls. There's, you know, we're asking for the Secretary of State to create a standard form for the sworn statement, but they're also, just so that families know how, I mean, it's very important on many ways, not having deceased voters vote, one, two, you know, families don't need to receive that voter registration every year and remind them. I mean, you have name instances, so I think there's a number of ways we can help take these folks off the rolls.
I mean, would we screw things up if it was a non-sworn? We're going to encourage more people to declare their brother dead for fun, and if it's not an affidavit.
I don't foresee that, but there may be some folks testifying behind me that have the exact information on that if we have issues there, but I don't believe we do.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, members? Thank you. You reserve the right to close?
Yes, we do.
Very good. The chair calls Mike Sullivan with the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector's Office against House Bill 3779.
Yes, sir. I'm Mike Sullivan, Harris County Tax Assessor Collector and Voter Registrar, testifying against House Bill 3779, but I hear from Representative Schofield there's a substitute, so I think I will withdraw my objection if I may. I don't know the procedural process for that.
So would you like to change it to on the bill or for the bill?
Be happy to do it on the bill, please.
Okay.
It's kind of like nolo contendere, right?
All right. That is
okay.
Right. All right. We will make that change.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Very good. Any questions, members? That's all we need. Okay. The chair now calls Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office on the bill.
Ashley Fisher here to testify on House Bill 3779. If there's any questions?
Any questions?
And just a quick note, we
Yeah.
have actually been speaking with Ryan and Representative Cassell's office about the sworn, unsworn issue, and I think that's been resolved, but I haven't seen a copy of the latest committee sub.
Okay,
So.
I'm sure Representative Cassell's office will get that to you, if not tonight, first thing in the morning. Very good.
Thanks.
All right, any questions,
Yes,
members?
I have one.
Representative Schofield has a question, Ms. Fisher.
Yes.
What is the practical effect of the sworn, unsworn?
So if it's
issue?
sworn, you have to have somebody authorized to give oaths,
Right.
swear to it. So for our office, the reason why we suggest the change is that it's difficult for people to do, especially at a time where they're handling funeral arrangements and have lost a loved one.
So your office's recommendation is that we do a non-sworn or sworn?
Unsworn.
Unsworn declaration.
And just to note, that's still something that can be, if somebody lies about that, they can still be charged with perjury. And if somebody sends
they
in
can.
something where the person's actually not dead, then of course they can appear and be immediately reinstated. So anything that would be...
That actually happened to me when I was a newspaper reporter. This guy comes running into the office screaming, "How dare you write an obituary on my son, you blanky, blankety, blankety blanks." Turns out his other son had come in and thought, he's a little steamed at his brother. He thought it would be interesting to declare him dead. Came in, gave us an obit complete with one of the normal funeral homes that we always use. We ran it because we were that good at newspaper. And the old man came in just screaming. So,
Schofield, you're a newspaper guy?
oh, I'm every bad thing you could think of.
What
a lawyer,
haven't you done?
political,
What
this.
haven't you done? You're amazing. All right, any other questions, members? All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 3779? The chair recognizes Representative Cassell to close on House Bill 3779.
Thank you, Chairman, members. Representative Schofield, that answer your questions? Excellent. Well, with that, if there are no more questions, appreciate your favorable consideration.
Thank you,
And I close.
Representative
Thank you,
Cassell. The
gentlemen.
chair withdraws
Thank
the
you.
substitute to
Madam
House Bill
Chairman.
3779, and House Bill 3779 will be left pending at this time. Yes, if no other members here, we'll do Fallon.
Fallon, oh, okay.
We got nobody else here.
Oh, nobody else is here. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Chair lays out House Bill 3159 and recognizes Rep. Fallon to explain the bill.
Madam Chair, members, I'd like to lay out House Bill 3159. And under your favorable consideration, this bill amends several election procedures relating to the custodians of voted ballots, the delivering of jacket envelopes, and the counting of early voting ballots in contracts for elected election services. When a county contracts for election services, they usually contract with multiple entities and multiple political divisions, cities, schools, etc. All are included on one ballot. Under current election code, a county cannot be the custodian of voted ballots. That includes cities, which makes things difficult because it's impossible to split up a voted ballot. HB 3159 removes the language that prevents cities from being included on a county ballot, making transportation of the ballots a much smoother process. Secondly, although the May uniform election date is not conducted by the county will often execute a contract for services with local entities. Under the current code, the ability of counties with populations of 100,000 or more to begin counting ballots is restricted, and this bill looks to amend the election code in order to better suit the needs of these counties. It will also include the counties who are contracted for election services to deliver those ballots. Frankly, it's a good bill, and it's a cleanup bill that the Secretary of State's office had brought to us, and we're looking for favorable consideration, and I reserve the right to close.
Okay, members, any questions? Hearing none, let's see. We have Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office speaking in favor of House Bill 3159.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying in favor of 3159, House Bill 3159. This is a problem we have in Harris County with the City of Houston. Normally we have a joint election with constitutional amendments, but we had a year where we didn't have a constitutional amendment on the November election, so thusly we had to give the City of Houston all of our election equipment and all the ballots and all this other stuff, and they had to go buy a new warehouse to put it all in and things like that, where we're all set up to do this. Your bill would make it to where we can contract with the city to keep it like we normally do for election.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, we have Mike Sullivan with representing himself and the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector on the bill. And he is not here, so we put him in the do not wish to testify. Okay, and then we have Secretary of State here. Keith Ingram, you want to come up real quick on the bill?
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Office, Elections Division, and
this is just cleanup.
It's a cleanup bill to make the cities the custodian of their records the same as everybody else's, and there's no reason to treat them separately, and then to allow the county to start early on the processing of mail ballots whenever they're not the ones doing the election, but they're doing it for somebody else.
Okay. Any questions? And Chair, was Representative Rose here in the beginning? Yes, you were. Okay, I can't remember. Okay, thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. And is there anyone else who? Okay, we have several that have signed up in favor of the bill, no, against, but do not wish to testify. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 3159? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Fallon to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
And House Bill 3159 will be left pending at this time. So the chair lays out House Bill, let's see, House Bill 2840, and recognizes Representative Cyrier to speak on his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members. I'm here for you to lay out House Bill 2840 relating to the eligibility of certain citizens residing outside the United States to vote a full ballot. Currently, military and overseas voters have 5 options to choose from on their federal postcard application, FPCA, which is, I'm sending out just the top portion. What you're seeing is just the top portion of the absentee ballot request, or the FPCA application. This FPCA allows eligible voters to vote when they are in the military and or living overseas outside the country. The 5 options are on the example that I just handed out. If a voter chooses, I am a U.S. citizen residing outside the United States and my return is not certain, that's almost the, that's the one that's second from the bottom there, then the voter will receive a federal ballot. A federal ballot only contains federal races, leaving the voters with no opportunity to vote on state and local or local elections that are included on the full ballot. Voter will also not receive any ballots from any elections where there are no federal races at all, like ISD elections or city elections. Many voters do not understand that they will only receive a federal-only ballot by making the choice that their return is not certain. These voters are typically agitated by this and request a full ballot. The voter will not have to fill out another FPCA and choose one of the other options that will give them a full ballot. Oftentimes, there is not sufficient time for the voter to receive a new application, fill it out, return it, and wait for a new ballot, fill out the new ballot, and return it with the deadline for the FPCA voters. These voters whose return is not certain are typically employed by the oil and gas industry, the Peace Corps, or other contractors for the military or other organizations, and they do not know when they will return. HB 2840 will allow these voters to receive a full ballot, including state and local elections. Voters who are property owners will be able to participate in elections that will impact them as property owners. Voters who are actively engaged in their communities will be able to participate in local elections. I just want to make this clear. Voter who selects, I am a member of the Uniformed Services or Merchant Marine on active duty, or I am an eligible spouse or dependent, or I am an active National Guard member of the United States Orders, or I am a U.S. citizen residing outside the United States and I intend to return, will receive a full ballot. The voters who select I am a U.S. citizen who have never resided in the United States will receive only the federal ballot. Mr. Chairman, members, I have some witnesses to testify in favor of the bill and explain in order in detail. However, I'll be happy to answer any questions should you have any at this time. Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. Any questions, members? All right, and you reserve the right to close.
Okay, I'll turn it over to witness and reserve the right to close. Thank you.
Sure. Chair calls up Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee on House Bill 2840.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 2840. We would so much love to throw our support behind this bill enthusiastically, but we are frustrated and concerned by the issues of residence as this legislature has been debating it. Jim Murphy's been making his third try this session to try to come up with a definition of residence we can all agree to for registering to vote and for voting. The wording of HB 2840 uses the word residence to apply to the overseas location and dwelling to apply to the domestic location. We would love to support this bill. Please straighten this out. I know the federal government form uses residence for the overseas, but we in Texas have got to come to some definition of what residence for voting purposes really means. Thank you.
Okay, Alan, have you talked to Representative Syrier?
We have discussed with this office, and we're told that the reason this has to be worded this way is because the federal postcard form uses the word residence to apply to the overseas location. And that's why the Secretary of State's office has said he has to word it this way. I think we need to take a stand and fix this thing and make it work for Texas.
Okay. Any questions, members? All right. Chair calls Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of the bill.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying in favor of House Bill 2840. This is one that has concern in our office. Quite often, our young military people are sent overseas. They receive orders that aren't descriptive on when their return date is. It'll say to the end of the conflict or uncertain or something like that. The military is getting more loose about that so that if they extend the time, they're not held to it. And consequently, these military people fill out the application to vote by mail, the overseas application that y'all got the top part, and they will check the box of uncertain when to return that coincides with their orders. And when they do that, they only receive the federal-only ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Many of these people are landowners, all citizens of the United States, landowners here in the county, residents here, family members here. They want to vote a full ballot, and they are being denied that right. The problem is, well, you can get them to fix their application. It is a very, that's why we have the Federal Move Act with mail ballots and stuff 45 days before, because it takes a long time to get correspondence back and forth from overseas sometimes, especially out in the field where the military is fighting. I mean, we see some of these ballots back with mud on them and, all folded up and blood on them and stuff. They're out in the battlefield voting these ballots and filling these applications out. We should, if they're a U.S. citizen and a residence here, I think we should give them the right to vote a full ballot.
Okay, full ballot being the
Well,
county and...
Yes, wherever they're registered, and how the federal postcard application does is your last residency or where you're declaring. When you're in the military, you have the right to declare your residency.
Okay, like I have a niece that lives in Japan,
Yes.
and she was living here in Texas. So, and she moved over to Japan. How would she be able to vote a full ballot? Having lived
Well,
in
she would
Allen,
use her last known address here.
Okay, what if where she was living, the house was sold and
It would still be the last known address.
last known address?
Yes, and that's the ballot style. It's not that she's registered to vote there. That's the ballot style that she would receive. 'Cause That's the
Okay.
district she was from.
So, and that's what this bill would allow.
Yes.
Okay, and so it doesn't change the federal form, postcard form?
No, and that's currently allowed. I mean, if you're overseas and you check box 1 through 3, you currently get the full state ballot, and it's where your last known address was. This is not changing any of how the federal
It's
postcard
going down below
application-
that.
It's
The
going down
county,
below that of where
city.
the problem we're addressing or trying to fix here is we have. We see it most in our military voters that get confused because their orders don't have a return date and they check the box of uncertain when return is, and then we don't give these people a full ballot.
Okay.
And they're overseas fighting for us, and we don't let them vote a full ballot.
Gotcha. Any questions, Representative Schofield?
I'm surprised to find you in favor of this bill, Mr. Johnson. That's an inside joke. Getting on the chairman's question that she just raised, are the military folks who get confused, are they checking both the box that says they're military and the box that says that their
No,
return is not
they're usually
certain?
just checking one.
So they skip the one that says I'm a member of the Uniformed Services or Merchant
Yes.
Marines and only check the one that says they don't know when they're coming
Correct.
back.
And, sometimes, let's say not military fighting force, but they may be on contract over there, not an active member of the armed forces at the current time, or something like that, where they're uncertain of their return, and they check that box saying uncertain of the return. In Harris County, we have been proactive in fixing that. If they check that box, we actually if they do it by email, which they can, we reply back to them and say, "Are you sure this is what you meant by this?" And we explain the rules to them of this is what you get. And so far, 100% of the time, when we bring it to their attention, they say, "No, that's not what I wanted to do."
Now, we're from the largest county with, I'm sure, the most technologically advanced capability to do stuff like this. Are smaller counties capable of producing individualized ballot styles for individual voters and sending them over there?
Yes, they are required by law to do that.
So right now, anybody can do it. Archer
Yes.
County can do it. Tom
Any-
Green County can do it.
Yes, all the counties can do it. I would say Bexar County, Harris County, maybe a couple of other counties are where the main part of the overseas votes actually come from. Smaller counties don't have that many.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Ashley Fisher, the Secretary of State, on the bill. I have a question, real quick.
Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office, here to testify on House Bill 2840.
Okay, do these applications come in to the Secretary of State?
They do not. They go directly to the county.
Straight to the county?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So they could send them a full ballot
Yes.
if
So
they
the
check the right box.
Yes. So if they checked anything other than never lived in the United States or my return is not certain, then they would get a full ballot, and the application would come to the county, and then the county would send them the full ballot. And the other two, you get the federal ballot.
Okay, so perhaps they're checking the wrong box.
I think that would be most cases. As Mr. Johnson said, you have workers that are there for several years,
Right,
and while
right,
they
right.
intend to come back, they think that since I'm going to be here for a while and I don't have a return date,
Okay.
it's
Oh,
not certain.
Representative Schofield.
So the problem is we have folks checking the wrong box, and we have no ability to change the boxes. That's a federal form.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There are several folks who have signed up to not testify but are in favor. I don't have anybody against. So is there anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or on publicly for House Bill 2840? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Syrier to close.
Madam Chair, members, thank you again, and with that, I close.
Great. Chair leaves House Bill 2840 pending at this time. All right, thank you. All right, Chair lays out. Okay, Representative Click, you're next, and then Representative Paul. So Chair lays out House Bill 2125 and recognizes Representative Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. There are a couple of terms I want to explain to you first. Regular paper ballot is an old school paper ballot that are dropped into ballot boxes and counted after the poll closes. And then there are optical scan ballots. Paper ballot, that although they're paper, they are counted by a scanner in real time at a polling place as they're inserted into the optical scan machine. And direct recorded electronic ballots, those are ballots that are voted on electronic equipment, your touch screens. Currently, Section 123.005A prohibits multiple kinds of voting systems in the same polling place. There are multiple Texas counties that are not in compliance with current law, including my own county, Tarrant County. This language was brought to us by the Secretary of State to remediate this problem. There's been confusion about what this bill does. Simply, it removes the prohibition of multiple voting systems in the same polling place. It allows both DREs, direct recording devices, and optical scans to be used at the same polling location. Continues the prohibition of using regular paper ballots in the same polling place as another voting system. And this simply allows the counties to continue their current practice. There are resource witnesses from the Secretary of State's office, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Representative Schofield.
I always hate to confess my ignorance, but it usually becomes so incredibly obvious that I might just go right ahead and do it. I don't get it.
I know, I'm trying to figure it out too.
My county, I mean, so far as I know, we only have, you go in there and there's the voting machine.
Right.
But so why
In
would
your
the same
county-
polling place?
In your county, you're probably using a completely electronic system.
Yes.
Both on election day and early voting. In my county, we use electronic equipment for early voting. And on election day, the voter has an option of choosing between voting electronically on a DRE or using a ballot that is an optical scan ballot. And quite frankly, most of the people in my county vote on those paper optical scan ballots.
So within the same election, we're going to, when we close up at 7 o'clock, we're going to be taking some votes off of optical scans and others out of them. Why do we do that? Why not, if everybody likes optical scan, why not just do that?
Well, in our county, we chose that route. I was on the Elections Commission that made that decision. But the electronic equipment needs to be available to be ADA compliant. So, all of our polling places on election day do have an ADA compliant DRE, but most of the people find that using the optical scan ballot is a quicker process than it might be waiting for a machine.
Any idea how many, or is this something I should ask Secretary of State, how many counties?
It's a few,
they seem
but
to
they
be
are best
nodding. So
to be able to answer that question for you. The regular old paper ballots that are not optical scan, those are typically used for like precinct chair races. Okay, not your other elected positions.
Okay, so I am confused because I think I read it differently. So you're saying they can use both types?
Currently, a lot.
But they already are.
The confusion is that people typically think of optical scan ballots as regular old ballots.
The old paper.
Right. They're different. And in the administrative code, it's different.
Okay.
And, initially when I saw this, I thought, oh my goodness, because we use the HART system, both the optical scanner and the DRE, would we be getting rid of the optical scan ballots? And that's not what the intent of this is at all. The folks in my county like their optical scan ballots.
So, and because they call themselves paper ballots, it would be prohibited?
No.
No.
The plain old paper ballots are ones that are not optical scan. They're typically
and
used
those are prohibited.
Right.
Okay, and tell
and the
me
way
again.
the wording is in here, this is essentially cleanup because we're a county that has both paper ballots and DREs.
Paper
on election.
being the optical scan.
Correct.
Not the old write it in.
Right.
Okay.
All
Any
right.
questions, members? Other questions? All right.
I reserve the right to close.
And I will let you do that. Okay, so we have Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee in favor of House Bill 2125.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 2125. I have trained election observers and poll watchers in 9 different states using all of these systems. The bill that's brought before you right now is recommending the correct procedure. Get rid of the plain old paper ballots. The optical scan are reliable, as are the DREs. Except as a desperate substitute in the event of a catastrophic and long-lasting electrical failure, the old-fashioned paper ballots have no place in Texas. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions?
Thank you.
Great. We have Bill Fairbrother with the Texas Republican County Chairman's Association would like to testify and change his position. And
yes, Bill
you were
Fairbrother.
against, but now you're changing.
Yes. Texas Republican County Chairman's Association signed up in opposition to 2125, admittedly being part of the confusion that has been discussed earlier.
I'm confused, yes.
After being educated, one of the benefits of the final bill taking a little while on the floor is there's a bunch of very smart people who are sitting outside waiting for the committee to start, and they've properly educated me. I'd like to switch my stance to supporting 2125.
Okay.
And I'll let the Secretary of State give a definitive answer, but I'm told there's like between 50 and 60 counties that are in this situation today.
Okay. Any
Thank you.
questions, members? Thank you. All right. And then we have Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State on the bill. And Keith, I think it would be good for you to come up and
Certainement. Keith Ingram,
Explain
Texas
it.
Secretary of State's Office Elections Division. And this came to our attention because there was a county in Texas that has been in the practice of offering voters the opportunity to vote on a DRE or an optical scan ballot as a matter of course. And under 123.005A, that's not allowed. That's 2 different voting systems in one polling place.
Gotcha.
And so those are both electronic voting systems, even though one of them looks like a paper ballot. And we looked into it, and there's about 70 to 75 counties in Texas who offer voters this choice, and they are all in violation of the code as it stands now. But since the electronic voting systems use the same tabulation software and the results can be reported together, there's not any reason for this
Okay.
prohibition to continue. However, the paper ballot prohibition
regular
Still
paper
is in
ballots.
place.
It's still in place, and if there is an emergency paper ballots can of course be used. That's what it means when it says except as otherwise provided by the title.
Okay, got it. Representative Phelan.
Thank you. Describe or explain to me the optical scan as it is today.
An optical scan ballot is like a Scantron that you used to take tests with in high school and college, and so you bubble in with a grease pencil the choices that you're making, and it goes through a scanner, and the scanner reads those choices.
That's what I thought. But Mr. Vera says something about getting rid of paper. Is that
Old-fashioned hand-tallied paper ballots that don't go through a scanner.
Oh.
So that when we say paper ballots, we mean old-fashioned hand-tallied paper
even
ballots.
though optical scan is still paper?
It's made out of paper, but it's an electronic voting system.
Golly,
Very clear now. Very
It's clear as mud now. Appreciate
I
that.
was getting it, and now I'm back to being confused again.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Any other Representative Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My guess.
What would be the emergency exception that the paper ballots will be allowed?
If there's a power failure,
Okay.
and so the precinct scanner's not working or the DREs aren't working, then you could bring in some paper ballots, and you'd have to be making them on the fly.
Yeah, I was going to say, how would, they would have to devise them because they don't exist.
That's right.
Okay. So have there been circumstances where they've been used in those circumstances, or is it?
I don't know. I would hope not.
Okay. It's just there in the event that worst case scenario to allow people to vote.
That's right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2125? I've already told you we need to change this testimony. Okay. Some folks who signed up now for the bill, one against it, who do not wish to testify. So with that, Chair recognizes. Oh wait. Okay. Yes. Chair recognizes Ed Johnson, the Harris County Clerk's Office, to speak for House Bill 2125.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, speaking for House Bill 2125. Representative Reynolds, Harris County had that situation where we had a fire a couple of weeks before the election, and then we weren't sure we were going to have enough electronic machines since the warehouse burned down, and we had to make paper ballots. So there's the scenario that you would have that in.
Okay. Thank you, Ed. Okay. Anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 2125? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Click to close.
Thank you, committee members. I close.
I now understand. Okay. House Bill 2125 will be left pending at this time. And now the chair calls up House Bill 3122 and recognizes Representative Faircloth, who's waited very patiently all night long, to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss House Bill 3122. Madam Chair, there is a committee substitute.
Okay, so then, I see that. All right. Representative Fallon will lay out the substitute for House Bill 20, pardon me. Now it's getting late, so I can't go late.
3122.
3122, and recognizes Representative Faircloth to explain the substitute to House Bill 3122.
Yes, ma'am. The committee substitute simply changes the bill slightly to increase the verification and counting of provisional ballots from the 7th day after the election to the 9th day. And what prompted this was that the 6th day fell on a holiday, and it interfered with counting those provisional ballots. So my original bill moved it from the 7th day to the 13th day, but Madam Chair, that conflicts with your legislation. So in order to stay in tune with that and have the committee, which the committee's already favorably passed out, I scale that back to the 9th day after the election. So that's just the committee substitute. The second section of the substitute gives county officials standing so that they can request judicial review to correct any errors. We had a particular situation where a vote was not counted and it was done incorrectly, and the elections official, realizing that, rather than invalidate the vote, they went to find remedy for that and discovered that they don't have the authority to do that, and that the county elections office does not have standing to ask for judicial review. We feel like that every vote is precious, and therefore we would like to make sure that when someone votes and it is a valid vote, that it gets counted. And so, again, this portion of the bill gives county election officials standing so they can request judicial review to correct errors. So,
Okay, so you did line it up with our
yes, ma'am, we lined it up with yours.
SOS. Okay, so
And
then the second part is just to allow the standing
Yes,
for the
ma'am,
county.
to correct errors, because it's occurred on, I think, on both sides of the political spectrum.
Okay, any questions, members? Representative Schofield.
I note that your bill only gives standing for the county official if the ballot was incorrectly rejected. Now, I remember a case here, we had a election contest in the House a few sessions back where there were a lot of Fort Bend County ballots, or Fort Bend County people who voted in Harris County, and if those were accepted, this wouldn't give the county official the authority to go to the district court and say, these people don't live in the county, they shouldn't have been counted here, only if the ballot's rejected. Is that your intention?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, and you will require...
I'll reserve the right to
Reserve the
close.
right to close, yes. Okay. Chair calls up Bill Fairbrother with the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association against House Bill 3122.
Good evening again. Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, currently against House Bill 3122 as written. In addition to the already mentioned, you can contest rejected but not accepted. We're also concerned about the situation where the election administrator is, in a sense, going to district court, suing the early voting ballot board, where those are really two election entities. Who pays for the lawyers for each side? It was discussed earlier, the example mentioned, even the early voting ballot board chair agreed there was an error. If the language could be changed to be it's the election administrator and the early voting ballot board agree there's an error, then that adversarial situation goes away. And we also worry that in close elections, election administrator could be pressured by the commissioner's court or members of the election commission. Well, contest these ballots, don't contest these. That just worries us a little bit, so that's why we're currently opposed to it as written. But we do agree that incorrect ballots should have a path to be corrected.
Okay, are there any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair calls Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee on House Bill 3122.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 3122. We'd like to be for this bill, but we have the same problem that Representative Schofield just mentioned. Section 82.127 gives the county standing if a ballot has been incorrectly rejected. We'd like the county to have standing if a ballot has been incorrectly accepted. With that change, we could support the bill.
Well, have you worked with Representative Faircloth on this?
I've not
you
yet.
talked to him? Okay.
Thank you.
might do that, sure. Any questions, members? All right. Chair calls Bill Sargent with the Galveston County Clerk in favor of the bill.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County, in favor of the bill. What's being passed out to you is something that troubles me very much. There's a copy of 3 provisional ballots for people in Galveston County in a local election who voted a voter ID bill, a voter ID ballot. They went down to the voter registrar's office and cured their ballots. All 3 of them were rejected by the early voting ballot board. If you look at the what I just had passed out to you, on the bottom right-hand side where it says number 1, it says voter presented acceptable form of identification within 6 days of the election. At the very bottom it says rejected. Okay? Now, when I discovered this, What happened was that the authority for the early voting ballot board had gone belly up.
Say that again, what?
The authority for the early voting ballot board had expired, went belly up, had expired. They had no more authority to act. I went to them, I said, why'd you do this? And they said, we made a mistake. They wanted to fix it. We wanted to fix it. We went to the county legal people, and they checked with the Secretary of State's office. Guess what? We don't have standing to fix it. We didn't want to fix it by doing it ourselves. We wanted to go to an independent judge, a district court judge, and ask them, or ask that person to fix it. It wouldn't have affected the outcome of the election. But for these 3 voters, it had a major impact. Their votes should have counted. We had no way of fixing it. This bill will allow that to happen. It'll give us standing to go before a district court judge and say, here's the situation, this is what happened, we think it ought to be fixed. Can you please remedy it? The judge at that point can say, you've made your case, fine, we'll do it. Or it can say, you didn't make your case, no, we're not going to do it. But that's an independent judgment. But the bottom line is, if you look at these 3 ballots, provisional ballots, you'll see that these 3 people should have had their ballots counted, and they did not. And I don't feel strongly about it, as you can tell.
I can tell. All right.
That's all I have.
Any questions, members? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair, does anyone want to speak? We have Ashley Fisher, the Secretary of State, on the bill. Does anyone have any questions? No. Okay. So we have some folks who signed up in favor of the bill who do not wish to testify. Didn't have anybody sign up against the bill who did not want to testify. So is there anyone who wants to publicly speak for, against, or on House Bill 3122? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Faircloth to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I close.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And House Bill 3122 will be left pending at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank y'all for waiting. Everybody's been great. So Chair calls up House Bill 3456 and recognizes Representative Paul to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I appreciate you having me out here to talk about my bill. House Bill, first of all, there is a committee substitute.
Okay.
I don't think y'all have gotten that yet.
Okay, hold on, hang on, let me look, let me see. Yes. Hold on, just, wait 1 second, 34, 56. We don't have it today.
No.
We do not have it now. No. So, we're not gonna lay out the substitute because we don't have it. But you can explain your bill and what you would like to do with it.
Yeah, I can explain the differences of the two that I have.
Yeah, you can do that.
That sounds great.
That might help the bill.
Yeah, that's right. House Bill 3456 modifies Texas election code by replacing a person's name on replacing a person's name on a primary ballot in a multi-county district, which happens after a primary has taken place. Currently, there is a district executive committee formed by law that would represent one person from each county that would do this, that would go into a room and make the selection of who would be on the ballot in this situation. House Bill 3456 would recreate what this district executive committee would be and allow the precinct chairs in that district to gather and make that vote. This is going to be allowing a lot more grassroots participation. It's going to allow a lot more people to have a say on a grassroots level. Mm-hmm. And on a personal note, I personally went through this situation, not as a candidate, but as a precinct chair, where we had to have our person withdrew off the ballot after a primary, and we went and met. It was a 4-county district, so we elected somebody to be on the executive committee. Those 4 were going to go meet. Due to legal action, that never took place. So we couldn't go through that. But one time we all met in one big room at one big time and said, all right, we're going to support somebody by the write-in ballot. And we were able to get a lot of people there, and we did support one person by write-in ballot. It's the best that we could do for our party's nominee. But through that, I always wanted to try to get more grassroots help on this, to allow grassroots people to have more of a say, instead of just picking somebody in a senatorial district would be your senatorial district chair. In a congressional district, it could be your congressional executive committee that normally never has these normally exist, don't even exist at any time other than in this situation. If you are in a county where your district is all in whole in a county, this is exactly how you do it. You would meet in the executive committee, all the members in a House district or so, or a Senate district that's all in one county, would meet, all the precinct chairs from that district would meet, and they would make a selection. Similar as you do on the county level, if it's a county official, the county members' executive committee would all meet, and they would make that selection.
So this would apply to judicial candidates?
It would apply to a
as well.
judicial candidate, that's right.
Now,
Which
what
those
is it-
judicial, the only place that would come in a need for a judicial candidate would be, this is multi-county, so it would be an appellate court
Pass
judge.
the ballot, pass the primary, pass the ballot.
That's right. That's right. After the primary, when we have no other way of putting a name on the ballot, there is a fail-safe. If everything doesn't ever can take place or happen, the SREC would put those, or the SDEC would put those people on the ballot. But this is a way to allow the grassroots activists, that are the grassroots members in those communities, to make those selections. The way the current code reads, since it is one county, one vote, if you have a district that, say, 50% of the population is in one county, that county gets one vote, and all the other counties get one vote. So it's really kind of diluting that ability for.
Then would the smaller counties say, hey, you're shutting us out because they're going to have more people?
They
Isn't
might.
that the original intent, to try and give each county a fair shot? I mean, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I know. And they could. They might come up and say, hey, we like the fact that we may have a lot more weighted voice in this, because now we might have one or two precincts in our county, and the county next door has got 50 precincts, and we might have a little more say. They might like that. But the people in the county with the 50 precincts are going to say, hey, we would rather it be precinct equal, so that we would be able to equally all have a say, which is exactly what it was in an election contest.
What is your
where you
substitute?
voted.
What is it that you think you are going to change?
In the committee substitute? Well, what it does in the committee substitute is the objection comes into the fact that, hey, if I'm out in West Texas and there's 24 county district, somebody might have to sit there and drive a long way to get to this meeting, and might not get a quorum or so. So what we've done in the committee substitute is that we made it that the state chair would call this election, and this would allow, they could meet in one big meeting location if they so wish, or they could still meet individually in their counties and do the selection of that
each county can meet
process.
separately.
Each county can
and
meet
then
separately.
Send a representative with that.
That's right. Send the representative with the do, or they'd all turn them into the state that night. Again, that's very similar to what we do on election night. So they would meet, make their selections. Everybody would turn in at one time. We would have a vote count of who would be to be our nominee, and that way I think it would solve the goal that I have of allowing these precinct chairs to be able to have more say, and also allow them to do it in the district, and we won't have this quorum situation. And it fills the need to make sure of if you don't have an SD chair, executive committee member, it gives you an ability to fill that as part of this bill.
Members, any questions? Okay, Representative Schofield.
You know that Representative Burrows was elected using this system. Are you saying that you hate him and don't think he ought to be here in the legislature?
I don't say that at all. I like Representative Burrows. I think he's a good representative, and hope that he'd continue to be here.
Under the current law, although the population of precincts isn't equal, they're all capped at 5,000, so it has the effect of making it essentially equal-sized population, right?
I agree that they won't be equal.
But they're a closer representation
county,
than...
But it would be exactly a closer representation than one county, one vote.
So if one county has 2/3 of the population of the district, it'll probably have roughly 2/3 of the precinct chairs.
As they would do in an election.
Whereas now it's just one county, one vote, regardless of size.
That's right. That's right. And it was the old law to to take care of a situation. They thought it was easier to get people together to have a quorum and make that selection. But I think in today's situation that we'll be able to have the ability to do that and then get this closer to the grassroots, so it's closer to have a better feel of exactly how this would be so that the people are better represented.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? So
I
you
reserve the right to close.
Okay. Chair calls Bill Fairbrother with the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association in favor of the bill.
Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, in favor of House Bill 3456. Several of our members have been working hard and looking forward to the committee substitute. It addresses most of our issues. And just as an aside, it's probably been about 12 years ago, I did serve on a board where we filled a vacancy on the Third Court of Appeals during this process. So that's how it could jump into the judicial side of things. But we definitely like the bill, like the committee substitute even more.
But when the precinct chairmen all meet to select, you know, or you have your county chairman that will represent the precinct chairman. I mean, they usually meet, have an executive committee meeting, and they talk about who they want to support, and then that county chairman stands by that with the other county chairman. We've had the same thing up in Collin County because we have, I think, 6 or 7 counties on the appeals court, and you know, I'm just a little concerned about one county that has a lot of population dominating the other ones.
Yes.
That even combined may not even come up to the population. How do you see? I think that was the whole idea of the one representative from each county to try and make that as fair as possible. How do you do that?
That's the classic argument between the U.S. Senate, where every state's equal, versus U.S. Congress, where it's by population. No one answer is perfect. At one point along this bill process, it was just the county chairs, and the party chair was not part of the new executive board. And we had a lot of Texas counties where there's a county chair but no precinct chairs, so those counties would have been wiped off. So now the board is the precinct chairs plus the county chair. And no solution is perfect, but perhaps the counties with the larger population, the more precinct chairs, their view would be more indicative of how a general election would go when the votes are cast, you know, population-wise. And they might, in theory, give us candidates with a better chance of winning.
Oh, no, I'm just asking the question. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party for the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party. Supporting the concept of this bill, but with a few questions. I'm passing out an example of what a current situation would be in Senate District 25. It has 6 counties under current law. Each of the 6 counties would be casting one vote if they were replacing a state Senate candidate. Under this proposal, you'll see on this chart the number of sitting Republican chairs and the sitting Democratic chairs. And if we are trying to make this more fair, I'm not sure that this actually gets there, in that my first point, that not all precincts are equal. Kendall County has 33 precincts, and if you look at the last pages of this, I've got the votes from 2014, and you can see that many of those are very tiny precincts. As opposed to Travis County, this is southern Travis County, high populated area, and these are very large precincts. So we don't really get to sort of one man, one vote by going to the precinct chairs. I agree with Representative Paul. It would maybe more democratic, more people are participating. Second point is that the quorum on this situation, if we're going to go to precinct chairs, we need to put in the statute a method of having a quorum, because I assure you we will never get a quorum of 155 Republican chairs or 107 Democratic chairs in a room on a single night, especially if they have to travel long distances. Third issue is that This bill doesn't address this, but the question always arises, and I've dealt with dozens of these situations on behalf of the Democratic Party, is who are the precinct chairs when this happens? So the vacancy occurs, and as you see right here, if I would just say Kendall County has 8 seated chairs right now, but they have 33 that could vote. What happens is between the time that the vacancy happens and the fact of filling it, there is the race to pack the committee. In Hidalgo County, our sheriff resigned this last cycle. There were 10 people running for sheriff, and only 50% of the precinct chairs were filled. And immediately what happened was that there were 10 candidates in each precinct to be precinct chair, and then we had to have 50 different elections. They're all based on who you're going to vote for to be the sheriff, and it gets really dirty real fast. So I would suggest a couple things in that the secretary is, right now a precinct chair is only legal once it's put on the Secretary of State's website. I think this bill would be improved if we said that when a vacancy occurs, the people who get to vote are the ones that are on the website at that point in time, and we can't pack anymore. That would be a huge improvement to stop what I think is the biggest abuse, not just the unfairness of how we appoint it, but a real abuse across the state of Texas. And I think with that, that's everything I have. The improvement of making sure it's only the people who were in office on the night or the day the vacancy occurred, and a participation of fixing the quorum.
Okay,
So this bill can be a really good bill. We just need to tweak it.
It's a step in the right direction, but it looks like it needs a little more tweaking. Okay, any questions? Representative Schofield.
2 of your points. The quorum, remind me, if I recall correctly, the legislature had to drop the quorum for regular executive committee meetings a couple of times. Is it down like 25% or something?
It's
for a
at
quorum?
25%, and we still have in the larger counties problems of getting 25%.
So to the extent that Representative Paul wanted to put a quorum in his bill, it wouldn't have to be 50%. It could be something lower.
I'm suggesting the quorum be stated in the statute.
Right.
If you do the precinct chairs, it's just whoever shows up.
And the second thing, but the packing issue, I think, is very salient. Although there's a certain amount of pre-packing you can do if you know you're going to quit. You tell your friends, and they get on to make sure you get your successor in, and nobody else gets a pack but you.
I have a situation on fulfilling a county chair in a major county right now, where the incumbent chair is about to resign, and I believe that that's exactly what's happening right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no more questions. All right, then, Chair, does anybody have any questions for Secretary of State? They're here, Keith Ingram, on House Bill 3456. Don't see any, so, okay, in that case, we have several who signed up to testify. Several who signed up in favor of the bill but do not wish to testify. Don't see anyone against at this point. So, is there anyone who wishes to publicly speak for, against, or on House Bill 3456? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Paul to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm more than willing to work with Mr. Maxey on any issues on this bill as well. I have had extensive work with Eric Opiella, the legal person for the Republican Party of Texas, and working on this bill as well, and he's supportive of the bill. And the quorum issues are some of the major things that we want to get to, as mentioned earlier in my testimony. So I was hoping to solve those by having the multi-county thing. I do like the idea of making sure, hey, if you're a precinct chair at that time, that would be the list that we use to stop that. And my 20 years of experience being an activist, the night that we were going to vote on somebody in the county to fill this position of the night, I usually had plenty of people show up to do it. Usually they're hanging at the rafters at that time. So with that, I close. Thank you very much for your consideration of this bill. And we will get you the we already have substitute from LLC, so y'all should have it, but I'll make sure and give it to you.
Okay, great. At this time...
We got it today. I mean, yes.
Oh, okay, good. Well, at this time, we're going to leave Chair Lee's House Bill 3456 pending.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so what we have are a couple of members who are going to lay out bills for other members, and so right now, Chair Chair calls up House Bill 30...
you leave that one pending?
I did. I just did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Chair calls up House Bill 3770 by Representative Chairman Kemple, but recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 3770 is a bill in regards to electioneering laws prevent voter intimidation, harassment, coercion, and bribery from threatening the integrity of an election. However, in inclement weather, current electioneering laws allow electioneers to block designated travel paths provided for vulnerable citizens and force them to endure the inclement weather because they are unable to avoid contact by moving around the electioneers. Many of these voters are seniors and disabled citizens. House Bill 3770 extends the current 100-foot perimeter buffer zone to a point beyond accessible parking spaces and designated accessible travel paths. This ensures that elderly and disabled voters are able to make their way to the voting location safely and not have their travel impeded by enthusiastic electioneers. The change in this law will allow senior voters and disabled voters to park and travel free from electioneering at the polls during voting periods. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions, members? So,
reserve the right to close.
Mm-hmm. All right. Chair calls Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, against the bill.
Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association. I probably should have registered on 3770. If I could make that change, I'd appreciate it.
All right.
We've had the way it was phrased, we agree that there should be a path for the handicapped spots near the polling place. We have a situation in the polling place. I typically am a judge at. The handicap spots are right at the 100-foot marker. An extra 10 feet and they'd be covered, but if we go another 100 feet, suddenly we're got a 200-foot bubble in this direction, 100-foot this way. It makes it real tough to put out the signage and discuss the candidates where they want to election. Mainly it's the placement of signage. If we could split it to where electioneer is not permitted within 100 feet, and then maybe a smaller number of feet along a pathway between the handicap spots to the polling place, that would make it a whole lot easier for judges to put out electioneering signs and easier basically for us to enforce. But we agree that our handicapped folks should not be accosted while they're getting to the polling place. But a lot of those spots are way out, and it makes them odd-looking zones of no electioneering.
So something maybe a little less than 100 feet out. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. And have you talked to Chair Kemple about it?
Not yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Any
questions with this? Oh, Representative.
Who the heck puts the handicap spots 100 feet from the building?
I know.
Aren't they usually, usually you give them the best spots right up against the building. That's the first thing I saw when I thought this. Who the heck puts them way out there?
Many times the polling places in a school or a grocery store where there's multiple entrances and we're put in one end or another. It's not necessarily the handicap spots are convenient to the main entrance, but not the entrance that you come in to do the polling or to do the voting. So that's where we sometimes run into those issues.
I wonder if we could avoid it in those cases by giving them temporary handicap spots up against whatever entrance we're going to actually be using.
I've been a judge at a university before where there was all reserved university parking, but we put up some orange cones with signs on it, parking for handicapped voters. May not have been legally enforceable, but that did give our handicapped voters convenient parking spots closer to where the polling was going on in spite of where the regular handicapped spots were. So that definitely would be a good idea.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just more of a comment. There was a junior college that is in the district that I represent. Well, it's right. It's actually in Scott Turner's, but be that as it may, their closest handicap space is probably 150 feet away because it's simply the closest parking space available. So I think what we're going to have here is an infinite number of situations, and this is a little concerning to me, because if you're going to be dumb enough to block somebody's path and talk to them, they're not going to vote for your candidate or for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like let the market figure it all out on its own. Because it's the one thing that I actually think it's great that you have the candidates there and you can actually meet. A lot of the polling locations already have it to where every parking location is within the 100 feet, and you can't get at them. That's the one that I don't go to. I like to go to the one where you can get at them a little bit, but you got to read it. You got to know when to hold them and when to show them, kind of thing. So that's the art of politicking at the retail level, and that's why I have a problem and concerns with this bill. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
All right. Chair calls Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee on House Bill 3770.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 3770. Same issues. Representative Schofield, the Franz Road voting location, you can't get 100 feet away from the door without being in the highway. And so we love the spirit of this bill. We love the intent of the bill. But, for example, in Harris County, there are 820 precincts, most of which are tiny grade schools. And by the time you get 100 feet away, you're out in the middle of the highway. So this has to be reworded carefully to allow for that handicapped or disabled parking while still respecting the 100-foot electioneering barrier. The spirit is good, but the devil's in the details on this one.
Okay. Any questions?
I will say, I was thinking exactly of the Franz Road, and pardon me while we have a little Harris County colloquy. It's a long building with parking on both ends, and the candidates like to stand at the one end because there's a fence with a gate. They got to walk past you. It's perfect. It's the only reason why I'm here today. But whenever somebody would park in the handicap space there, I would tell them, you're at the far end of the building. Get back in the car and drive around to the other entrance with fewer spaces because you can park in a handicap spot right by where you're going in. It just strikes me as unusual you'd have no space closer than 100 feet.
I think you should be honest, you were probably driving in there.
Yeah, a valet parking hat on.
There you go.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right. Chair calls Bill Sargent, Galveston County Clerk, against the bill.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County, speaking in opposition to 3770. In our county, in my job, I make darn sure that every polling place has a parking space for disabled voters within 100 feet. If I can't get a place that has a disabled parking place within 100 feet, I'm not using it. Every single polling place has to be ADA compliant. We had the Department of Justice come down upon Galveston County, and they started talking to me, and they just folded their hands and walked away. Because when I worked for the federal government, that's what I did. I feel very strongly about it. I think that this bill has a good intention, which is to make sure people who are handicapped have a polling place, a way to park. We have polling places that have handicapped spots that are outside the 100-foot limit, but they also have parking places that are inside the 100-foot limit, and we put signs up that say, reserved for disabled voters, 20 minutes of parking. Now, in the city of Galveston, another hat I happen to wear, is I'm a member of the Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association. I'm authorized to give tickets. Somebody plays games with my voting parking in the city of Galveston, and they park in that place and they're not handicapped, they're getting a ticket. And that cost them $250. We don't play around in Galveston. But this bill makes it very convoluted for how you're going to go ahead and create this bubble to do this. My suggestion is election administrators, county clerks, whoever's running elections should have places that have parking places that for disabled people. And if they're not assigned, make a sign, put it up on a cone, and enforce it. I tell my judges to do that, and they do it. End of story.
Any questions? All right. Thank you, Bill. So y'all have any questions for the Secretary of State? We have Keith Ingram here, Secretary of State, on the bill. Ashley Fisher, Secretary of State, on the bill. In case you have any questions. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify publicly for, against, or on House Bill 3770? Seeing none, we have folks that have signed up for and against it but do not wish to testify. So with that, the chair recognizes Representative Goldman to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I encourage and urge all you who are on the bill or against it or have concerns about it to go speak to Chairman Kemple. And with that, I close.
All right. At this time, House Bill 3770 will be left pending. Okay. The chair calls on, or chair lays out House Bill 9. Okay. Celia, are you ready? Okay. 947 by Representative Workman, but will be laid out by Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My Travis County colleague, Representative Workman, and I are familiar with this particular issue, and I'm laying this out for him tonight. There is a committee substitute, if you would like to lay out that.
Sure. Representative Schofield lays out the committee substitute, offers the committee substitute to House Bill 947, and Chair calls again Representative Israel to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that would allow a political subdivision whose election is not held on the November uniform election date to move the election for its board of directors to the November uniform election date. As elections become more expensive to conduct, certain political subdivisions have identified a need to reduce the cost to hold their board's election. A political subdivision holding its election in May, for example, incurs substantially higher costs than a political subdivision holding its election in November. There are more political subdivisions holding elections in November, meaning there are more entities with which to share the cost of an election. House Bill 947, as substituted, would allow the governing body of a political subdivision that wishes to move its election to the November election to do so. This is a permissive, not mandatory, and it was brought to Representative Workman and brought to my attention specifically because there was a municipal utility district who was holding lonely little elections, and they were the only thing on the ballot. So this will help them and will help with turnout and attention and good government. And with that, I close and see if there's anybody who has any comments for or against.
Okay. Any questions, members? Representative Schofield.
I'm not sure I understand the committee sub. I used to work on these bills. It used to not say moving to the November date. It used to just allow you to move at any time, and every 2 years they'd blow the date. And finally we said you can move to the November date but can't move from it. And so just striking that to 2016, I think is fine. It gives you 2 more years to get to the November date. But the committee sub would not allow a municipal utility district to move. Why would we not allow them to move? The way it reads now is the governing body of a political subdivision other than a county, which is the current law, or a municipal utility district may move to November not later than December 31st. Why would we not let them move to November if they want to?
It should be permissive in allowing the MUD to move to November.
I'm pretty sure this language does the opposite of that.
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay.
It actually omits them from
the people that can move.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we call up Keith Ingram, the Secretary of State, on House Bill 947.
Hello, Keith Ingram, here to testify on House Bill 947 for the Secretary of State's Office Elections Division, and the answer is 49103 of the Water Code.
So the Water Code doesn't permit them to move?
The Water Code, as it is currently written, says that municipal utility districts have to have their elections in May, and so I'm sure that's why this committee substitute, Leg Council, probably caught that. But we have a bill pending this session to make it where they just have to be on a uniform date, either one.
And isn't that Representative Israel's bill?
I believe so.
Going to natural
resources.
You're right. That would fix that. So this is in line with current law.
Right. I'm sure that's what's happened with this committee sub is they figured out that 49103 exists.
Okay. And I'm sure there are no MUDs that want to move to November, but if they did, they'd have to change both this statute and the Water Code provision.
That's right.
Thank you.
explain that clear as mud. No, I'm joking. All right, Chair calls Deborah Journeys, Travis County Water Control Improvement District Number 17, in favor of the bill.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Deborah Gurnis, General Manager, Travis County Water Control and Improvement District 17 in West Travis County out by Lake Travis. I'm here today to testify for House Bill 947. The District 17 asked Representative Workman to file this legislation to enable my district, along with other political subdivisions, to move their election from the May uniform election date to the November uniform election date. My district recently had a contested director's election that we had to hold on the May uniform election date, and because other political subdivisions were not holding an election on that date, it cost my district more than $30,000 to hold a small election with Travis County. It would have cost even more if we had held our own election. If my district had been able to move its director's election to the November election, we would have been able to save thousands of dollars by sharing the election costs with a number of other political subdivisions. This is a direct savings to the taxpayers that live within my district, and House Bill 947 will allow for significant future cost savings to my district and its taxpayers by allowing the district to move its election. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Schofield.
Ms. Gurney, your district is a WCID. What is that?
Water Control and Improvement District.
And so they aren't covered by that water code provision that requires the MUDs to be in May? Is that?
We are.
You are. So would the bill not apply to them, or?
Now that it says they can't, well, it's.
I'm not sure at this point that the bill still applies to you.
We have the cleanup. I don't know.
But you would like to be able to move to a time when it's less expensive to hold your election.
Yes, sir. We would like the option of holding it when it's less expensive. We were forced by the water code to have it at that date.
I think
to be able to move it to November.
I think we'll try to find a time when we can do that.
We've got another bill out there that's probably going to move that would let you do that. This may not be necessary after that bill.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
We'll keep trying.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. So, wait, madam.
No.
Oh.
The Secretary of State has a comment.
Oh, okay, you're good. That's okay, thank you. And Chair calls Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State on House Bill 947.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State, here on House Bill 947. And yeah, the window would still have to be open to let political subdivisions move. So no matter what, the window right now is currently closed as of December 31st, 2012. And so if anybody's going to move from May to November, the window's got to be open to do it.
So, but if Ms. Gurney's, if her board wanted to move under the committee sub, they couldn't.
I haven't seen the committee sub, but the way it was described by you earlier, I would agree with that, and I would agree with the 49103, the current version, would not allow them to move either.
Okay, and I don't know of anybody who's opposed to districts like that getting to move, so I assume we could find a way to work that all out.
I think so.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to hand you the committee sub, just to let you look at it. Any other questions, members? All right, Chair calls Representative Israel.
I didn't know there was other people signed up.
Oh, yeah, okay. Chair calls Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of House Bill 947.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying in favor of House Bill 947. Once again, this is the May election issue with the primary. We need to, at least in Harris County, we've been encouraging as many of the people that are holding elections in May to move to November because it's easier for them to conduct their elections. You heard earlier in testimony that, it's a shortage of election equipment by the counties. Well, it's because we're having to hold back election equipment to run a primary election and primary runoff and don't have election equipment available for May. We have it in November. That's the best time for people to move to. And we've had a lot of school districts, about half the school districts in Harris County have switched to November.
I think Representative Israel has a bill that's going to fix that. Workman's bill, that committee substitute, from what it looks like, does just the opposite. The substitute does.
Yes, I haven't
So,
seen the substitutes. I
There it
would know,
is out there. You might
Yes.
take a look at it. So, but
Yes,
I get
so-
where you're going. I mean, everybody wants to let them move to May. I mean, November. They want the option to move to November.
We're for the option to let
However it comes out.
entities come out to move their election to May, because I think it's better for the entities. They have a better chance. It's better for the voters. They
Nobody's
participate in
disagreeing.
elections,
Yeah.
and it's actually when you get
Okay.
more people all involved into one election, the cost of the election
Oh,
drops.
we got that. So.
All right,
yeah.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bless you.
All right, bless you. Okay. So, lots of people signed up that did not wish to testify in favor of the bill. I think the original bill, not knowing what the substitute was doing. So, is there anyone who wishes to speak publicly for, against, or on House Bill 947? Hearing none, the chair will recognize Representative Israel to close.
I close.
Okay. At this time, the chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 947, and House Bill 947 will be left pending at this time. All right. Representative Reynolds, are you ready? Okay. Chair lays out HJR 108 and recognizes Representative Reynolds to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and there is a committee substitute.
Okay, then Representative Israel offers a substitute to House Bill or HJR 108. And again, Representative Reynolds, please explain
Thank
your
you.
substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, the Texas Constitution allows county commissioner courts to redraw local precincts for the purpose of electing constables, justice of the peace, and county commissioners from time to time for the convenience of the people. This language is very vague and potentially subject to abuse. In 2014, the Commissioners Court of McLennan County decided to reapportion the local justice of the peace districts, eliminating some and redrawing the boundaries of the others. The changes took effect after the primary election and before the general election. The primary results were thus invalidated because the districts were completely different. Political party nominees were chosen by the executive committees of the major political parties. In some cases, the winners of the primary election were not chosen by their party to be the nominees. Not only was this confusing to both voters and candidates in the area, it took the choice of nominees out of the hands of the voters. HJR 108 proposes an amendment to the Texas Constitution to prevent abolishing or redrawing local districts between the primary election and the general election. The committee substitute allows an office to be declared dormant and recognizes the authority of a court to order redistricting. There are some resource witnesses available, and unless there's any questions, I reserve the right to close.
Okay. We have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State here. If you want to come up, so I think there might be a question on the bill. I mean, I'm intrigued that someone is actually changing boundaries to shut out someone who actually won a primary. Has this actually happened? I mean, you say it's happened. Has it happened a lot?
Ashley Fisher here to testify on HJR 108. I can't say for sure if it's happened to the exclusion of somebody going from the primary into the general, but we have had redistricting occur between those elections, and it does prove to be confusing.
I can see that.
Right.
All right. Anybody have any other questions? Okay. Thank you. All right. We have lots of folks who have signed up in favor, one against, but they don't wish to testify. And is there anyone who wishes to speak publicly for, against, or on HJR 108? And seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For efficiency purposes, I close. Thank you.
All right, that's intriguing. Okay, so the chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill HJR 108, and HJR 108 will be left pending at this time. So now the chair lays out House Bill 913 and for consideration and recognizes Representative Israel to explain her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thought I'd come over here because I have props.
Okay, cool.
Madam Chair, fellow members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to introduce House Bill 913 for your consideration. As you'll notice, it's a relatively low bill number, and the reason for that is because we, as you know, we were elected in a special election, and when we took office, we took the opportunity to do a survey, and let me show you what we did. What's in this box represents the results of a survey that we did. We sent out a survey to the top 100 most populous counties in the state of Texas, and we got all of these responses back. And as evidenced by all of the testimony that we've heard in this committee, our elections officials in Texas care very deeply about voting and know that every vote is precious. So I'm going to speak to this issue tonight. This legislation calls for minor improvements to the carrier envelope used in the vote-by-mail packet. House Bill 913 will restructure the back of a carrier envelope by placing envelope instructions on a separate piece of paper. The bill would ensure emphasis of the signature line to reduce errors and ballot rejections. House Bill 913 will also prevent ballot rejections by mandating that a ballot may not be rejected solely on the grounds that a signature is not located entirely in the space provided. When we conducted the survey that I was talking about, more than 75 counties responded to our survey. When we asked what was the most common error that voters made when mailing ballots, 81% of the counties responded not signing the carrier envelope at all. The second most commonly cited error at 12% was not signing over the flap. In other words, voters did not sign the carrier envelope in the correct location. A majority of the respondents' counties' suggestions involved improving clarity, including reducing the information on the back of the envelopes. In 2004, 124,733 mail-in ballots were received in the state of Texas. In 2008, that number jumped to 209,805 ballots. In 2012, the number went even higher, 219,101 mail-in ballots. So for a very important segment of our voting population, voting by mail has become something that they rely upon to cast their ballot. I will pass out these so you can see, if for those of you who aren't familiar, what this is typical of what you see. It's an envelope with lots of text written on it, and there's blended into the text is a signature line, and you kind of lose the signature line in there, and you have to sign over the flap. This is Tarrant County, where you've still got the text, but you've got a well-marked box with nice text to show this is where you sign. You know, and if you're a person with disabilities or an elderly person in particular, clarity of instruction is very important, as is evidenced by the feedback that we received from our survey. So with that, I will see if there's others who want to testify, and I'll reserve the right to close.
Okay. Are there any questions? And Celia, I'm trying to figure out, on the ballot, I mean, one of the reasons you sign the flap on the flap in the envelope is to show that if it's been tampered, you know,
Security.
Security. Are you changing that?
No, you still sign on there, but you know, if perhaps you're a person with, you know, a shaky, you know, signature, for example. If you got the signature in there, but it's not quite all within that box, I don't think you should discount that vote. I think that vote should still count. But the most common reason why mail-in ballots are rejected, and we've heard the numbers are increasing dramatically, is because they just forgot to sign it, period. And that's a tragic loss of a vote, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Y'all have any more questions? Okay, and you reserve the right to close.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Chair calls Eric Opiella for himself and the Republican Party of Texas against House Bill 913. Has Eric left? Eric has left. Okay, so he does not wish to testify. All right, Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party in favor of House Bill.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in favor of House Bill 913. I have problems with my sight, and I have other eye problems, one of which I always promised that I would wear a purple shirt. I am colorblind. I thought this was purple. People told me today it's blue, but I'm going to say it's purple. But the other thing is, I, at the age of 63, cannot read this at any distance with my glasses. That information I cannot read, and I would think that most elderly Texans cannot read a .6 maybe even smaller type that's on here. So we're not doing anybody any favors by putting the instructions on the envelope. The second thing that infuriates me, when I saw last election cycle, I heard that ballots were being rejected for not signing over the flap, that in this envelope that's produced by ES&S, one of our ballot companies, that more than half of our counties, I think, use this ballot style. There is no instruction anywhere in the packet that says to sign over the flap. There's no instruction. So any human being would sign something starting at the X and sign their name. This is designed such that unless your name is very, very long, you would never reach the flap. So it's designed wrong. There is no instruction, and then people got their ballots canceled because they didn't do what a statute said, but the instructions did not tell them. So this desperately needs to be fixed.
Okay, I get that, but it looks like the bill takes away the requirement for the signature. It says it provides for, but not requires. And so I kind of have a problem with it not.
So that's the point I'm making. I also have had some people mention that about the piece of legislation. If you design the envelope correctly, the one from Tarrant County has a flat thing, and there's no way to sign it without signing it over the flap. That's what we should be requiring, that the ballot envelope is designed such the signature must go over the flap. There, the line for the signature is about an eighth inch below the flap, and there's no way that you would miss the flap if you signed it.
All right, so different companies produce different ballots.
Exactly.
So maybe we need to standardize the ballot.
Right, and we can fix the piece that you just mentioned by just making sure that we say that this has to be done in such a way that you must sign over the flap.
That's Representative Schofield.
So does the flap redesign require legislation, or just best practices amongst the counties and folks who send out the...
I'm not going to denigrate county clerks or election administrators, but I think they need instructions that are pretty clear.
Now, I also would point out that the reason why the print is so small in there is that we require them to print it all in 2 languages. It'd be twice as big if we required only 1 language. If the folks who wanted it in Spanish could get it in Spanish, and people that wanted it in English could get it in English, you'd have twice as big print with the same...
Correct. In Harris County, the instructions of Chinese and Vietnamese are required. That's on a separate piece of paper, you know.
Otherwise, our envelope would be so big it wouldn't fit in your mailbox.
Yeah, anything to fix this.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls Bill Fairbrother with the Texas Republican County Chairman's Association on the bill.
Yes, we have, if Eric had been here, we'd have 3 different opinions. Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairman's Association, on House Bill 913. We like a lot of what's in the bill. Relax the requirement that your signature be within the box. I know plenty of people with wild handwriting and lots of loops and can go outside the box. That shouldn't disqualify you. Move a lot of that instructions to a separate sheet of paper. That'll allow the instructions on the envelope to be clear. But we do request that you keep the requirement that the signature do cross the flap. That's our only concern at this stage.
Any questions? All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Chair calls Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee against House Bill 913.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 913 solely for the notation in the bill in G that the board may not reject a ballot solely on the grounds that a signature is not across the flap. That is our only security to ensure the ballot has not been tampered with. We do our best in Harris County to make sure you cannot sign that without crossing the flap. And while we're ready to admit that other counties may not be doing it as well, we urge you to keep the requirement that the signature be across the flap, because it's the only way you know the ballot has not been tampered with.
Representative Schofield.
Mr. Vera, if Harris County and Tarrant County are currently doing it so you have to sign across the flap, then why do we need legislation if we can just get the other counties to use the same format and design that they use?
I don't know. Honestly, don't know. It bothers me.
I mean, they have meetings and stuff where they have seminars and they all get together. Does it require legislation to tell them, for God's sakes, make it so people can sign across the flap?
I don't think it does. I don't think it does, personally.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, Chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office on House Bill 913.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying on House Bill 913. We like parts of it. There are things in here that we do see value in, and that's the instructions on the envelope. I'm going to pass out a current copy of an envelope that a voter gets without a ballot in it. I think I have enough. And there are several pieces here. I'll wait till everybody gets it.
You
don't have to wait. No, I don't have to wait. You keep on
going.
rolling.
Yeah,
okay,
keep
so
going.
this is the envelope that we're talking about. This is the envelope everything gets stuffed in to mail it to the voter. The first piece on the top here is the envelope that the voter signs, and as you can see in Harris County, there's a red X marking here with the signature line across the seal, which we do think is important and provides space. And then we also have the instructions on this envelope. Representative Schofield, we agree with you tremendously that if we had it in one language, you would have a lot of text and space that you can make it more readable and legible, and also make the space to sign in bigger. But we do like having the instructions on the envelope that they are dealing with. As you can see, there are already several other inserts that we have to put into this ballot envelope for Harris County, and we feel that the instructions for how to seal the envelope and put it in, it would get lost in with all the other stuff that we're sending. This was a local race, and they even have the Chinese and Vietnamese instructions put in here too. So, that's what we like to do, see the instructions maybe in the other languages just become the insert, put this in English, and then you have plenty of space to put it on there, and you can make the signature block big and across the seal.
Okay. Representative Schofield.
My first question was going to be, what is it with you people? But you are one of the counties that has the signature over the flap. Let me ask you this. Could we make it where when the people request their ballot by mail, they also put a check for what language they want it in, or do too many of them do it by the federal form that we have no control over and therefore don't have the ability to do that?
So this particular ballot is not with the federal form. This is with the local.
Because this was in a bond election.
Yes, and yes, actually, we did not have anybody carry this bill, but the last two sessions have had that bill to where you would have a box on the application that you would check that would give a preference to what language you want the ballot material sent in, so that we could only print it in one language and then send it on.
So you heard Mr. Maxey's testimony about ability for folks who are getting a little older to read something the smaller size, and the more text you have to put in, the more different languages to put it in, the smaller the size of the font.
Correct.
I presume if this is in one language, the font gets bigger.
And you're 100% correct there.
If you let the voter pick which language they want, they get the one that actually does them any good.
Yes. Yeah, we would love to see that put on the application of select the language that you want your ballot material in, and then according to whatever box they checked. And actually, the bill said if you didn't check a box, it defaulted to English.
Now, is there any federal law that would keep us from doing that?
Not that I know of.
As long as it's available in whatever in any of the 4 languages in our county that they need.
Yes, correct. Other forms we already currently do it. Voter registration applications are actually done in each individual language right now because of the lack of real estate, on the card to do it in multiple languages. Other forms we do, where we do English and the other language too. So yes, we are already splitting the languages up on instructions to, accommodate for the federal law.
It strikes me that your error rate might go down if it's not as confusing and there aren't several different languages, particularly like I said in our county where there are 4, that people may make fewer mistakes if it's only in their language. They aren't sifting through 3 other languages that aren't related to them for each piece of it, and they have bigger text.
Yes, because as urban communities grow and everything, I will tell you, it looks like the language requirement is going to keep increasing. California, I think in some places has 13 that they support. So yes, it is a growing trend, and we do need to look at for ways. In California, that's what they do, is they will have it all in English with instructions at the bottom and the 13 different languages of how to get your other materials in that language. Or they make it on the application to where you check the language that you want. Or when you register to vote, you actually check the language that you prefer your information in.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
I did agree with you, Chairman, on it does do away with the requirement to sign the ballot. So that is also a very big concern of ours. Of would we be forced to accept a ballot that is not signed?
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. So we have Ashley Fisher, with Secretary of State, on House Bill 913, and you might as well come up because I've got a question. All right.
Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office, here to testify on House Bill 913.
Okay. Talking about Representative Schofield's question, do we need legislation, or is this something y'all can do through rulemaking to get the counties to make it bigger, have the different languages to improve on it?
For the language piece, it is a statutory change. 272.005 requires balloting material to be printed in both Spanish and English on the envelope, so they have to be there together. You can't have a Spanish envelope and an English envelope.
Even if it's in an area where you have a totally different language. Okay.
Has to have at least Spanish and English. Now, for Harris County, where you have Vietnamese and Chinese, you could do it separately. But state law does require Spanish and English to be together on the envelope.
Okay.
So a Vietnamese voter has to get language in English and Spanish, whether they like it or not.
Yes.
Seems like we need to be a little flexible on that one.
I would think.
Yeah.
And then in terms of, removing the language, the other warnings and the other things that are on the envelope, that would also require statutory change, because right now they're required to be on there. The last question is about the location of the signature and the flap. We have a standardized envelope. There's one on our website. I think part of the issue is the different size envelopes that are used and the different printers, and I don't know how to best standardize
I see. Okay.
that. And, ENS might use a little bit of a different envelope, and the way things come through the printer, maybe the X is a little further up or off.
Okay.
But I'm not quite sure how to fix that one.
So each county, if they went to your website, then they would get a perfectly crafted.
We have a PDF, we have approved printers here in Texas. You have to be an approved printer to go through our office, and we'll send you the file and it'll print out. So whatever you guys mandate to be on the envelope, we'll put on the envelope. So whatever warnings, instructions, whatever that is, we'll do that.
Size, signature spot.
You can do size, there's already some instructions on location of the signature box and things like that, or the size of the box for the signature. So there's already that in the code.
Okay.
But that can be looked at and further clarified about what should be on the envelope and where everything should be. And we can do our best to create a form for that and send it out, and hopefully that would resolve some of the differences in envelopes that we have.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Let's see. So, We have folks that have signed up that do not wish to testify, both for and against. And right now, is there anyone who wishes to publicly testify for, against, or on House Bill 913? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we polled the top 100 counties, and we got over 75 responses. And interestingly enough, Harris County did not respond. But
they're doing it right.
The reason we need this legislation is because of what's contained in that box. There was an overwhelming demand saying, give us instruction, tell us how we can do this better, because the number one reason it's getting rejected is because of the signature. So it is crazy that we have to put this into legislation, but let's do it and make it right, because we should be legislating for 254 counties, and they're all different, and over 75 of them have spoken up. So I would appreciate your favorable consideration of this bill, and I'm quite willing to work on language such as signature over the flap, so that we can get these structural improvements done to a vote by mail process that's becoming increasingly more popular.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right now, House Bill 913 will be left pending at this time.
Okay, I close. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Chair lays out House Bill 1308 and recognizes Representative Schofield to explain the bill.
Well, one of the themes we've had this evening is a bit of the confusion that can happen with some of our older voters, one of which is remembering whether they'd gotten a mail ballot or not. And I had a lot of that during my time knocking on doors. Folks couldn't remember if they had one coming. One of the things that they've experienced in Harris County, and apparently a few others, is folks who get to Election Day realize they got a mail ballot and think they can't vote now because they've got a mail ballot and they don't think they can mail it in. And what they'll do is they will go to the county and try to turn the ballot in. Currently, the county's not allowed to take it. Now it's later in the day. They've got to drive back out to Katy. Are they going to get there in time, and are they going to get to the right place and vote? So what this bill would do would be allow the county to accept a marked ballot at their on Election Day in their by in-person delivery to basically your downtown location. I was surprised to find when they first brought this to me that they actually had a demand for it. But it turns out that they do, and every cycle they get several voters who want to come down. My first concern was, well, are they going to have to have a new system for this? What are you going to have to do? And they said every day in the mail we get mail ballots, and we take them and put them in the mail ballot place. And if somebody comes and hands us one, we'll take it and put it in the mail ballot place. So apparently that doesn't really require very much. And that is essentially all there is to it. There may be some witnesses. I think we have about 3 witnesses, so I will be happy to hear what they have to say and reserve the right to close.
Okay, any questions, members? All right. Chair calls Alan Vera, the Harris County Republican Party, ballot security in favor of House Bill 1308.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 1308. We have seen and have reported to us from our workers in the polls the situation over and over again, so the need that Representative Schofield has put before you is a real need. The only thing we would request be looked at in the bill is in subsection A1, we would prefer language that would say the voter may deliver his or her own marked ballot in person, to avoid the implication that voters may bring someone else's marked ballot in person. Other than that, we support it.
Okay, any questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office in favor of House Bill 1308.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying in favor of House Bill 1308. This is a problem that we have see about every election. Seniors will have a ballot that they have requested, and they will have it marked up and voted, and they forget to mail it. And it gets to be Election Day, and all of a sudden they remember, oh, I never sent my ballot in. So they are trying to make sure their vote's counted, because they know if they mail it on Election Day that it will not reach our office in time, because ballots have to be received by that evening at the close of the poll in order to count. So they come down to our office to deliver it. They'll live in Clear Lake, which is an hour-plus drive from downtown Houston, and they'll drive all the way into our office and walk up to our office and say, "Here's my mail ballot, please take it." And we tell them, "No, we can't take your mail ballot, you have to go mail it." And they tell us, "Well, if I mail it, it won't be counted." And the remedy on election day is we say, "Well, you have to go back to your polling location, an hour and a half drive back to Clear Lake, to cancel your mail ballot and vote provisionally on election day." And a lot of times they don't have time to make it back to their polling location in time to vote. So this bill would simply allow us to take the ballot when they walk up to our office and put it in the stack and have the ballot board do its review process and everything else like our normal mail ballot.
Any questions, members? Okay, thank you. All right, and we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill. If y'all have any questions. All right, seeing none, then we have a lot of folks who signed up but did not want to testify in favor of the bill, and just one against it. So, is there anyone who wishes to speak publicly for, against, or on House Bill 1308? Hearing none, Chair recognizes Representative Schofield to close.
Thank you, members, for your favorable consideration, which I hope to receive, and I close.
Okay, House Bill 1308 will be left pending at this time. So, you ready?
Sure.
All right, Chair lays out House Bill 2725 and recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is related to the practice of using mobile temporarily places, polling places during the early voting period. I do have a committee substitute in the works coming. It's not here today. When we vote the bill out of committee, we'll be voting on the forthcoming sub, and a comparison of all versions is this sheet that we handed out that's in front of you. There is a need for mobile temporary polling places, and also being handed out to, I believe it's from the Nueces County party, as in regards to early voting, polling locations that are set up, mobile polling, I should say, locations that are set up around their county at voting time. One during the early voting period and one during the regular voting period. The March primary and then the November joint election. All the different locations. We do understand that there is a need for mobile temporary polling places in rural counties for smaller cities that do not warrant full-time early polling places and accessibility for certain populations. However, there are many political subdivisions who use mobile voting sites to target voters and tilt elections results in their favor. As there are currently minimum parameters in statute to rein in errant mobile voting users, there should be some guidelines for entities to follow to ensure fair and unbiased elections. The committee substitute that you will be getting in House Bill 2725 proposes such guidelines by requiring mobile... I've already laid out that there isn't one. Proposes such guidelines by requiring mobile temporary early voting polling places to be in one location for a minimum of 2 consecutive days and open for at least 8 hours per day. This system will provide election administrators the flexibility to move polling locations to reach less populated areas, while also providing voters the stability and certainty of knowing where early voting locations will be. My office also learned this proposal would fall in line with the federal voting guidelines and keep Texas from being put back in under the U.S. Department of Justice pre-clearance. I do have some expert witnesses here who can testify if we need them to, and with that, members, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? All right.
I reserve the right to close.
All right. Chair calls Bill Fairbrother, the Texas Republican County Chairman's Association, against House Bill 2725.
We were doing so well.
I know. Well, we'll get that out.
We were such friends.
Bill Fairweather, Texas Republican County Chairman's Association, testifying against the original House Bill 2725. I'm on the verge of loving the committee substitute. One suggestion, just make sure the language...
No, they've seen it. We haven't laid it out.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right.
I've been told about it, and we really like it. It solves all of my concerns for Williamson County and for all the other counties. I've discussed it with since I found out about it. The 2 consecutive days, if that could be phrased such that if there's no voting on a Sunday, a Saturday, Monday counts as 2 consecutive maybe voting days, that's even better. Okay. But we love the committee substitute, and thank you for your work on that.
Would you like to change your testimony to on as opposed to against?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. With your permission, we'll change it.
Good suggestion, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any questions, Representative Schofield?
What were your concerns with the filed version of the bill that you feel will be adjusted to your satisfaction?
The bill as filed basically eliminated the temporary locations. It did not allow them. And in Williamson County, they're already...
It's a darn good bill.
Thank you, I know. we got a little pushback on the file, so we went for the substitute.
Okay.
8 hours of voting a day, everyone I've talked with has been fine with. 2 consecutive days is good. That solves our need for... I had 2 pages ready to go of some of the entities that we need it for, but I'll just throw out one. The city of Granger has about 1,500 residents, about 15 miles from the nearest full-time voting location. Just can't justify 2 weeks of early voting for a rural town with, that little population, but they do deserve a couple of days locally to vote early. That's advertised locally, the statewide, the countywide, and big candidates advertise our 13 full-time early voting locations, so there's little confusion in the populated areas. And as I said, his committee substitute solves our concerns for our rural folks that need a couple of days, but we just can't justify going out there for 10 days or 13 days or whatever for full-time early voting.
Well, now, other than a population bracket, what would be the best way to ensure that rural folks get at least a couple of days without allowing some of the bigger folks to drive around and pick their voters? I mean, even 2 days isn't much if they're going to go around to their spots where their best, their favorite people are.
Well, I've been told the shortness of the hours, 2 to 5 only, making it be 8 hours makes it more widely acceptable. The population gets a little iffy. Throw out another example. Southwestern University is a small liberal arts school in Georgetown. There are 3 full-time early voting locations in Georgetown, but a lot of college students don't have a vehicle, so a day or 2 of early voting on campus helps the students be able to vote. But again, it's not fiscally reasonable for us to do, 2 full weeks of early voting, even though Georgetown is now a relatively big town. So I'm not sure how to just bracket it with population.
Because I'm well aware of the abuses that Mr. Goldman was talking about. There are places where they go around and pick their voters.
Right.
I've seen school districts that ordered each campus to come up with some activity so they can get the thing that day when they get all their pro-bond voters to go to their location. I mean, there are all kinds of interesting things that happen when you start moving locations around.
One idea I had that may or may not be a good idea, limit the number of temporary locations some equal or factor of your full-time locations. Because if we have 13 full-time locations, no more than 13 temporary locations. If someone's trying to rig the system where they only have 1 full-time location, yet 15 part-times, there might be some formula or factor there to also reduce the risk of that occurring. But opening up to 8 hours in 2 consecutive days certainly reduces the risk, and as I said, that substitute solves all of our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Israel.
Mr. Fairbrother, I wanted to ask you, is there a situation in which, because of your extensive experience, and I'll ask the same question of some other folks, is there a situation in which it's inefficient to have a full presence 2 consecutive days? In other words, being there one day, you're going to grab a whole bunch of good voters, but being there the next day, it might just be, a trickle, like, bang for your buck kind of thing.
In theory, yes, but weighing the need to stop the kind of, for lack of a better term, corruption that's been mentioned in some situations with our need to hit the rural voters, to me that's a good compromise. 2 days for 8 hours each day. That may be a little much for some of our smaller hamlets or areas, but it's not, and wasteful is maybe not the right term, but it's getting late. It's a good compromise. It allows, whereas some of those locations we might just have preferred to do 1 day, 2 days is fine. And I said it still allows us to get out to the places where we need to. And I said if it helps solve the concerns from several of the committee members about cherry picking your voters or getting your right result versus still allowing those regions that need the mobile temporary locations, I just think it's a good said, when I heard it, I jumped at it, said, I'll take that, versus nothing. And I think it also goes a great way towards alleviating the concerns for Mr. Schofield and some of the others that really, initially wanted to eliminate the practice altogether. So I'm happy to sign off on that compromise, or whatever you want to call it.
Let me ask you one other question. What if it's a 2-day presence that alleviates your concern, what if you were there for 2 partial days instead of 2 full days? I don't know I'm just throwing that out there.
I personally could be happy with that, but I think that drifts into the idea of just doing it when you're getting the right voters there. I mean,
I'm thinking about
it doesn't
doing it
make
when
or
you
break
have
the deal
people
for me
there.
one way or the other.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Well, it would seem also like
Representative Schofield.
the less time you give them to vote, the more the less option the voter has. If you have a doctor's appointment 2 in the afternoon, you don't get to vote. Whereas if you're there for 2 days, and there are some days where this is not a good day for me, tomorrow's a better day. Half the people may show up one day, half the other. I mean, again, it seems like our voting locations ought to be there as opposed to, you may not have been here the other week when somebody had this chart full of stuff where, a train schedule on the New York subway was easier to figure out.
I know.
So I'm happy with the 8 hours over 2 days. Would I be equally happy if that was added to more flexibility? Sure, but I don't want to go for that added flexibility and lose the folks concerned about the schools or other entities kind of cherry-picking their voters at this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Chair calls Bill Sargent with the Galveston County Clerk's Office in favor of the bill.
Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County, Bill Sargent, speaking strongly in favor of HB 2725. Mr. Fallon.
Sir.
Do you have sitting next to you a great American?
I do.
That's what I thought. One of the problems we have to address is mobile vote is the motivation for mobile voting. Is it to target your audience, or is it to help the voters get their vote out? To some of us, having a PTA meeting on one night and a sporting event at someplace else another night, and a school play another night at a different location, and having those polling locations open at the same time at the same place as those events, is really a get-out-the-vote campaign. It may just be disguised as mobile voting, but it really is a get-out-the-vote campaign. And that's what we need to stop. I know that Travis County does mobile voting. I know that in some ways we do it. We have a location that's on the west end of Galveston Island. You get a total, in a big election, you get a total number of votes there of maybe 200. And we keep it open for about 3 days because the people on the west end otherwise have to drive 20 miles to get to a polling location. And so we want to help them out. But I would not go for doing something half day one place, half day someplace else. I wouldn't do that because that gives them the opportunity of using it for targeting voters.
It seems to me you have the motor voting or rolling voting on certain elections where they put it in a town, put it in the town hall, city, wherever, day, 2 days, so that everyone can come in. And then you have the rolling voting that is event-based.
Correct.
And that is what I have an issue with.
Which
is what you just described.
I concur.
Yeah,
Same thing.
you have it at the PTA meeting. You have it at the soccer game location.
Right.
That is event-based, not location-based.
That's correct. Absolutely.
And that's what his bill is trying to.
Well, and your bill does that, and Greg Bonner's bill that I testified on a week or so ago does the same thing. The bottom line is we want to stop this event based because that's a get out the vote campaign. We want to make it available.
Big
to
difference. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Any questions? All right. Thank you. Chair calls Glenn Maxey, Texas Democrat Party, against.
You were doing so well.
I know.
I'll be back up.
Well, let's see if we can get to go on.
Glenn Mack, Texas Democratic
that's
Party,
good idea.
opposed to House Bill 2725. I won't repeat other things that have been talked about. Clearly, we are on the same page about the event vote.
Yeah,
Totally on that
yeah.
page.
So you don't like the event-based
Exactly.
mail-in voting?
But in Travis County, the example of this sort of half-day voting that's been in effect for decades now, and our county clerk's here and she could speak to this, is the most important thing is that we go to every senior citizen residence where there are hundreds of seniors. Rebecca Baines Johnson here on Town Lake, the folks out that live in a complex at Lake Travis, and the clerk goes for a half day for those seniors to be able to vote in person because they want to cast a ballot. They don't want to vote by mail, but they do not travel into town. Or the ones in Trinity certainly don't travel because they're all homebound, and so this takes away that. I would really hope that y'all would consider an exemption for the primary and general election for that kind of voting, so that we get away. The school districts and folks, that's typically bond elections where they're doing that event voting, and we understand that problem. But for presidential election or primary election, it would be very helpful for these seniors to be able to vote, and it's not.
Have you seen these? Have you seen
Goldman?
These are the primary and general elections in Nueces County.
I've never seen that, so I don't know.
We'll make sure you get one.
All right. Representative Schofield.
I've noticed that on occasion chicanery can happen in primary and general elections as well. I don't. An election official or an elected official can end up picking the neighborhoods where their party's more likely to win than the other, and that sort of thing. And we don't have a system where the minority party in that county gets to pick half of the locations. So you end up with a situation where one side is picking all, as opposed to our precinct level elections, which are held in everybody's neighborhood. Everybody gets one. I get one in my neighborhood, you get one in your neighborhood, the chairman gets one in her neighborhood. They don't move, they don't favor anybody in particular. When you start having the state, the county, the government pick who's going to get a location and who isn't and start moving them around, you are opening up the possibility of unintentional bias, intentional bias, all sorts of things. I applaud Mr. Goldman's bill because I think we need to clamp down on it to the extent possible.
And I'll just give the other example in Travis County that has been very useful is that we have done voting at each of the major hospital complexes because there are doctors and nurses and certainly patients that are ambulatory in a hospital that can't get out to vote. And that's been very helpful too. So there are things like that I think are very balanced about the kind of voters that are at those mobile locations. It's not cost effective to keep them open for 2 full days. So I would just hope that there would be some ways.
Mr. Maxey, there are doctors and nurses that are unable to get out and vote early at hospitals. Are they in those hospitals for 2 weeks straight?
No, they're not. But it's convenient for them
to be able to walk out and vote in a location instead of going to their precinct or going to any early voting location in their entire county. It's much easier to walk out and go in a trailer that's been rolled up there and go vote there. I'd love for it to pull up to my house.
Your proposed committee substitute a lot more than your original bill.
Okay, well, that's progress. That's progress. Please keep working with our office to help improve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of House Bill 2725.
Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office in favor of, what's the bill? 2725. And good bill. I like the original before the substitute much better. But the substitute does work for us in Harris County to somewhat. I think it will curb that, Chairman. That's exactly what we're seeing in Harris County in school districts where they have a bond election and they have, they go from, having one early voting location to 50 early voting locations that are all now mobile. And they're selecting their voters. It's just not how you should run an election. It's getting worse. If y'all are looking to amend it or try to fix one of them. There's other thoughts we've heard of, or you possibly make it to where the number of early voting locations you have for your board election is the same number you can have for your bond election. You can make it to where just for bond elections only that you can't have mobile voting. I don't know. Now, there are a lot of other things. Personally, I like Representative Goldman's version of the bill. 2 days, I think, is more than sufficient to keep a polling location in a single location. At least you can have some, the voter can make up some sense of where that location is going to be so that they can go and participate in the election.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you. All right, Chair calls Dana DeBeauvoir, representing herself, against the bill. You can flip her.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Dana DeBeauvoir, Travis County Clerk. Against House Bill 2725, Representative Goldman. There are so many mixed views about what to do about mobile voting that neither county clerks nor elections administrators are going to speak to you as a group about this idea, this bill. So I am here today to comment as the Travis County Clerk. And I guess the first thing I need to say is not guilty. Travis County does do an extensive mobile voting program. We have done it for 20 years. And it includes half days and single days throughout Travis County. It does not target voters, but it does have priorities. And the first priority is the rural areas that ring Travis County, that go around the entire circle, our sort of outer perimeter. The second priority that mobile voting targets, if you will, is seniors, so that seniors are not necessarily stuck with only one voting option, and that's by mail. And the third, and then we have some other groups that we try to help out too, and that has to do with high volume, high traffic, high foot traffic areas, and we especially pay attention to that during presidential elections, when it becomes so very important to try to take the pressure off the big turnout on election day. So that's to the extent that Travis County targets our voters. That's our population. Now, I cannot say enough good things about you, Representative Goldman, about your willingness to listen to the issues surrounding this, because it's complicated and it's handled very differently in different places.
Well, in all fairness, the compliment should go to my staff.
Especially Lee.
Yes.
Especially Lee. Your willingness to recognize that malls and libraries do have different hours and would never be able to, comply with all of the days of early voting, which was the original language from the bill, was of tremendous help. So thank you very much for that. This last piece of it, so I thank you. All county clerks, thank you for that one. That took care of a big problem right there. This piece, though, is still problematic, and what I'd like to talk to you just for a minute about is, while we are all trying to support your efforts to curb this abuse by especially schools, in trying to use mobile voting to curry or shop, go fishing for what they consider their voters. We don't like it. County clerks take an oath that we support our voters and we are nonpartisan. So for that to go on is against our ethics. We don't like it one bit. I don't allow schools in Travis County to behave that way, and they don't do it either. So when schools do get away with that, it's highly offensive. So we're with you on this. What we're trying to do, though, is figure out a way to have a reputable mobile voting program like the one that Travis County has conducted for 20 years, but also deal with these abuses as well. Here's what I think is going to happen to two-day mobile voting. The fairly well-off school districts will be able to afford to pay the freight for 2 days of mobile voting. They will sandwich in the PTA meeting or the whatever meeting in between the 2 days. They will vote from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. And they will continue, the schools that abuse will continue to abuse despite your best efforts with this bill. So they will be able to afford to continue right on. And ironically, the counties will not be able to afford to do that. The counties will completely lose all the mobile voting program, and yet these more affluent school districts will be able to keep doing the exact same thing with 2-day mobile voting. By reducing it to 2 days, ironically, you've put it financially within their power to be able to afford to ask for two-day mobile voting, and they're going to put pressure on us elections administrators to deliver that 2-day mobile voting.
Okay.
Can you work?
Yeah, just please come by. I know you're close.
I'll have my third conversation with you guys. I'm happy to do that.
That'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks.
We have Secretary of State Keith Ingram, Ashley Fisher, if y'all have any other questions, and seeing none, and there are several people almost equal who signed up but did not want to testify both for and against House Bill 2725. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak publicly for, against, or on House Bill 2725? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to close.
Thank you. I close.
Okay, and there is no substitute. So
correct.
House Bill 2725 will be left pending at this time. Now, I apologize that I did not say this earlier, and I hope there are no witnesses out there, but House Bill 2441 by Representative Harless has been withdrawn, and House Bill 3516 by Representative Schubert has also been withdrawn. So we will not be hearing those bills tonight at the request of the bill author. So with that, the chair lays out. Celia, you ready? Your bill.
Can I do mine? I've got a witness here who's been here.
Oh, okay, a long time? Okay. All right. Chair will lay out House Bill 3118 by Representative Goldman.
Sorry.
And recognizes Representative Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The canvass process conducted by the county and state parties determines the final votes in the primary and runoff primary elections. The current process used in Texas has not been amended since 1990.
Wait, do you have a substitute? I see a substitute. I see a substitute.
Okay, you see a substitute?
Do you have one? Is that what you're doing?
No.
Okay.
Where do you see a substitute?
I've got it. 3118.
Sorry, I do. Yes, ma'am. If you'd like to lay it out, that'd be great.
Okay. So we'll have Representative Fallon. Offer the substitute to House Bill 3118, and now the chair calls on Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying,
committee substitute.
Thank you. The current process used in Texas has not been amended since 1997 and involves much paper shuffling between each laborious step in the process. Laborious. Thank you. House Bill 3118 modernizes the entire canvass process by utilizing the Secretary of State website that already exists as the one-stop shop for all election returns. The county chairs will input information to the website and provide an affidavit confirming the information is true and accurate. Benefits of moving all reporting to the Secretary of State website include time, transposing, and outcomes. Members, both the Republican and Democrat parties are in support of this bill and provided my office with much assistance. They say updating the process will save them tremendous amounts of time, effort, and headaches that the current antiquated process requires. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Can you read the comparison between the original and the substitute?
Yes, I will.
Your staff has already done that.
Wonderful. The committee substitute makes 3 changes from the introduced version. Page 1, line 6 changes, and to or, such as the line reads, the county chair or at least one member of the county executive committee. The second change, Section 3 on page 3, amends Section 172.119 Election Code, subsection A, to say that the county chair shall prepare and post next to the name of each candidate the county election returns on the Secretary of State's website. Subsection A1 is added to require the Secretary of State to determine rules for posting vote types, which include early, by mail, on election day, etc., next to each primary candidate's names. And the third change is to Section 172.119B is repealed.
Okay.
And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions or reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members? Okay. Chair calls Cassie Daniel, representing herself and the Republican Party of Texas, in favor of House Bill 3118.
I know.
I
Poor thing. Here all day.
And Cassie used to work for me. So
I
glad to
did,
see
Madam
you.
Chair. Cassie Daniel with the Republican Party of Texas. I'm testifying in favor of the committee substitute for House Bill 3118. Most of what I'm going to say is in your handout here, but I did want to highlight a few points. In my position as the organization director for the Republican Party of Texas, I'm charged with administering the primary election, obviously for just the Republican Party, statewide, but also assisting our county chairs. I'm in full support of this bill, and I think it's going to add a lot of years to my life and get back the 5 hours I've been waiting to speak on it. So I really encourage you to pass this bill. During the primary election, the state parties have to use a computer program from the Secretary of State's office to submit information and download reports. We have to download this massive PDF document. In 2014, for just the Republicans, it was over 1,000 pages, which included all 254 counties. I put in your packet just a sample of one county, which is almost all of them are about 4 pages long. We then have to print this out, and then we have to scan each county back individually, and then we have to attach each one individually to an email to the county chair. And then once the county chair gets the email, they have to then download the form, print it out, fill it out with their sometimes not so great handwriting, and then fax it, which is not necessarily a great photo, back to us, or find some means of scanning it and submitting it back to us. As you can see, that wastes a whole lot of paper, and it wastes a lot of time and effort for people as well. After, hopefully, we have gotten all 254 counties back, that's part of the struggle, we then have to input all of that information back into an electronic form on this application through the Secretary of State's application that they give the parties to use. The big kicker is that only one computer from each party can access this database at one time. So I provided the dates for the turnaround in the 2014 election so you can physically see we have 2 days to enter what estimates to be about 14,000 points of data. When you say governor in every single county, well, that's 254 times the average number of candidates per county, which is 56, which gives you about 14,000 data points that we have to enter in 48 hours. So you can see why I would really like to save my hair and not go bald by pulling it out, trying to get all this stuff entered. So this is a great bill. It's already worked before in 2012 when we had the extremely delayed primary election. Everybody remembers that one, yeah. The Secretary of State's office worked with the Republican Party of Texas to put a similar type canvassing mechanism online, because our canvas was going to be right in the middle of the state convention where all of our county chairs are in Fort Worth and Dallas for the state convention. So we know that this type of thing will already work because it's done so in 2012. I think it's also a great way to continue to familiarize our county chairs with accessing the Secretary of State's website to do all of that back and forth. They already request financial remunerations and they submit the candidate names for filing. So they're going to use the same website, the same password, the same username. So it just helps them with that process. They know where to go and what to do with it. And it saves us the trouble of wasting all of that paper. So it's good government, great efficiency, and it's going green. So I figured that everybody on this committee can find something to like about that. So with that, if you have any other questions, I'll be happy.
Good job. Representative Schofield.
So currently, the 254 county chairs are as many as you have.
Currently, we have 254.
Congratulations. I know Steve was excited about
say
that.
that 'cause
a lot of work. So they send their forms to you, and you have 2 days to input all the data. Under this bill, each of them separately will be going to the Secretary of State's website. They won't be going through you at all.
Well, what would happen is instead of us downloading the report and sending it to them, that report is already ready for them on the Secretary of State's website. They still have to put the data points in and then certify that that is accurate and correct. They have that affidavit that they're checking off that I certify this information is correct. Then we, still at the state party, would then still formulate the statewide canvass, which would then, we'd have the statewide canvass confirmed by the state chair and the executive committee. So it's not eliminating the process to check and make sure that we are making sure that all the ballots that should be counted are counted. It's just making it more streamlined and more efficient.
So how do they get the data into the Secretary of State's? Are they sitting there hand typing each thing, or is there some sort of more automated process than that where they're uploading it?
Well, actually, most of the time they usually just get it from the county clerk, which was in an electronic format that they have to have printed off, and then they handwrite all the stuff into the PDF and then scan it back in, and then we have to print it off and enter it back in electronically.
So how will they get it in now?
Well, now they fill out the forms and send it to us, but the way they get the information is they get it from the county clerk or the elections administrator.
I mean, how do they get it onto the Secretary of State's website under the bill?
Under this bill, basically, when you go to Secretary of State's website, the county chair has a username and password unique to their county and their party, and it would have, like the example in there, it would be basically that, but it would just have a little blank next to it, and it would say, Greg Abbott, and you put 44 votes, and then you'd say,
so they type
the next
in for
person
each,
that was on there.
Because I know I'm Harris County. That's a whole lot of pages of typing in numbers.
Right. They don't have to
that?
type in. They just have to type in the number to confirm the number.
Okay.
Which before, they were having to write it all down and then send it to us, and we were having to type it in. So it's just making it more efficient.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, members? All right. Thank you, Cassie.
Thank you very much.
All right. Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party also in favor of House Bill. We got it.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in support of House Bill 3118. This is one of the best ideas I've ever brought to a legislator.
Exactly.
This was my idea.
Yes, sir.
And I agree with everything Cassie says,
Right.
mainly because I think I'm going to be the Texas Democratic Party's primary director, and I don't want to do all this stuff. Any questions?
Honest assessment of
That's right.
Your primary is probably going to be easy. You didn't hear me. Chair recognizes, it's getting late. Chair recognizes Bill Fairbrother with the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association on House Bill 3118.
You can switch me to 4 if you like. When I registered, I didn't know what Cassie's testimony was going to be. Bill Fairbrother, TRCCA, House Bill 3118. Ditto everything Cassie said. Thank y'all very much.
Okay, so you, with your permission, you want to change your testimony from on to 4.
Yes.
Okay, we got it. Any questions, members? Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, so we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill. If anybody wants to ask her any
Does she want to change her
questions.
testimony to 4?
She can't. Okay, so
Private
we have several folks that have registered to in support of the bill that do not wish to testify, and one lone one who is against the bill but does not wish to testify. But we have flipped him. But okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 3118? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
All right, Chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 3118 and leaves House Bill 3118 pending at this time. So, you ready? Okay, Chair lays out House Bill 2983 and recognizes Representative Israel to explain her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2983. We have a substitute as well, Madam Chair.
Oh, you do? Okay. Representative Reynolds offers a substitute to House Bill 2983, and the Chair calls again on Representative Israel to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. Currently, Texans who choose to register to vote at the Texas Department of Public Safety do not receive receipts proving their registration application was submitted. They register at DPS electronically. House Bill 2983 would provide that proof on the transaction receipts that patrons receive while waiting for their plastic cards to be mailed. Driver's License Division officials with DPS have indicated that this legislation could be implemented with ease. The DPS computer system already includes data on whether a voter has registered to vote, among other information such as whether the driver has chosen to be an organ donor. My committee substitute changes any references of temporary license to transactional receipts. This change is necessary because DPS refers to the temporary document given to patrons upon payment for a driver's license and other identification cards as transactional receipt rather than a temporary license. Thank you for listening and hearing this bill, and I'm open to any questions.
Okay, any questions, members? All right, Chair calls Alan Vera, Harris County, Republican Party ballot security on the bill.
Yeah.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 2983. We are thrilled to hear Representative Israel acknowledging the potentially greater reliability of a paper trail for voter registration, because the electronic transmission of voter registration from DPS to the voter registrars is not always reliable. Though this places additional burden on the DPS, and though it probably needs some enactment supervision from the Secretary of State, we could support this bill if it was made clear that the transactional document does not substitute for a voter registration card or a valid registration. Other than that, we'd be prepared to support the bill.
Any questions, members? Okay. Chair calls John Oldham with the Texas Association of Elections Administrator for the bill. And, oh, there he is, okay.
Actually, I thought I had changed my position and not testifying, but in favor, okay?
Well, come on up, since you already talked. Just go ahead and all you have to say is what your position is.
John Oldham, President, TAEA, speaking in favor of 3120. Is it? No, it's not 3124. It's been a long day.
It's 2983.
2983. We support the bill.
Okay. Chair calls Glenn Maxey, Texas Democrat Party, in favor of House Bill 2983.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in favor of House Bill 2983. On our hotlines, the number one thing that people said is, I thought I had registered when I got my driver's license. So simply putting a statement on the transactional notice that the person did register or that they didn't register would give them some information that they may remember that they did register to vote or didn't.
All right. Any questions? All right. Chair calls Dana DeBevois with the Legislative Committee of County and District Clerks in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Dana DeBevois, speaking for County Clerk's Legislative Committee in favor of House Bill 2983. My purpose in being here is to merely restate the intent so that we're clear about what this bill is supposed to do. So very quickly, the transactional receipt that we get from DPS is served when a person shows up at the polling place with this receipt. That allows them to vote a provisional ballot. Mm-hmm. It serves as the trigger for getting the registration process restarted. They can even fill out a voter registration card right there at the time they're voting. That the provisional ballot, that the transactional receipt also serves as the cure for the provisional ballot so that it will be counted. Representative, did I miss anything?
No.
Okay,
I think
great.
those are the two big ones.
I think we got it then. I just want to make sure it was all on the record and we were all clear about what this was supposed to do. And we love this. It is the most common thing we hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Any
Chair?
questions? Representative Schofield.
Is there anything on the transaction receipt that they get that differentiates the people who have registered to vote at that time from those who didn't? Or is everybody who goes to get a driver's license going to officially be registered to vote because they're going to come to you and that's going to serve as a registration?
I have never seen a transactional receipt. As far as I know, right now it doesn't have that item on it that says you've been registered to vote. So I don't know exactly what it's going to look like.
Because, I mean, what you just testified was that they will get to vote provisionally, but this will be proof that they are registered to vote, which they aren't if they're not one of the people who signed up to register to vote.
Right. What I said was, and I'll restate it to make sure the intent is very clear. What I said is that it serves as the trigger for the registration process to begin again. They have to fill out a card, and they can fill out the voter registration card, and they can fill it out right there as they're about to vote their provisional ballot.
So they wouldn't be able to vote for 30 days from that point where they're filling out a form to register to vote?
That would be part of reviewing the transactional receipt. You'd be looking for the date they registered on the...
But again, it wouldn't say the date they registered. It would say the date they got their driver's license, but they may or may not have been amongst the people who also registered to vote at that time. That was my question, was are we differentiating are we just able to round up everybody who got a driver's license in the last several days and just send them to the polls as a registered voter? Or are we differentiating between the people who did register to vote when they made their transaction from those who did not?
Okay, well, and we may have to go to the author to get the answer to that question, but here's my understanding.
Well, I was getting the impression the bill came from you. Did it not? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
That's why I was quizzing you.
No, I'm sorry. No, but my understanding is that information should be clear enough that we can tell that their intent was to register at that time, and that qualified them to vote. They get a provisional ballot. They bring all their voter registration information up to date on a card at that time, and then they use that transactional receipt to cure the provisional ballot.
But not having seen a transactional receipt, you don't know if it indicates that they attempted to register to vote at that time or not.
Well, no, but the transactional receipt will say on it register to vote. That was the point.
Of doing the bill.
In having them have that transactional receipt.
My understanding from the bill, and maybe you haven't seen the committee sub, or I don't know if it's in the filed bill also, but it just says if you submitted a voter registration application at the time you applied for a driver's license, this receipt is proof. It doesn't say whether you did or not. So everybody would get the same transactional receipt, I presume.
I think there needs to be some cleanup.
Yeah, perhaps I'm not the best person to answer this, but I'm under the impression that it says on that transactional receipt you did register.
Perhaps we can call up the Secretary of State and have us get some. I think
somebody who knows
Mr.
more
Ingram
than
has
me,
some clarity for
perhaps.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have Keith Ingram with the Secretary
Oh, I
of
see.
State.
I was looking at subsection 4. You're looking at
State's
subsection 4. I
office.
got you. Okay.
On House Bill 2983.
Here, Glenn, this is yours.
Gentlemen.
Good evening. Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Office, Elections Division, here to testify on House Bill 2983. And the way that I read the bill is that the transactional receipt's going to say that the voter attempted to register or not, or declined. It'll say one way or the other.
It'll be printed on there.
It'll be printed on there. And the way this works now is a voter comes to vote and they say, I don't know why I'm not on the list. I registered to vote at the DPS when I got my driver's license updated. And the county will make them vote provisionally. And then we've developed a web portal where the county can exchange information directly with DPS about this voter. And, the voter gives...
On Election Day?
Yeah, and shortly thereafter, during the period when they're reviewing provisional ballots. And so the DPS is committed to researching all of these. And the last election, I think we had 4,200 in 2014, about 4,200 transactions over that webpage with the DPS, and about 985 of those had actually attempted to register to vote at DPS, and DPS inadvertently didn't transmit the information. So they transmitted the information. Then the voter registrar put it through the process, and if the voter qualified to be registered to vote, they were given the retroactive date of their transaction with DPS. And that's the way I would understand this would continue to work, is it wouldn't change that process at all. It would just give the voter some idea, because a lot of times most of those 4,200 people that thought they registered actually declined. And so this, if they had it on the receipt, it would be a better indication to the voter themselves about
When
what
you actually decline.
They come to vote thinking that they tried to register at DPS, but DPS records showed that they declined.
Oh, they had declined.
At the
Not
time
they were
of their
declined.
transaction with the
I got
DPS, they declined to register to vote.
They checked
they
the
were
box saying,
mistaken.
don't register me, and then they forgot they did that.
There was some kind of miscommunication at
And so
the
it's better
county.
to have it on the receipt, that way the voter knows.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That
Okay,
clears it
any
up for me.
questions,
I had a
Representative
question
Israel?
for Mr. Ingram. When did we start doing the motor voter DPS registration?
The National Voter Registration Act of 1993 requires Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Public Safety in Texas, whoever does a driver's license transaction, to offer the opportunity to register to vote or update a voter registration at the time of every transaction with them.
Mhm.
So that's been the law, federal law, since 1993. It used to be, before 2010, that the DPS would have the voter fill out a paper voter registration application, and then the DPS would deliver those to the voter registrar of the county.
Mhm.
So that was a very inefficient process.
Mhm.
And so now we have the ability for DPS to transmit this information electronically. We've had that in place since 2010. So it's a much better and much fewer voter registrations actually fall through the cracks now. But DPS still occasionally, they'll have a customer service representative neglect to hit the button sending it to our computer system.
So you can say that electronic voter registration is occurring at DPS right now.
I don't know. I'm not going to get in the business of characterizing it that way. But we do get the information from DPS electronically.
There's no paper. It's all handled electronically.
Nice try at 10:30.
I don't know. That's a fight I don't want to get in the
Mr.
middle of.
Ingram, come on. No?
All of the information is transmitted electronically from DPS and from us to the counties. The counties work the voter registration. And then the county has the option, we've got the ability for them to print out the voter registration application and retain it in print, or they can print it to PDF and retain it electronically. But we make them keep the voter registration application in one of those two forms.
I think I heard you say yes. Thank you. And
I think I heard problems.
What portion of our voters are taking advantage of electronic voter registration at DPS?
Of the agencies that register voters, we've got what we call the Chapter 20 agencies, Health and Human Services agencies. They're also required by the NVRA to offer voter registration. So between the DPS and those, DPS is the biggest referrer of voter registrations. All the other Chapter 20 agencies do it by paper or send paper applications to their clients. And so DPS is by far the biggest referrer of voter registrations to our office outside of the Code 17s, which are the county voter registration applications themselves, and that's by far the biggest number.
Is there a percentage, roughly?
I don't know the
Could you give us-
percentage. The last year that I have a number in my head, in 2012, the number that we got from DPS was, I think, 665,000, 663,000.
Awesome.
But
Thank you.
We've got that information if you need it.
Any
I
other
think that I've
questions?
sent it to Justin before.
Yes. You probably have.
Thank you. All right. Chair calls Mike Conwell, representing himself, in favor of the bill.
Good late evening, Madam Chair. My name is Mike Conwell. I'm here speaking for HB 2983.
And you are
representing myself. After hearing how good DPS was, I promise not to drag them too much through the mud. But on a election judge level, DPS is constantly coming up as a source of problems. This is prior to the 2010 change, but DPS saying that somebody didn't register when we had proof that they did happened at least once in one of my provisionals. DPS was handing back the signature card that the voter was supposed to sign as their proof of signature. DPS was handing it back as a receipt to the voter, so it never got forwarded on to the county clerks.
Okay. And
Lots more about the DPS, but it's late. I urge you to vote for the bill. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, members? Okay. Let's see. I think that's all the witnesses that want to testify publicly. There are as many for and against House Bill 2983. Is there anyone out there who wants to speak publicly for, against, or on House Bill 2983? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
I close.
Oh, thank you. Good. So, chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 2983 and leaves the bill pending at this time. Okay, we're down to the last two, folks. So, all right. Chair lays out House Bill 3124 and recognizes Representative Schofield to explain the bill.
I would like to take credit for this bill, but it's actually a Secretary of State bill. Ever since the Help America Vote Act in, I guess, 2003-ish, we have had numerous voting changes and voting system requirements, one of which is the requirements to have disabled, accessible voting stations in polling places. And there are different levels of requirements based on different population for elections that do not have a federal. If you have a federal election involved, you have to go by the federal rules. We have varying levels for population, and people under 2,000 don't have to have the machine. People between, or counties between 2,000 and 5,000 voters have to have one machine in early voting. Between 5,000 and 10,000, one machine in early voting, one on the day. Because they're expensive and difficult to deal with for the counties, we have had several iterations of bills between then and now to try to make it less cumbersome on the counties while still providing the appropriate level of assistance for the disabled voters. All this bill would do is provide for special elections. And the problem with special elections is they don't fit neatly into our calendar. Our normal rule under the statute is that you must request, by filing an application with the Secretary of State, 90 days before the date of the election that you have the particular waiver by showing the undue burden that is required. This bill would say 10 days after the election is ordered. So for a big election, like a general election for state and county officials, it would be 10 days after that date is ordered rather than 90 days before the election. But for a special election, which sometimes are held, as we have found out during this session, on rather short notice, if it's a legislator during the session, you don't have any 90 days to do it. It's not possible. And so this bill would change it to 10 days after the election is ordered. That's on page 2. That's the only operative section of the bill. All the rest are conforming changes to change the appropriate federal statutory citation and to change the definition of a federal election. So there may be witnesses on this bill. I do not know. Apparently only one. But I will be happy to hear from them, and then I would reserve the right to close.
Well, you will be happy to know that the only one that we have publicly is Secretary of State on the bill. If y'all have any questions, we'll call them up. But otherwise, there are no witnesses to testify publicly. They've all registered for the bill, except for one against, and they do not wish to testify. So this is basically a clean-up bill.
It is, and it just simply makes it easier to do the same thing for special elections that we do for every other election. And with that, Madam Chair, I close.
Okay, so Chair will leave House Bill 3124 pending at this time. Thank you. Now, last one. We're doing good. It's not midnight. All right, Chair lays out 3178 and recognizes Representative Schofield to lay out the bill.
I'll have you know that my staff had written some notes for me, and they start with "Good afternoon, Madam Chairman." So apparently they had a little more enthusiasm for our ability to get through this than we do.
It could have been. You have a substitute, right?
We do have a committee substitute to be laid out.
So Representative Fallon offers the substitute to House Bill 3178, and Chair calls on Representative Schofield to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. In Texas, there are limited circumstances in which voters can receive assistance with their ballot, and we went through them on an earlier bill today. These voters can be particularly vulnerable to intimidation or to undue influence, and so we have a series of laws that are designed to make sure that they are receiving assistance that they value as opposed to assistance being foisted upon them by people who have intentions for how their ballot ought to be cast. This bill would provide that a person providing the assistance be a registered voter in the county in which the election is held, and also that the person, like everyone else who's not allowed to electioneer within 100 feet of a polling location, not solicit voters to provide voting assistance. In other words, it's to be the assistor of the voter's choice, not of you telling them, hey, you need to choose me for the election. I say no one else is allowed to electioneer within 100 feet, and folks are going to be providing assistance. And of course, that does not apply to the election officials themselves. If they see somebody who clearly needs assistance, they are entitled to do what they always do, which is say, ma'am, do you need help? And there are, I'm sure, a bunch of witnesses, and so I'd be happy to hear from them, and I would reserve the right to close, and also to answer Mr. Reynolds' question.
Mike, I have a question. Why is it there a limitation that the person who's doing the assistant have to be a registered voter within the county? Why is that limitation?
First of all, I can't imagine why somebody who is not from the county would be inside the polling location to begin with. I can't think of a circumstance in which they would be in there, since the poll, and again, the only other people who are going to be in there are voters and the folks working in the election. I'm not quite sure what you'd be doing hanging around inside a polling location if you're not from the county. But this is designed to make sure that it's people from around here. It's not.
I'm just saying it could be a neighboring county. I mean, there are counties adjacent. They're good government. They want to volunteer, and they live in the county right next door.
If you wanted to put on an amendment that said from an adjacent county, I would probably be willing to add that to my bill.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, members? All right. So, Chair calls Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee. And Alan, you're great because you can get your point in succinct and fast.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for 3178. In the November 2014 general election in Harris County, improper voter assistance was the single biggest problem we faced throughout Election Day. We had organized groups intercepting voters in the parking lot outside polling places, taking them by the arm and walking them into the voting location to vote for them. They would speak for the voter, announce that the voter wanted an assistance, and then they'd influence the voter in the voting booth. We had case after case of improper voter assistance as defined by the current election code. 3178 doesn't solve every problem we saw in November. It's a step in the right direction. We think what we saw in November is only going to get worse unless the legislature steps in. Please help stem the problem by passing HB 3178.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls John Oldham, Texas Association of Election Administrators, in favor of House Bill 3178.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John Oldham, President TAEA, speaking in favor of 3178 with a couple of concerns that were significant enough that I'm not already back in Richmond. We love the amendments to Section 2 that prohibit the solicitation of assistors. We saw in our county, we not really had a huge problem with an organized effort until last year when we saw in a Katy ISD bond election people standing in front of every polling place offering every voter who came up to go in and help them understand their ballot. But our concerns with this bill...
Can I ask you?
Yes.
Were they for or against the...
I think they were for the bill, for the bond.
And this is anecdotal stuff I hadn't heard before.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, go right ahead.
But our concerns are with the first portion of this bill, and somebody already mentioned this. I'm not necessarily Representative Reynolds in favor of adjacent counties, but we would be in favor of allowing an exception to the registered voter for someone within the second degree of consanguinity. Because, for example, we even have houses where the husband's in one county and the wife's in the other. Because the line goes right through the middle of the house, or apartments.
It must go right through the middle of their bed.
I think it must. But we have apartments that, 3 apartments are in Harris, 3 are in Fort Bend, and certainly we have situations where we have persons living in assisted living centers whose child or parent or somebody else in the family may live in Harris County or Waller County or somewhere else, and they should be
Now
entitled
remember,
to
this bill only talks about soliciting someone for assistance.
Well,
it doesn't talk about who can provide assistance.
Right, but it says has to be a registered voter.
Oh, you're saying they may not be registered to vote?
Right, and so the other concern we have...
Well, yeah, I'd be fine with the second degree of consanguinity.
Yeah.
If some elderly Vietnamese lady in my district wants to let her grandson point out the ballot to her, I'm fine with making that change.
And the second change would be, last November I had about 55 high school students working in half our polling places, all who had Asian or Arabic language skills. And under this bill, they were not registered voters because they were not of age. So under this bill, they would not be able to provide that assistance. So we would like to see something with a maybe second degree of consanguinity, and also an exception for student clerks who are not of age and are not eligible to become a registered voter at this point in time.
I think the student clerk would, because under current law, the election officials working the polls, and I don't know exactly the language, I don't know if it takes in clerks, are the ones who are allowed to provide assistance aside from being someone of student choice.
And they can provide assistance now, but if they have to be a registered voter, they could not.
Unless we carve out an exception.
So that's what we're looking for, is an exception in these two areas.
Okay,
Okay.
can y'all work together on that one?
Sure.
All right, well, thank you.
Sure.
We don't have a whole lot of time to work on anything.
Well,
Work on it fast.
Yeah, I didn't get a March hearing.
You got 10 minutes to work on it. I'm joking. All right. Chair calls Glenn Maxey, Texas Democrat Party, against the bill.
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party in opposition to House Bill 3178. I appreciate the comments that just happened about both the children and those things we would agree with would improve this bill. I would tell an example that as a college student registered to vote in Walker County in Huntsville, I always went back to Harris County to take my elderly grandmother to vote and assisted her. So, there are those examples of people who do that kind of thing. But I'm going to go back up to about 30,000 feet on this bill and say that it's in our opinion that this bill clearly conflicts with Section 208 of the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act was amended in 1982, and it reads as follows. Any voter, Section 208 reads as follows. Any voter who requires assistance to vote by reason of blindness, disability, or inability to read or write may be given assistance by a person of the voter's choice, other than the voter's employer or agent of that employer, or officer or agent of the voter's union. The Justice Department in the last 10 years has, on a number of occasions, I think at least 4, entered into consent decrees on this very point of who, if somebody has any person of their choice, it's sued Texas counties 3 times in the past 10 years for failing to allow Hispanic voters their assistance of choice, sister of choice. In one such case, the Department of Justice specifically complained that Hell County prohibited family members to assist such voters, which would be a specific problem caused by HB 3178 without the amendment you're talking about. Consequently, if passed, HB 3178 would be subject to litigation from the Department of Justice and voters, that litigation was likely to succeed. Also, our attorneys told us that in Section 2 that the issue of telling somebody that they are prohibited from talking to another person is probably a First Amendment violation.
Well, it doesn't seem to be a problem with anybody. No one else is allowed to electioneer within 100 feet of a poll. Why would somebody who's soliciting assistance be allowed to do that? In other words, if it's not constitutionally infirm for us to ban me from saying, hey, vote for me, why would it be constitutionally infirm for you to say, hey, let me help you vote for him or not?
I'm going to say
defer to the lawyers.
I don't know that answer because I'm just an old man, not a lawyer. But I do think that we're going to have some voting rights issues and probably litigation if this bill happens.
Okay, any other questions? All right. All right, Chair calls Jesse Romero with Common Cause of Texas against the bill.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jesse Romero. I'm with Common Cause Texas, and we are against House Bill 3178. Years ago, my wife's grandmother became a U.S. citizen, and she voted in her first election. She was assisted in voting in that election by my mother-in-law, who at that time was not a citizen. They are both citizens now. But at that time, my mother-in-law, who assisted her in voting, was not a citizen. She was so moved that she had voted my wife's grandmother that she wept, knowing that she was finally, officially an American. As currently worded, House Bill 3178 would have prevented my wife's grandmother from doing so, because she doesn't really read and write. She can only speak in Spanish. Not only would it have prevented my wife's grandmother from voting and finalizing that act of being an American, Representative Schofield, but it would also penalize my mother-in-law $4,000 or a year in jail and or both, because of doing so and assisting a voter, if you're not a registered voter of that county, Representative Schofield has a Class A misdemeanor, which I looked up, and it carries a fine of $4,000 and a year in jail and or a year in jail. So she, not only would that act of voting and becoming an American not have happened under currently written House Bill 3178, my mother-in-law would have also been guilty of a criminal offense. And so for that reason, and for other reasons, we respectfully oppose House Bill 3178.
Any questions, members?
Quick
Representative
one.
Fallon.
I'm just a little confused. If you can back up and help me out. Was it your mother-in-law that became the citizen, naturalized citizen?
Both. It was my wife's grandmother who became a citizen first, and then she voted in her first election.
You're like your grandmother-in-law.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my mother-in-law assisted her, who was not a citizen at that time.
Okay, the mother-in-law wasn't. So did the grandmother-in-law become a citizen?
She was already a citizen when she voted. That was her first election.
Okay. And could she speak English?
No.
Okay. Because I thought when you have a naturalized citizenship test, the test itself to become a naturalized citizen was in English. So I don't know.
She passed the test. She became a citizen. She voted.
Interesting. Okay.
But to this day, it's difficult for me to speak with her, Representative, because I don't speak much Spanish, and she doesn't. She speaks barely broken English.
Okay.
But yeah, she became a citizen. She voted, and that would not have happened under the way the bill is currently written. Not only that, my mother-in-law, who assisted her, would be guilty of a Class A misdemeanor, which is that fine of $4,000 and a year in jail and or both. So for that reason, we oppose House Bill 3178.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair calls Yanis Banks with the Texas NAACP against the bill.
Ooh, good night. My name is Giannis Banks. I'm with the Texas NAACP, and we are opposing House Bill 3178. And I talked to a couple of lawyers as well, and they saw the Constitution, the violation of Section 208 of the Voting Rights Act as a possible issue with this bill. But we have concerns that I've tired, so I think Representative Reynolds was the one who brought it up about the neighboring counties. We have concerns about that as well, because you could have a grandmother's, I guess you're not supposed to have favorites, but everybody has favorites, right? But their favorite grandchild may live away, but they're going to be in town around that time, and the grandmother may want them to go with her to register to help assist her with voting, but they wouldn't be able to. They may be a registered voter, but they're not registered in that county, and that could be a problem in itself. Or you can have somebody who they may live in the county with them, but it could be their 16-year-old grandchild or 16-year-old neighbor or somebody who they consider close to them, and it may not be family, but it's their choice because they know that person, they trust that person, they're comfortable with that person, and you're now telling them, well, they're not able to vote because they're 16, 17, and we debated that bill earlier, or 15, whatever their age are, but they trust that person, and that's who they're comfortable with. But you're now telling them, well, no, because they're not able to vote, they can't assist you. And we see that as a problem. Or even if the person is, we have people who are on paper as felons, but they're out, and they may have been doing great for a while, and they've just been on paper for a very long time. But they could be that person's family member. They could be the neighbor who they trust, and they always help Miss Jenkins because Miss Jenkins lived in their apartment and she trusts
Well,
them.
I think that Representative Schofield said he was open to changing it to allow the, what is it called? The
Second degree of consanguinity.
Consanguinity, yes.
Right, which means
I've ordered
you're
that,
related
yeah.
to them. Is
Right.
that correct? Right, but this could be your neighbor in your apartment complex who always been there helping you. And, you know, I trust you. You're my neighbor. You're my friend. I've known you for a while, and I want you to assist me. Well, you're not family related. You're not blood. You're not kin. But that's who they trust. And you're now telling them you
So
have
that's that part of the bill. Let's say I'm persuaded, and if the lawyers say federal law requires them to have whoever they want, is there anything that you think would require, do you have any problem with us not having people accosting folks they don't know, who don't trust them, and being able to be the only people who are allowed to electioneer and go, I want to come and assist you, when they've got no trust with them, they don't know them from Adam?
Is that only at the polling location, or is that just anywhere in the city? I guess that's going to be because the way it's I'm reading it, I don't know if it's just if you're limited to where you're at the polling location, and that's what's happening, or if you have groups that say, well, we have voting assistants, or whether you have questions or you have concerns, and they call and say, well, hey, could you have people who possibly could help us out? And I wouldn't want them to get in trouble. Well, you're not at the polling site, but you're telling people we have voter protection, we have voting assistance. If you have questions or concerns or you need help, we can help you. And they say, well, I see you doing voting assistance, and you know, I know your group. I've seen your group in the community before. I trust you. You have a trustable name. You have credibility. Well, could you have somebody who maybe can come help me, assist me with doing this ballot? And you say, well, yes, but I don't know if somebody can interpret that as, well, are you now soliciting because they heard about you, or you may have a flyer up saying we do voter protection, or if you have voter assistance because you have questions?
Well, again, if the voter goes to them, they're not being solicited. They're being solicited if somebody comes up to them and says, I want to assist you with your ballot.
Well, they saw your
I think we're
information.
talking about the polling location.
Right,
think that was
and I
your
don't know if it's
question.
bracketed to
Yeah.
the interpretation
So, I mean,
I got
if-
from it. Was it kind of vague? So I
You
didn't know
know,
if it's.
they meet, you know, at a senior citizen center,
Mhm.
and you have someone there saying, hey, you know, here's where you vote.
Right.
Here's what we recommend. You know, that's all fine and fair. Absolutely. And I've had this happen, you know, when I've been an election judge, where there were folks actually standing there, and we had some folks that did not speak English very well, and they were literally just sort of walking up with them at the polling place,
Right.
walking in.
Right.
And that kind of chapped me, I will just tell you.
Right. And
My concern is that the voter is supposed to be voting. Activists aren't supposed to be voting them. You know, a voter isn't an excuse for an activist to go and get to cast another vote. A voter is supposed to cast the vote that voter wants to vote with assistance.
And they're getting assistance. And if it's limited to, or if it's bracketed to, like I said, the way I read it, it seems that it doesn't just say is at the polling location. It could be anywhere. Now, if it's at the polling location, now I've talked to my boss.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem if it's just at the polling location and you're soliciting, saying,
Right.
hey, who wants help with voting? I got you. I can understand that. But if you are maybe at the senior home and you know there's a place where people have trouble, and you say, well, we know you have trouble, you may need some assistance. Do you need help? We have people, we know people, because you may not have people come here to help you. I would have a problem maybe with that one. But if you're at the polling site saying, hey, anybody who wants it, I can help you out, we got you, I can be concerned with that. But I think there's folks who have good intentions and want to help those who, because we know we have a lot of seniors who like to still go and vote, and they don't want to do mail-in ballot, and they need assistance. And a lot of times those folks get in these seniors' homes and they have nobody who's helping them out, and so they may be looking for somebody.
And of
so
course, don't forget, they also have all of the people working at the polls who can help them.
Sure, and sometimes they want a friendly face or somebody they may know it, or they may not even trust the people at the polls for whatever reason, and that's a whole other thing. So when you have that trust that they can have, or it may be a name of whatever group it is, that they just know the name of that group and say, well, I trust the name of whatever group it is, whoever it can be. I've heard of you, I know you, I've seen y'all, you've been here before at the senior home doing whatever outreach to us, and you've done entertainment with us, and you're a friendly face. I don't know the people at the polling center. Not saying the people at the polling center are bad people, but it's still a friendly face, a comfort, a thing that you trust. And so they may wonder, they have that comfort with them. And if it's, and like I said, the way I interpret it, it seems to be it can be for anywhere you're doing soliciting. If it's limited to the polling location, I don't think we had a problem with that part of the bill. There is the concern about, though, having to be registered to vote and what have you, when you have people who have good intentions or who are friends who are not. And I think
I think he was open to working on that. And I think, if it needs to be tightened up to show that it's, because I think that is your intent at the polling site.
Yeah, but my real intent is to make sure the voter is voting. It doesn't do any
Right.
good to go slightly
That's
off-site
correct.
and still be soliciting the voters, and we're pairing you up so we get to keep voting all day by using voters as our vehicle to vote. The voter has to be voting,
Well, they still are.
and that's really the key.
I would say they still are. You're representing their vote if they can't understand or need help, and they're still voting. They just need that assistance, and I want to make sure that they're still able to get the assistance from the person that they want or they're comfortable with.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Thank you. All right. Let's see. Chair calls Glenn Mack. Oh, wait. No, I've already done that. All right. Chair calls Selena Moreno with MALDEF against the bill.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Selena Moreno with MALDEF. I'm testifying here today against House Bill 3178, and I'll be brief because I think some of my concerns have already been expressed. I just wanted to reiterate the concern about when you prevent a voter from, when you're requiring an assistant to be either one, a registered voter, or two, a resident of the county, or both, as this bill does, you would prevent that voter from using her interpreter of her choice, and that would be in contradiction of Section 208 of the Voting Rights
And I
Act.
think he's addressed that.
And that's, I just want to reiterate that point, and
Okay.
I'll stop
Perfect.
there.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So we have Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of the bill. House Bill 3178.
Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office and testifying in favor of House Bill 3178. To start with, the voter assistance requiring them to be a registered voter actually follows along with the current election code, because to be a poll worker in a location, you have to be a registered voter. We have multiple language assistance people or interpreters in all of our polling locations in Harris County, and they all have to be registered voters. So that kind of makes it in line with the rest. But I understand if there's exceptions to that, you may want to do it. The biggest concern we have is we saw this last election, November election, groups out in early voting location parking lots, tents set up, ready to go there, and they were forcing themselves onto voters, saying that we're here to assist you, and coming inside the polling location with that voter and telling the election judge that they are speaking for the voter, and the judge couldn't ask them any questions if the voter really wanted it. The county provides language assistance people there. They provide that are trained on election code. They go through election law training. They provide people that members from both parties that can give voter assistance if they're handicapped or something like that. That way there's a backup where you have one of each party to make sure nothing is going on there. And they know the election law and have gone to training on that. So there are excellent qualified people inside the polling location that can handle these situations that come up. But I think it's real offensive when these voters are being attacked as they come into the polling location and someone forcing themselves upon them, saying that they're supposed to let this person assist them in voting. Okay. I kind of think your bill's almost like similar laws to what attorneys do. Attorneys can't force themselves onto people to go represent them. It's almost the same thing here. That you shouldn't.
That may be why I'm not making that great a living at it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Do we have any questions, members?
And Mr. Johnson, that's exactly
Representative Schofield.
the situation that you saw in Harris County is exactly what my concern is. That voter is not getting a vote. They're a registered person on paper who's being used for a vote. But if somebody comes in who doesn't speak the language and is being told, oh, no, this is how it works, you're using me as your interpreter or whatever, they're not really getting the person of their choice, and they're not getting the vote of their choice. And the whole purpose of an election is that they get to have their vote, not some group or some other person getting to have multiple votes all day.
Correct, and that's what we're there to try to ensure, in the election process and the judges and everything, they're all trained to make sure the voter gets their choice and that no one is trying to encourage or favor them. It's like you said, you're not allowed to go in with the voter and tell them how to vote. Other people forcing themselves on them, telling them how to vote shouldn't be allowed either.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Chair calls Dana de Beauvoir, the Legislative Committee of County and District Clerks, in favor of the bill. House Bill 3178.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
What?
Dana de Beauvoir, Travis
Woke me
County
right the heck up.
Clerk, speaking for County Clerk's Legislative Committee. Representative, is it Show or Schofield?
Sco.
It's Schofield. Okay, that's what I thought. Schofield. The other speakers have made the points that that I was going to make, so the only thing I need to do is add one more to it. In addition to the second degree of consanguinity, and that is, I believe your bill also has a point in there about ID. Children aren't going to have ID. So could you remove the ID portion of it? Would you consider that? And that's my only additional.
I would consider. My concern is that the people who are using this for chicanery, it would be good. They might be discouraged if they had to prove who they were. So that's why that's in there.
Right.
Now, what are you seeing?
Well, we know. I absolutely understand why it's in there. I'm sorry.
I assume on election day you're in the county fielding concerns and directing traffic. I presume you don't have to spend that much time at polling places on the day. But so you're getting these things anecdotally. But are you hearing any of these concerns that they had in Harris County or in Katy?
No, not yet. I have not had to deal with what I guess you would call a bounty hunter. And I actually do make a point of going around on election day trying to visit polling locations so I can get the firsthand. Obviously, I can't get around to all of them. But here's.
Well, I was definitely surprised to hear about it in my own school district,
Yes.
and I have to say I always work polling locations, and I didn't see any of that. Now, of course, people might be discouraged from doing it when they see me there, but I didn't see any of that. But
Yeah. The main thing, we want to help you make sure there's no bounty hunters in any of our counties. I don't appreciate that, and I don't think any of us would support that. And Ed's comment about about them sort of attacking or intercepting voters is particularly offensive. However, what we do have is we have a situation of languages. Most counties, and certainly my own county is the case, where we don't have people in the polling places who speak all the languages that we need. Travis County actually has a pretty big contingent of people who speak Asian languages, Vietnamese, Korean, Chinese. It's Thai. We don't even know, because we've got this contingent of language, we don't even know which one might qualify first when we have to go to a third language. And in those communities, those folks often bring their kids with them to help with the ballot. What we don't want to do is lose that support, because there's no way that we could take it over. We don't have the resources to fill in behind that.
I think that
so
has
not
been
the
reiterated
exactly.
now, if they're bringing somebody their trust, that's one thing. But aren't those voters, the very voters that you're just describing, aren't they the ones who are most vulnerable?
I totally agree with that.
Somebody
Absolutely.
comes up to them, tells them this is how we do it. Yeah, and next thing you know, they voted a whole ballot, and they have no idea who they voted for because they didn't vote. The other guy did.
Well, absolutely. And so what we want them to do is feel comfortable, bring their own person, and not be left vulnerable to a bounty hunter.
Thank you. I
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Chair calls Robin Chandler, Disability Rights of Texas, on the bill.
Hi, I'm Robin Chandler, Policy Specialist at Disability Rights Texas, testifying on House Bill 3178. Disability Rights Texas is a federally mandated statewide protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities in Texas. As the state P&A, it is our duty to ensure that the rights of Texans with disabilities are upheld and protected. I'm testifying only on Section 1. Section 2, I mean, the comments about people with disabilities and people that are most vulnerable, and them, and there not being an ability to solicit them or enter enter a polling place with them. Good idea. But people with disability, in terms of the language in Section 1, I just want to clarify the effect on people with disabilities if those requirements were to be put into law. I'm not going to talk about Section 2A because lots of people did already. But there's already a lot of barriers for people with disabilities in the electoral process. Research shows that voter turnout is lower for people with disabilities. Reported incidence of difficulties at the poll is higher compared to people without disabilities. In respect to voting, people with disabilities are a disenfranchised population. Having assistance in voting in person at the polls is one way to ensure that people with disabilities get the help they need and are able to vote. Having the choice of who will provide the assistance can ensure that they get that assistance and that it will, they will have comfortability and confidence when they vote. And really quickly, we had a call on our voter hotline last election. It was a mom of a young man with cognitive difficulties. They went into the polling place. Mom always took him to vote. They went into the polling place, and the poll workers, this is against the law, but the poll workers separated him and his mom and said, "We'll help you." And it turned into a very scary and chaotic situation for the young man, and Mom was pretty upset too. And so that's part of the idea of the comfortability for people, especially for people with disabilities, or, you know, there's other reasons too. Anyhow, some people with disabilities don't have a lot of choices as to who assists them with their life.
Can I ask you about that, Madam Chair? And Ms. Chandler was kind enough to come up to me earlier and voice some of her concerns. I would presume, and there are two groups of people who are entitled to assistance, basically people who are language impaired and people with disabilities. I would presume somebody with the vast majority of people with disabilities such that they would need help, so people with cognitive disabilities and certainly people with visual impairment, probably didn't get to the polling place by themselves. So I assume they probably came with someone who can provide them assistance.
That's right. But the issue is, did they come with someone who's a registered voter in the county in which the election's being held and who has a photo ID? That's why I said I'm only here to talk about Section 1 of the bill.
If they drove them there, they would have a photo ID because they'd have a driver's license.
If they drove them there, right. But that may not be the case. They may take public transportation. I mean, the range of things that the range of people that are caregivers and what their situations are is the range of human beings themselves. So,
well, we'll certainly be happy to work on that, and I appreciate your testimony and your talking with me earlier.
Oh, thank you, and I appreciate it. And if there's no other questions, then...
All right, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Keith Ingram with Secretary of State's office on the bill. Okay, would you like to come up? And got a couple of questions.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's office here on House Bill 3178.
Mr. Ingram,
Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ingram, I've never heard of this in Travis County, but wanted to, given that, you know, according to federal law, you can have somebody there with you. I just wanted to ask your opinion about whether or not this violates federal law. If you have any thoughts on that?
I'm just one lawyer, but it looks to me like the first part of this bill is a pretty clear violation of Section 208 of the Voting Rights Act, and the confusion seems to be on what qualifies for assistance. An assistant is someone who either can't physically mark the ballot on their own, or the person who needs assistance can't physically mark the ballot on their own, or they can't read the ballot. So they're either illiterate or physically disabled in some way. And it happens that often someone is both in need of interpreter and an assistant. And so there are two different forms of what's happening. An interpreter is supposed to help the voter communicate with the poll workers, but doesn't go to the voting booth with them. And so because sometimes you need both an interpreter and assistant, and you bring somebody with you that can do both functions, but the person who comes in that capacity should fill out both affidavits or oaths. And the thing is that the law with regard to interpreter is not so strict as in the Voting Rights Act. So you can have a requirement that an interpreter be a registered voter of the county, but you can't have that same limitation with regard to assistant, because the federal law is pretty broad that you're entitled to the assistant of your choice, whoever that is, except it can't be your employer or your union or an agent thereof.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I would definitely,
Representative Schofield.
I would definitely be interested in amending it so that the Section 1 applies to interpreters. Because I think that's where I don't think the vast majority of the cheating is taking place with the disabled community. It's with folks who are having language problems.
I think that's probably right.
So that would be a good suggestion.
Representative Rivers, do you have a question?
She asked the question.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Any other questions, members? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that's the public testimony. There's lots of testimony for and against that do not wish to testify publicly. Is there anyone who wishes to testify publicly on, for, or against House Bill 3178?
I just have a quick comment.
Representative Fallon.
The disconnect between a state government and a federal government. To become an American citizen, clearly, if you're born here, 99.9% of us probably would speak English if you're born here and go to school here. And if you're naturalized, it says that to become a naturalized citizen in the United States, you have to have a basic understanding of the English language, including the ability to speak, read, and write common words and phrases. And yet, the Voting Rights Act with the language requirement is, to me, puzzling, to say the least. Just wanted to comment on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fallon. Okay, anything else, members? All right, so hearing none that wishes to testify publicly on, for, or against House Bill 3178, Chair recognizes, he's got to close. Have you closed?
I have not closed.
He's got to close.
I recognize to close.
You are recognized to close.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, it's late at night. The intent of this bill and the purpose behind it is to make sure that voters actually get to cast their vote and are not being used by others to cast that person's choice. I was happy to hear some of the testimony. I will take into account and provide a committee sub that limits interpreters to being someone who lives in the county. But I'm of the opinion that it's important, certainly out where I live, and it's going to be elsewhere, to make sure these people are not being solicited by people who want to use them as a vehicle to cast a vote the way the solicitor wants. And I would appreciate favorable consideration of the committee, and with that, I close.
Okay, the chair withdraws substitute to House Bill 3178, and House Bill 7178 will be left pending at this time. And that was the last bill, and yeah, I know. We were troopers tonight. If there be no further business before us, the House Committee on Elections is now adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy birthday.
Okay. Yeah, this is how I